Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents A Taste for Crime by Ellery Adams and Tina Radcliffe, narrated by Chris Ducart. Chapter 1. I still can't believe you got tickets to Chef Anton Parsley's show, Cooper Lee said, and for the entire Bible study. She and John Eason, her sort of beau, strolled across the downtown Richmond, Virginia parking lot toward the local television studios of Rich 17 TV. The May sun warmed them as they maneuvered around vehicles toward the sidewalk.
Chef Parsley is a friend of my parents and a mentor to me. I washed dishes in his kitchen when I was in high school and moved up to kitchen porter in college.
What's a porter?
A kitchen assistant. I washed fruits and vegetables, peeled the veggies, cleaned the prep area.
He smiled as if remembering.
That job helped pay for college and cooking school.
Cooper nodded. So you and Chef Parsley are close?
Uh-huh. He's Uncle Anton to me.
Uncle Anton? Cooper smiled at the words.
Yep. He wasn't a famous chef back when I was training. Once he opened the restaurant, his visibility began to skyrocket. Then he got the cooking show, and the rest is history.
Interesting. I had no idea.
Now you know.
John smiled and took her hand.
I'm glad you were able to take the day off.
Warmth flooded her at his comment. Me too.
Who's watching bits and pieces?
One of the perks of taking over a gift shop from your aunt is that she's willing to run the place if I need a day off in the middle of the week.
True, but this is your first vacation day since you started training to manage the shop at the first of the year. Weren't you going to hire someone to help you?
On my to-do list. Though, admittedly, Cooper had put that particular task at the bottom. She barely had a handle on the nuances of her new career and its responsibilities. Was she ready to hire and train someone? Was she even qualified?
Good, because I hope to spend more time with you. Not less.
The words had Cooper's heart dancing with happiness. They'd been seeing each other since last October, and lately she'd begun to sense that maybe this was the relationship she'd waited a lifetime for. When a warm breeze tickled the leaves of a maple tree as they passed, John's gaze turned to the sky, where wisps of cotton candy clouds floated across a pale blue backdrop.
It's a perfect day.
Cooper smiled up at the man beside her. Yes, perfect.
I also made reservations for everyone for lunch at La Sala afterward,
John said. He depressed the crosswalk button and kept his eye on the traffic as he talked. La Sala? Chef Parsley's restaurant? She looked at John again. Was she hearing right? My sister told me it takes months to nab a reservation there. Cooper recalled that her high society younger sister, Ashley Lee Love, had been devastated last year when she couldn't secure a table there for her husband Lincoln's birthday.
Sadly, the restaurant and the show have had a downturn of late,
John said. Downturn? What do you mean? The light changed, and he took her hand again as they crossed the street.
Ever since that review of the chef's restaurant by Monica Amsterdam last month, the restaurant and the show have taken a hit.
Monica Amsterdam. Cooper paused, trying to recall why the name sounded familiar.
The food critic?
John added. A hint of disdain laced his voice. Now I remember. What Cooper remembered was her normally unflappable mother's response to Monica Amsterdam's review. The most recent had been of a beloved family-owned pizzeria that appeared in Sunday's Richmond Times-Dispatch. Uncharitable, was Maggie Lee's response. Her mother was correct. She's got away with words, doesn't she? Cooper said. Witty, dry humor while she skewers an establishment.
Yes.
John nodded.
That's why she's so popular. Readers are engaged and then stunned. It's like a train wreck. They can't look away.
You're a chef, too, Cooper said. Have her reviews covered your work at the Atwood Inn? John had taken over the kitchen of the historic inn a few years ago when it reopened. That was how they met. The Bible study had assisted with a soft launch as a favor to Cooper's sister. She might be biased, but Cooper believed he shared a good deal of credit for the inn's recent success.
No, I've been fortunate. However, reviews are part and parcel of the industry. Food critics, bloggers, social media influencers. I expect Ms. Amsterdam or someone like her to show up eventually.
John cocked his head toward the impressive white brick building before them.
We're here.
Is this building new? Cooper asked.
Yes. Dyson Broadcasting relocated its corporate offices here a few years ago. They own and operate 10 stations in the region. It's also home to Rich 17 TV.
John pulled open one of the double doors to the television station, where the bright logo of the local affiliate filled the wall behind the reception desk. Large posters of the station's celebrities filled another wall, and included one of dark-haired Chef Parsley in his white chef's jacket and hat, holding a wooden spoon. The middle-aged chef's smile oozed charisma. Cooper glanced around for her Bible study friends and then looked at her watch. We're early.
I'll check us in with the receptionist,
John said.
Do you want to have a seat?
Sure. No sooner had Cooper made herself comfortable on one of the plush lobby couches than the front door opened, and several members of the Sunrise Bible Study walked in. Investment banker Quentin Enderley held the door for Trish Tyler and meteorologist Bryant Shelton. Trish hurried over on her 2-inch heels, while the men joined John at the reception desk. What fun, Trish said. I love playing hooky. How's the real estate business these days? Cooper asked. Though the papers are quoting financial doom and gloom for the mortgage industry, Tyler Fine Properties is staying busy. Trish sat beside Cooper and patted her perfectly coiffed signature copper bob.
How about this weather?
Bryant said as he approached. He grinned widely, his white smile bright against his perpetual tan.
Sunshine, just like I predicted.
Cooper bit back a chuckle. Bryant's ambiguous forecast hadn't exactly spelled out a brilliant spring day, but she wasn't going to burst his bubble. He glanced around.
Nice digs. I might have to think about a move from Channel 6 to 17.
As they chatted, the glass doors opened again and Savannah Knapp entered the lobby followed by Jake Lombardi. The man normally resembled a bouncer, but today he'd been tamed into a crisp white shirt and dress pants. Jake tugged at the collar of his shirt and offered a sheepish smile.
Sorry to be late. I was set to show up in my plumber jumpsuit, but Savannah said I had to change into something appropriate.
Savannah wriggled her nose. I may be legally blind, but I can tell you that my schnoz remains fully functional and hypersensitive. That jumpsuit was not going to work. The brawny master plumber and electrician chuckled and offered a shrug.
What can I say? I get used to the smells.
He patted Savannah's arm.
Glad I have my gal Savannah here to keep me on the straight and narrow.
You look very nice, Jake, Cooper said. I agree, Trish added. She turned to Savannah. What's this I hear about you having a show in the Teller Gallery? How did you hear about that? Savannah asked. One of my associates was there this week and overheard something. She paused. I can't believe you didn't tell us. I only found out a few days ago. Trust me, I was stunned.
Why? We all know that your light couldn't stay hidden under a bushel,
Jake said. You're my friends and are somewhat biased, Savannah said with a laugh. She smiled and smoothed her long, inky hair. I should have details soon. Their bill in the event is up-and-coming local artists, which means I won't be the only featured artist. You're the one we want to see, Cooper said. This is very exciting. John approached the group with a grinning Quentin beside him. The portly member of the group was not only into finance, but dabbled as an amateur chef. His face reflected complete bliss at the day's activities.
Everyone ready?
John asked.
John, I have never been more ready in my life,
Quentin said.
Thanks for including us. What do we owe you for the tickets? There's no chart for the tickets, John said. Each show has room for about 100 people.
He paused and glanced around.
Usually the show is overbooked and there are no tickets.
Until that review came out, right? Trish stood and straightened her peach-colored linen sheath. Well, I don't care what that nasty food critic says. Chef Parsley is a Richmond institution. The man's pasta is to die for.
Let's hope not,
Bryant joked.
I've never seen the show. Is it live?
Jake asked. John shook his head.
Taped in front of a live studio audience is what they say.
A woman in a blazer the same color as the lime green logo of Station Rich 17 and an official-looking lanyard walked toward the group. If you'll follow me, I'll take you to our studio audience prep area. Prep consisted of audience do's and don'ts, including no cell phones. Instructions included applauding when the digital prompts lit up, laugh but not too loud, no restroom visits unless the director calls for a break. Cooper leaned over to John. I thought it was a 60-minute show.
It is,
he whispered.
But if there are problems on the set, we could be here for hours.
I should have had a bigger breakfast.
No worries, I've done this before. If it drags on, they'll feed us sugar snacks to keep our energy up.
Peppy music suddenly filled the studio along with the voice of the show's announcer.
And here's Chef Parsley.
An assistant director waved his arms, and Cooper and the rest of the audience jumped to their feet and applauded enthusiastically. A huge studio monitor showed the camera, panning to faces in the audience, strategically avoiding the empty seats. Cooper saw herself and the rest of the Bible study on the screen and smiled. She was going to be on television. Wait until her family found out. A moment later, the camera moved to the kitchen set where Chef Anton Parsley stood with his trademark smile. Tall and swarthy, with a thick head of black hair, the chef defied aging and could have easily passed for 40, though Cooper suspected his age to be closer to her own father's. Quentin elbowed Cooper on her right side. She glanced at him. Her friend's grin was so wide it had to hurt. He was having the time of his life. The show proceeded with efficiency, and the high energy of the audience never wavered. A few times Cooper leaned over and asked John questions. Did he say chiffonade? She whispered.
Yes.
John whispered back.
He's using a very sharp knife to cut the basil into strips.
After 2 hours of stops and starts, Chef Anton tasted his finished product, orecchiette with sausage and broccoli rabe. Cooper had never heard of this particular dish and found herself fascinated with the preparation and the final presentation. Oh, how she wished her mama could be here. Magnolia Lee was the self-taught chef in Cooper's house. She'd appreciate this. The show's theme music and the digital prompt signaled the end of the show and had the audience once again bursting from their seats to applaud with excitement. That was so much fun, Trish said.
I'd like to apply to be a permanent member of the studio audience,
Quentin announced,
although my boss at the bank might object to my absence.
Cooper glanced around the studio. Groups were being escorted out of the area by lanyard-wearing ushers in lime green blazers.
Over my dead body!
At the outburst, the entire Bible study turned to see Chef Parsley on the kitchen set, waving a wooden spoon as he argued with a tall, balding man.
I will not work with that woman,
Chef Parsley shouted.
I'm afraid you'll have to,
the man said. He turned, noticed Cooper and her friend still in the studio, and ushered the enraged chef off stage.
What was that all about?
Quentin murmured.
I don't know,
John said.
But the man with my uncle was Harold Miner. He's the show's executive producer.
A moment later, the woman who had guided them into the studio hurried over, her expression anxious. Chef Eason, sir, Chef Parsley has requested that you come to his dressing room immediately. She turned to the group. If you'll wait here, I'll escort you out. We'll meet you in the lobby, John, Cooper said. Face grim, he nodded and left. The Bible study was silent as they followed the guide to the lobby. Once she left, Quentin leaned close to Cooper.
"Any idea what's going on?"
he asked. "None," she returned. "I wish I knew."
"I still can't believe John knows Anton Parsley,"
Bryant said. "Me either," Trish said. "But think about it, we know John, who knows Chef Parsley. That makes us 2 degrees from famous." Cooper nearly laughed at that logic. From the corner of her eye, she glimpsed John striding toward them with a large shopping bag with the station's logo on the outside. "Everything okay?" Cooper asked.
"Good news, bad news."
He glanced around.
"Let's step outside."
The Bible study filed out of the station and stood on the sidewalk. John reached into the bag, pulled out cookbooks, and passed them to each of his friends.
"My uncle sent autographed copies of his latest cookbook for everyone." "This is wonderful."
Quentin turned the pages reverently.
"Thank you so much."
Choruses of thank you echoed Quentin's appreciation.
"What's the bad news, John?"
Bryant asked.
"Is the chef okay?" "Cone of silence in place, right?"
John's gaze moved to each of the Bible study members. "Absolutely," Cooper said. Faces solemn, the group nodded in agreement.
"Uncle Anton has 6 weeks to raise his rating numbers, or the producer, Harold Miner, is axing his show." 6 weeks?
Bryant gasped.
"How's he gonna do that?"
The meteorologist understood more than most how the industry worked.
"It's a nearly impossible proposition. Miner has an idea for a cooking competition. 3 different local chefs will compete once a week, culminating in the final cook-off."
Quentin narrowed his gaze.
"Who are the judges?"
John grimaced.
"That's the thing. Miner's plan is for Uncle Anton to be one judge, and the other will be Monica Amsterdam."
Cooper's jaw slackened. "Your uncle will have to work with the woman who has single-handedly sabotaged his career?"
"If Miner has his way, yes,"
John said.
"Uncle Anton is furious." "Wow. I give that producer props for an idea that will surely bring in viewers,"
Bryant said with a shake of his head.
"This sort of exposure could make or break the chefs who participate in the competition,"
Quentin added.
"Exactly my concern,"
John said. Cooper did a double-take as she realized what was really going on. "Your uncle asked you to be on the show?"
"Yes."
John raised his palms.
"At some point right now, I don't know when. Things are in the discussion stage."
"What are you going to do?" Cooper asked.
"What can I do?"
He shrugged.
"I have to help my uncle."
The group was silent as the unspoken words hung in the air. John had to help, even if it meant disaster for his career. John glanced at his watch before his gaze scanned the group again.
"There's a production meeting in 10 minutes. Could we postpone our lunch at La Sala?"
he asked.
For sure,"
Quentin said as the group nodded in agreement. "Absolutely," Cooper added. "And I'll get a ride back with Quentin." "Oh, John, the Bible study will surely be praying for you," Savannah said.
"Thanks, I appreciate that,"
John murmured. Cooper slowly nodded. Yes, this situation would require earnest prayers. She didn't envy John or his uncle.
"We sure enjoyed seeing you and your friends on television, Cooper."
Cooper's father, Earl Lee, grinned from across the kitchen table.
"Glad I recorded the show. Your mom and I made popcorn and watched the whole thing."
Cooper lifted her head from her study of the Saturday newspaper crossword puzzle. "Thank you, Daddy, it was fun." The almondy scent of whatever new treat her mother had popped into the oven circled the room like a warm blanket. Cooper smiled. Life had gotten busy, but she tried to always make time for simple pleasures like coffee and the paper in her parents' cozy kitchen. "How was La Sala?" her sister asked. "We postponed." "Why?" Ashley returned, her tone sharp. There was something about Ashley's response that gave Cooper pause. Ever since she arrived an hour ago without her husband and children, It seemed as though her younger sister was looking for an argument. With her head buried in the Richmond Times-Dispatch, Cooper chose to ignore Ashley for the moment. "What's a 5-letter word for dissertation?" Cooper asked.
"Essay,"
her father said. "Thank you, Daddy." "Did you hear me?" her sister persisted. "I did, but I was concentrating. Did you know crossword puzzles stimulate brain function and memory?" "Is that so?" Ashley retorted. "Then why is it you can't seem to remember you have a niece and nephew?" Cooper blinked, stunned by the outburst. "You are their aunt. You could come over and relieve me sometime." I own a business now. It's not 9 to 5 like my old job. I'm there nearly every day but Sunday." Cooper paused. "Besides, you have a nanny and a housekeeper." "That's not the same as family." "Ashley, why didn't you bring the babies with you today?" Maggie Lee asked. "Mama, you're busy launching your catering business and baking Magnolia's marvels." She gave a dramatic sniff. Her glance went to the kitchen counter, where a basket held a dozen or so of their mother's famous treats in the familiar clear cellophane bags, decorated with gold stickers and tied with gold ribbon. "Baking treats always come second to my grandchildren," Maggie said, "just like they always came second to my daughters." At the words, Ashley's face crumpled. "Oh, Mama, you're so sweet. I don't know how you juggled 2 babies. I am barely managing." Her voice inched up to a whine as she held out her hands. "I haven't had a manicure since baby Lincoln was born." A sob escaped. "And he's 5 months old." Earl quietly folded his paper and stood. He gave Ashley an awkward pat on the back on the way out of the room.
"I'll let your mother handle this."
"You didn't say where the babies are today, sweetie," Maggie continued. "I put my foot down and told Lincoln he was in charge." Cooper's sister shrugged. Naturally, he decided to head over to his mama's. Maggie chuckled. "Well, Ashley, why don't you bring the babies here next Saturday and maybe you and Cooper can have a girls' day out? A little shopping might do your soul good." Maggie looked at Cooper with pointed expectancy. Cooper tried not to groan. She loved her sister dearly and had grown fond of the manicures and pedicures Ashley had introduced her to. However, Ashley was a professional shopper, with more discretionary funds for one spree than Cooper spent in a year. Shopping with her affluent sister was the last thing she wanted to do. When her mother's eyes rounded with a firm message, and she nodded toward Ashley, Cooper knew she had no choice. "Sure, sounds like fun, Ash. Let's do it." "Really?" Ashley squealed. She clapped her hands together and her blue eyes lit up. "Absolutely." Cooper looked closely at Ashley. Her sister's normally perfectly coiffed, highlighted blonde hair hung limply to her shoulders, and Ashley had a dab of something that looked suspiciously like baby formula on her silk designer blouse. Normally, Cooper envied her sister's life, which was so different from her own. Today, she said a prayer of thanks for her blissfully single status. Being a cat mom to Moses and Miriam was all she could handle right now. A phone buzzed and Cooper's sister jumped. "Oh, it's Lincoln. I better take this." Ashley stepped into the dining room. "Thank you, Cooper." Her mother murmured, "That was very kind of you." "Don't give me too much credit, Mama. I couldn't think of a way to get out of it." "Yes, that was obvious from the panicked expression on your face." Cooper shrugged. "It's only one Saturday. I'll live." "Yes, you will." Maggie paused. "Who's watching the store on Saturdays anyhow?" "John's aunt. Though not for long. She's leaving on a cruise in a few weeks. I need to find some help." Cooper paused and sniffed the air. "What is that wonderful smell, Mama? I found an interesting recipe in that Anton Parsley cookbook you dropped off." Maggie Lee checked the stove timer. "Pignoli cookies." What? "Pignoli. Pine nut cookies." The oven beeped and her mother donned gloves and pulled out a baking sheet of golden cookies, dotted with pale brown pine nuts. They look delicious, Mama. This is my second batch. Your grandmother took most of the first batch when she left this morning. Where's Grammy today? Cooper's maternal grandmother could usually be found at the kitchen table in the company of her one-eyed rescued pug, Popeye. She's doing a shift at the Fifth Avenue Animal Shelter. Her mother offered her a warm cookie. Cooper wasted no time biting in. These are yummy. They taste... She cocked her head. Almondy. Very good. They're made with almond paste. Her mother smiled. I can't wait to try more recipes from that cookbook. She looked at Cooper. Did you find out anything new about the future of the chef's restaurant and the television show? I'm seeing John tonight. I may know more then. She lowered her voice and leaned closer to her mother. Say a prayer for John, Mama. He's been put smack dab in the middle of a situation. I certainly will, though I wish you could tell me more, like why you had to postpone that fancy restaurant. Oh, that. Not a big deal. A problem came up. Cooper avoided her mother's gaze, and instead she perused the cookbook recipe on the counter. A problem thanks to Monica Amsterdam? Maggie shook her head. That woman should be ashamed of herself. She huffed and closed her eyes. I'm going to count to 10 now before I say something uncharitable. Cooper wholeheartedly agreed, though she didn't want to get into another discussion about the topic since she'd promised to be discreet. Instead, she put aside the crossword puzzle, leaned back in her chair, and peeked into the dining room, where Ashley continued the conversation with her husband. I'm going to the greenhouse. Do not tell Ashley where I went. You can't hide from your sister forever. Her mother's sweet laughter filled the room. I can try. Cooper chuckled. She pushed back from the worn and scrubbed farm table and grabbed a handful of cookies as she snuck out the back door. Spring was, without a doubt, her favorite season. This year marked the first year since her father built her the greenhouse that she hadn't planted anything. The thought saddened her. This was a season of change, and that meant challenges. She walked down the flagstone path past her minuscule apartment atop the garage. In the distance, her grandmother's rescue hawk, Columbus, could be heard flapping his wings in his aviary. Besides the loamy scent of soil, she detected fragrant perfumes of honeysuckle and lilac. Cooper didn't have to look to know her mama's lilac bushes were blooming along with the fence-climbing yellow flowers at the back of the property. The greenhouse door creaked as she opened it and stepped into the humid space. Cooper blinked. She moved her birdhouse crafts from the greenhouse to her workspace at the shop in January. The back table that used to house her supplies now held over 24 small pots of miniature rose plants. Each was green and leafy and covered with buds. She touched the satiny leaves and smiled. What do you think? Cooper whirled around at the sound of her father's voice. You did this, Daddy? Had to do something. The greenhouse was pitiful and empty without plants or your projects. He stuck his hands in his pockets and grinned. I'm going to give the roses away to the folks at the senior center once they bloom. You've got such a generous heart. She looked up at him. You're still planning to retire in June, aren't you? Sure am. This is a side project. Takes no time at all to water the roses when I come out to weed the vegetable garden. Which reminds me I have a favor to ask. Shoot. Your mama says you need help at your shop. I do. I'm looking for someone to train to be my right-hand assistant. I've been in charge of maintenance at that fancy private school longer than I care to admit. The only other person there, as long as me, is one of the cafeteria gals. Her granddaughter sure could use a chance. Cooper frowned, sensing there was more to this story. A chance? She prompted. She got in a bit of trouble. Nothing serious. She's on probation for a year. The girl needs a role model. Me? Cooper took a deep breath. Daddy, I don't know anything about being a role model. Coop, you know more than you realize. You got yourself that job with Mr. Farmer, starting at the bottom and working your way up to manager. And what about when that dirtbag boyfriend of yours left you high and dry with a stack of credit card bills? You dusted yourself off and put your life in order.
Same thing when your engagement to Nathan ended.
He nodded.
You're every bit a role model, and I'm proud of you.
Somewhat embarrassed by the praise, Cooper released a small smile. Thank you, Daddy. Earl Lee was a humble man, a few words. Cooper figured this was one of his longest speeches ever. In all her 36 years, her father had never asked her a single serious favor. She could do this for him. Sure she could. Have you met her? Cooper asked.
Yes, her name is Zoe. She's unique, like you.
Unique. Cooper smiled. Her claim to uniqueness was her mismatched eyes. Her left eye was a flat blue, while her other eye, received through an ocular transplant, was a shimmering green. Okay, Daddy. Send her along to the shop.
Thank you, daughter.
Cooper nodded as she considered what she'd agreed to. Could she be a role model to this young girl? It seemed a huge responsibility, and she prayed she didn't mess things up. Chapter 2. Cooper settled into the red vinyl booth at Freddie's Cafe and smiled to herself. The diner had become her and John's favorite haunt since they had first visited the place together last October. What the friendly restaurant lacked in style, it made up for with its delicious home-style foods and famous milkshakes. The jukebox outside the restrooms was never silent, and currently Billy Joel's The Longest Time had her humming quietly. She'd take the down-home ambiance of Freddie's over a fancy schmancy restaurant any day. Cooper checked her watch and frowned. It wasn't like John to be late and not call. Unease settled in her stomach.
Where's that handsome fella of yours?
Cooper looked up into the smiling eyes of Lena, one of the regular servers. The middle-aged woman grinned and slid 2 glasses of water onto the table. Cooper started to protest Lena's words and stopped herself. She and John had been seeing each other exclusively since October of last year. Admitting that he was her boyfriend wasn't going to jinx things. He'll be here shortly, Cooper said, hoping that was true. Lena nodded.
What can I get you while you wait?
Coffee, please.
You got it, sweetie.
Cooper checked her phone one more time before she picked up the laminated menu. She perused the breakfast, lunch, and dinner offerings. Breakfast was always available, and her order was always the same. Freddie's Belgian waffles were one of the few things she couldn't get in her mother's kitchen.
Sorry I'm late.
Relief soared through Cooper as John slid into the booth. His normally calm gray eyes reflected anxiety, and his usual happy-go-lucky smile was absent. His caramel-colored hair looked like he'd run his hands through the locks a few times. Are you okay? She'd never seen him so stressed.
I am now.
He reached across the table and took her hand, releasing a breath.
Between my uncle and the kitchen at the inn, it's been a day.
Cooper's breath caught at the gesture, and her heart danced. What happened?
First, my apologies for not calling. I stopped by my uncle's house and apparently left my phone there in the confusion.
Confusion?
Uncle Anton and Vivian were in the middle of a blowout argument. He'd promised her a trip to Turks and Caicos but canceled due to the competition.
John picked up his water and took a long drink.
She's furious.
I don't even know what Turks and Caicos are. She frowned. Who is Vivian?
Turks and Caicos are tropical islands in the Atlantic, not far from Miami.
John raised a hand to flag down Lena and mouthed the word coffee with a smile. Then he turned to Cooper again.
Vivian Luster is the soon-to-be Mrs. Anton Parsley. Uncle Anton has been widowed for about 10 years. Lost his wife to a tragic automobile accident.
Vivian Luster. Why does that name sound familiar? Cooper frowned as she worked to recall.
She's a big-deal fashion model who goes by the name of Vivi, professionally. They've been engaged for about a year now. Uncle Anton is dragging his feet about marriage, but she's finally gotten him to commit to a date.
Cooper's jaw sagged. The Vivi? The supermodel? She stared at John. Your uncle is engaged to Vivi?
John chuckled. She's Vivian at Uncle Anton's house.
I can't believe you know Vivi. Cooper worked to process the information. So what's standing between happiness and your uncle's fiancé?
Vivian has grand plans to launch a clothing line after they get married. Plans that she cannot execute without my uncle's financial backing. There are no funds if Uncle Anton's show is canceled and his restaurant goes out of business.
He released a breath.
Vivian is livid about the whole Monica Amsterdam situation.
She's a famous model. Isn't she rich? Surely Vivi has a few lucrative endorsements to fall back on. What about a YouTube channel or a social media platform as an influencer? Look at the Kardashians. They have an entire dynasty of product influencing.
Oh, you're correct. The problem is that Vivian spends more time shopping and making appearances than keeping track of her financial team. As she tells it wasn't until her Emerald credit card was denied at her favorite spa that she discovered her accountant ran off with the bulk of her investments. I'm pretty certain that Vivian is counting on my uncle to save her from public humiliation.
Oh, my.
You can say that again. Keeping up Vivian's image is not only important but expensive. I am certain that the future of their relationship depends on the success of my uncle's enterprises.
Cooper frowned. She didn't like the direction of her thoughts, but that didn't stop her mind from going there. Was Vivi a gold digger taking advantage of the widowed chef? Something told her that this was not the time to voice her suspicions. Here you go. Lena slid 2 mugs on the table and filled each with fresh coffee from the carafe she held in her other hand. Are you ready to order? She glanced between the 2 of them. The usual? John chuckled, his good humor restored.
Are we that predictable?
Nothing wrong with that, Lena said. She nodded to the booth in the corner where a silver-haired couple sat enjoying their meal. Maybe you 2 will be like the Wilsons. They've been coming in here once a week since the day Freddy's opened its doors. That's so sweet, Cooper said. The couple reminded her of her parents. Though they were younger, Earl and Maggie Lee were devoted to each other. When Lena left, John took her hand again.
I can see us ordering the usual for a long time. Can you?
Heat warmed Cooper's face. She nodded and stared at their entwined hands in the middle of the table.
Good. I want to be sure we're both on the same page.
He smiled.
Sorry for all the cliches, but you play your cards close, Coop. It leaves a guy wondering where he stands.
John, I'm very thankful you came into my life.
She offered shyly. Ditto.
He removed his hand and reached for his coffee mug. I'm sorry you had a difficult day.
Cooper murmured. Not all difficult, he said. I have some news, though I'm not sure if it's good yet.
Cooper leaned forward. Don't keep me in suspense.
I'm slated for the first round of the cooking competition.
Oh, wow. How do you feel about that?
Part of me is excited.
John smiled slowly.
After all, cooking is what I love to do. Until I met you, it was pretty much all I did.
He hesitated.
The other part of me is nervous. I'm representing Atwood Inn. That's a huge responsibility.
Sure, I get that. I feel the same way about bits and pieces. John leaned closer across the table.
By the way, the community garden at Atwood Inn has been approved. My dream of a garden-to-table menu is finally going to happen. I can't blow it by embarrassing the Atwood Inn on television.
That's wonderful about the community garden. I have complete confidence in your culinary skill. You know everyone at the Bible study will be rooting for you, too.
Thanks, Cooper. It means a lot that you believe in me.
Do you know who your competitor is?
Cooper asked. Yes, and that's another challenge. It's a friend of mine, Chef Leonard, from Taste of Tuscany.
He met her gaze.
That's confidential.
Cooper made a lip-zipping gesture. Lena appeared with their meals, sliding the hot plates of Belgian waffles in front of them. Cooper's with bacon and John's with sausage. Cooper smiled as she took in the sight of the golden waffle, sprinkled with confectioner's sugar and the slices of nicely browned bacon nestled near. This was her idea of happiness. The perfect meal with the perfect companion. Once Lena left, John reached for the warm mini bottle of Freddie's own maple syrup on his plate. He began to detail the upcoming competition in between eating his waffles. Cooper nodded as he spoke. "That's everything," John said.
"Now, enough about me. What's new in your world?"
"I may be hiring an assistant. My father referred someone to me."
"Great news."
"And Savannah's art is going to be featured at the Teller. She's letting us know when opening night is scheduled."
"I'm in. Sounds like fun."
"It does. Especially since I've never attended a gallery exhibition." The sound of the door of the diner opening had John glancing across the room. His eyes rounded. "What is it?" Cooper asked.
"Don't look. Monica Amsterdam just walked in."
"Not really." Cooper couldn't help but notice that the music on the jukebox changed to Linda Ronstadt's You're No Good with the entrance of the food critic.
"That's her."
What are the odds of Monica Amsterdam showing up here? She longed to turn her head but resisted. Should you tell Lena?
"No, it's supposed to be an unbiased review. If a restaurant knows who she is, they'll treat her differently, even if it's only subconscious. Besides, I think Freddy's is one of the best places to eat in town. I'm confident the food here can withstand Monica's scrutiny."
A click of heels on linoleum became louder, and finally stopped as a tall blonde stood at their table. "Chef Eason, we meet again." John stood.
"Monica, this is my girlfriend, Cooper Lee."
The admission had Cooper sitting tall, her heart fluttering. Monica, on the other hand, raised her finely arched brows in question. "Cooper Lee? Your mother is Maggie Lee, curator of those pedestrian Magnolia's marvels, correct?" Cooper tensed at the words, but refused to rise to the woman's bait. "Maggie Lee is my mother. We're proud of the fact that her marvels are now available in over 20 local establishments." Monica tilted her head and stared at Cooper, her blonde bob touching her shoulder. What an odd eye. Once again, Cooper refused to be baited, especially regarding the luminous green ocular implant she'd gotten as the result of a field hockey accident in high school.
"Cooper has beautiful eyes,"
John said. He crossed his arms in a defensive gesture that touched Cooper's heart. While she was accustomed to comments about her eyes, no one had ever defended them before. "Very interesting." Monica turned back to John and placed a hand on his bicep. "I would never have expected to find you here." John stepped away from her touch.
"I could say the same thing. I'm a little surprised to see you reviewing a mom-and-pop diner like Freddy's, though the Belgian waffles are an elevated art form."
"May I quote you?" she asked.
"Please do."
"As for me," Monica said, "I pass it on my way to the gym each day I'm curious."
"You won't be disappointed."
Famous last words. A small smile touched her lips. "I'll see you on Saturday then, Chef Eason."
"Yes, you will. I'm all about supporting Uncle Anton,"
he said. "Speaking of your uncle, I hear there's trouble in paradise with Chef Anton and Vivi." Monica cocked her head and watched John, her eyes narrowed like a reptile.
"I don't discuss my uncle's personal life."
Monica raised a shoulder, offering an elegant shrug. "Fine, but the topic is already fodder for the online trolls." She gave a small chuckle and looked at Cooper. "Nice to meet you, Miss Lee." Cooper nodded as Monica turned on a stiletto heel and retreated. "So, that's the infamous Monica Amsterdam."
"Infamous is right."
John sat down and picked up his fork, his brows knit with concern. Cooper eyed the striking blonde as she adjusted her short, tight skirt and slid into a booth on the other side of the diner. "I thought reviewers typically show up dressed like an ordinary customer, sort of anonymous." She paused. "Maybe I watch too much television."
"I don't think Monica knows how to be anonymous."
"And is it me, or does that woman remind you of Angela?" Cooper asked.
"Angela Farmer from your old job at Make It Work?"
"Yes." Cooper nodded. John chuckled.
"I think they both look like they're channeling Marilyn Monroe. Angela is the older version and Monica is the—"
He shook his head.
"Got me. Monica is not exactly a spring chicken."
Cooper released a breath. I can't believe she called Magnolia's marvels pedestrian.
Ignore. Everything Monica does is to turn the attention back on her. She's like one of those radio talk show hosts who say outrageous things for the purpose of stirring things up and increasing ratings. Negative attention is far better than no attention to people like that.
I feel sorry for her. That's a terrible attitude. John scooped up a bite of waffle with his fork.
I agree. And one of these days she's gonna go too far and regret it.
A shiver raced over her at John's words. She feared he was right. People like Monica Amsterdam eventually paid the price for their behavior. Cooper had no desire to be around when that happened. On Sunday morning, Cooper raced into the Hope Street Church Christian Academy classroom where her Bible study group met and placed a plastic container next to the coffee urn. I'm sorry to be late. Grammy Lee's rescue cat got out and it took a can of tuna to lure a little boy back into the house.
A smart cat,
Bryant said with a laugh. You have no idea. He's learned how to push down the screen door handle. Cooper removed the lid from the container and turned to the group, which had begun preparations for the Bible study. My mother wants your honest opinion on her cinnamon roll bites. Quentin jumped up.
You know I'm always willing to sacrifice myself for Maggie Lee's baked goods.
He carefully plucked a pastry from the container and popped it into his mouth.
Oh,
he moaned.
These are amazing. The cinnamon is subtle, and the cream cheese has a hint of, is it orange?
Cooper nodded. Very good, Chef Quentin. Trish put her Bible in her chair and got up. There go my good intentions. She moved across the room in a floral spring dress. Cooper envied the casual elegance of her friend. She ought to ask Trish for fashion pointers, and maybe break out of her usual slacks and blouse routine. She didn't dare ask Ashley, who would take a request for pointers as an open invitation to make over Cooper's entire life. Move over, Quentin, Trish said. Time to share the calories. A moment later, all the Bible study members were licking their lips and commenting on the delicious cinnamon bites. My only complaint is that they're bites. One simply is not enough, Savannah said with a chuckle. I have good news to go with the pastries, Cooper said. Jake wiped his mouth with a napkin and grinned.
As good as these bites?
You can decide, Cooper teased. We're all invited to the cooking competition. John found out he's competing in the first one, which is next Saturday.
That's terrific.
Quentin grinned.
Go, John. I can't believe he didn't tell me.
Cooper was surprised as well. John and Quentin had a bit of a bromance going over their mutual interest in cooking. He's been really busy. Cooper returned. All I know is that production has been moved to Saturdays, in an effort to encourage greater attendance from the studio audience. John asked if we could bring our significant others as well. He'll have tickets at the front desk. The more people who attend, the happier the show's executive producer will be. Wonderful timing for me, Trish said. I recently started a new agent at Tyler Fine Properties. She can handle Saturday, so I can attend the taping. The hubby's out of town, or I'd invite him as well.
Count me in,
Bryant Shelton said.
If we can get a babysitter, my bride will join us.
Quentin chuckled.
How long can you call Jane your bride? It'll be a year in September. I'm the happiest man alive,
Bryant said. He pushed a lock of blonde hair off his forehead and smiled.
When I stop calling her my bride, you should start to worry.
Aw, that's so sweet, Trish said. Cooper smiled at the exchange. After a few disastrous impulse marriages, it was lovely to see Bryant so happy.
I'll do my best to join you,
Jake said.
But you know how it goes. A chef may work from dusk to dawn, but a plumber's work is never done.
Savannah laughed. I hadn't heard that saying quite like that. Cooper looked at Quentin. Will you bring Libby?
If she's not working, I will.
Quentin grinned. I take it that means things are going well?
Slowly and surely. That's all I'm prepared to say.
You know I'm a huge fan of Slowly and Surely, Cooper said.
Count me in for the taping, added Savannah. I can't see much, but I'm happy to support Chef Eason.
Thank you all, Cooper said. I'll tell John he'll be happy to know there will be friendly faces in the audience.
Do you know who his competition is?
Savannah asked. Cooper shook her head. Yes, but I can't tell you. The chefs are sworn to secrecy.
Can't wait,
Quentin said. I forgot to mention that I met Monica Amsterdam.
What? Cooper, how could you forget?
Trish straightened in her seat.
Tell all.
I probably shouldn't. She insulted my mother's treats, so I'm not objective.
Oh, my,
Trish said.
Quentin laughed. That woman better watch her step, or the Magnolia's Marbles fan club will be having a come-to-Jesus meeting if she doesn't back off.
Cooper laughed. Hopefully it won't come to that. Savannah looked at the oversized watch face on her wrist.
Speaking of coming to the Lord, we better get started. Jake, can you pass out our new study guides, please?
Trish clapped her hands.
Oh, I love it when we start a new study. What's this one?
Instead of a specific book of the Bible, we'll be tackling a topic. Trust.
Wow,
Bryant said.
That's huge.
It is, isn't it? Savannah said. Trust affects all areas of our lives, personal and career, family and friends.
I'm very excited,
Cooper said. She opened the workbook and inhaled the scent of fresh print. The smell was better than any perfume. I have to admit that trust has always been an issue for me. Once burned, twice shy, as they say. Then this is the perfect study, Savannah said. Let's start with a prayer, and then we'll see who remembers trust Bible verses off the top of their head. She turned to Bryant. Mr. Meteorologist, would you lead us in prayer?
Yes, ma'am.
He bowed his head.
Lord, we thank you for the privilege of fellowship. We are grateful for all you have to teach us in this study. Open our ears, our hearts, and our minds to your truths. Amen.
The group murmured amens. Anyone recall any trust verses from memory? Savannah asked. Jake raised a hand.
Trust in the Lord with all thine heart, and lean not into thine own understanding. In all thy ways acknowledge him, and he shall direct thy paths.
Nicely done, Jake. Savannah nodded. Proverbs. Yes, one of the great promises of the Bible.
Quite a promise indeed,
Bryant said. Anyone remember who offered this in Proverbs? Savannah asked. Solomon, Cooper said. Not that I'm a font of biblical knowledge, but this is one verse I rely on often. Me too, said Trish, through my cancer diagnosis and treatment especially.
Speaking of paths,
Quentin said,
this group certainly has been directed down a few. I dare say we wouldn't have succeeded without trusting and leaning on the Lord.
Yes, I concur, Savannah said. Discussion on the topic ensued as the group spent the rest of the hour sharing trust verses and what the verses meant to them. When the wall clock in the classroom moved to the top of the hour, they gathered their belongings in preparation for the church service. Thanks, Savannah, Cooper said as she straightened in her chair. In case I haven't mentioned it lately, your leadership and this group mean a lot to me. Why, Cooper, what a sweet thing to say. She put a hand on Cooper's arm. Just know I'll be praying for John this week.
We all will,
Quentin said. Trish, Bryant, and Jake all nodded in agreement. Thank you, Cooper murmured. Gratitude filled her heart at the words as her gaze scanned the faces of each member of the Bible study. Then she smiled, realizing how blessed she was to call this group her friends. Chapter 3. The bells on Bits and Pieces' door offered a pleasant hello as Cooper turned the key in the lock and stepped inside on Tuesday morning. After disarming the security system, she flipped on the lights, but kept the closed sign in place since the shop didn't open until 10. Cooper leaned against the door for a moment and smiled as she inhaled the scent of vanilla and lavender. Her gaze scanned the shop. Her shop. A combination of new and vintage. The inventory included unique pieces such as teacups, mirrors, milk glass, jadeite, and mason jars filled with old silverware displayed on antique furniture. As agreed, Cooper took over the shop from John's aunt, Sarah Eason, in March after 8 weeks of training. Not a day went by that Cooper didn't say a prayer of thanks for this new career path. She'd gone from consigning her upcycled birdhouses to Sarah Eason to becoming the owner and manager of Bits and Pieces. Despite her training, lingering doubt kept Cooper awake at night. Could she manage the shop effectively once Sarah took off on her cruise and wasn't around to answer Cooper's questions? A glance at the antique French clock on the wall told her that she had only 2 hours before the store opened for the day. 2 hours to check inventory and complete the accounting paperwork. When the shop closed at 5, Cooper would spend a few hours completing the various in-progress birdhouses in her little workroom. Time flew as Cooper sat at her desk in the small office. Besides birdhouses, Cooper had a natural affinity for numbers. The paperwork was completed well before the clock struck 9. She stood and stretched, reaching for a microfiber cloth to quickly dust the display shelves in the shop. At 9:30, Sarah swept in, smiling. The first thing she did was brew a pot of herbal tea in the back room. When Cooper brought up her concerns about running the shop on her own, Sarah dismissed them with a wave of her hand. "I am confident you will do fine, my dear. You're a natural." Sarah placed her teacup on a small oak table reserved for staff meetings and appointments with vendors. "However, we must find you an assistant. I have a young lady coming by to interview this morning." "Wonderful. Once you hire your own staff and start to put your own brand on the place, you'll relax." "I hope you're right." "I am," Sarah said with a laugh. "Age has some advantages. Give yourself grace. Your journey has only begun." Cooper nodded and tucked away the older woman's sage words. "Oh, and Sarah, do you think the college girls who worked here last summer might be interested in a few hours on Saturdays? Specifically this Saturday?" "I don't know, but I'll get you their phone numbers." She chuckled. "Neither of us wants to miss John's television debut." "I'm so excited," Cooper admitted. "Me too." Sarah glanced at the clock. "Well, it's my turn for the bank run. I'll be back shortly." No sooner had Sarah departed than the bells tinkled a song, announcing a customer. "Cooper?" The familiar sound of a Yorkshire Terrier yapping filled the air. Cooper perked up. Not only was the doggy bark familiar, but so was the human voice that had her smiling. "Angela, is that you?" "It sure is, and I brought Betty Boop. We stopped by the Barclays Bakery to pick up doggy treats, and Betty insisted we visit our favorite shopkeeper." Cooper came around the corner to see Angela with her black and tan Yorkie clutched to her generous bosom, and a dozen roses wrapped in layers of green waxed paper in her other hand. "Here, take these quickly before I drop 'em." Betty also insisted upon being carried. Cooper reached out and took the bundle of flowers and inhaled the sweet fragrance of the blooms. "These are lovely. And what a beautiful shade of yellow." "They're for you. Pale yellow, like your hair, Coop." "For me? What's the occasion?" Angela smoothed her platinum bob and tucked Betty Boop closer. "A woman doesn't need an occasion to treat herself. If I taught you anything and make it work, I hope it was that. Never wait around for someone else to pamper you. You, Cooper Lee, deserve flowers on your desk every week." Cooper smiled. Angela was the epitome of over-the-top glam. From her platinum hair to her pale pink pencil skirt and matching silk blouse, she was a woman who embraced her brand. Sarah had mentioned brand as well. Maybe it was time for Cooper to spend time figuring out her own brand. "How's the new career path going?" Angela asked. She stepped further into the shop and began to inspect the shelves with interest, eyeing price tags as she went. "Ooh, I'll take these brass quail bookends. I think you have my card on file." "We do." Cooper took the jaunty little birds from the shelf and brought them to the counter to wrap. Angela continued to move through the store, adding a crystal perfume spritzer and a depression glass candy dish to her growing stack of purchases. You can toss in a few Magnolia's Marvels, too. Cooper rang up Angela's purchases, carefully wrapped them in tissue and placed them in a bits and pieces logo shopping bag. She added a few raspberry chocolate fudge Marvels on the house. "So, how did you say things are?" Angela called. "Good. What about you?" Cooper worked to divert the conversation away from herself. "How's married life?" "It's been 1 year since Mr. Farmer and I renewed our vows. I've convinced him to take me on a bus tour." "Oh? A bus tour where?" "It's a 2-week excursion to Mount Rushmore in the Black Hills area. It includes the tasting trail through local wineries and breweries. Isn't that romantic?" Angela sighed, her eyes twinkling. "I never really thought of a bus tour that way, but yes, sure, it sounds like fun." Angela approached the counter, smiling. Then her eyes clouded. "But we've run into a little snag." "What's that?" "I need someone to take care of Betty Boop." Cooper's eyes popped wide and her head jerked up. "I have cats." The words were nearly a squeak. "Betty likes cats." Angela adjusted the pink rhinestone collar on the terrier's neck and smoothed the animal's furry coat. "Angela, I work long hours here at the shop." A bright smile lit Angela's face. "See, that's not even going to be a problem. Betty is enrolled in doggy daycare Monday through Friday. All her friends are there, Tiffany, Princess, and Xavier. You'd just drop her off before work and pick her up on your way home." "I don't know." Cooper hesitated. "What about the weekends?" "She's really no problem. Betty can sleep on your pillow in the back room if you have to come into the shop." "When's your trip? And it's for 2 weeks, you say?" Cooper gulped. 2 weeks. "Well, today is Tuesday." She began to count on her fingers, the fire engine red nails glistening in the morning light. "We leave next Tuesday. I'd drop her off on Monday night." Angela's face crumpled. "Oh, please, Cooper. Our sitter had a death in the family and is out of town. I don't know what I'll do if we have to cancel the trip. It means so much to us." It's been so stressful since you left. I haven't wanted to say anything, but losing you was like losing 2 people. You're irreplaceable, Coop, everyone agrees. Especially Mr. Farmer." Cooper took a deep breath, her resolve wavering. After all Angela and Mr. Farmer had done for her, there was no way she could turn her down. Ignoring the flashing red lights in her head, Cooper nodded. Somehow she would make it work. She smiled to herself. Pun intended. "Sure, Angela, I can take care of Betty Boop." "Oh, thank you." Angela reached out and hugged Cooper, nearly smushing Betty, who protested with a yelp. "Now, you get those flowers and water. I'll call you this week to work out the details. Don't forget your purchases." Cooper offered her friend the bag. "Oh, retail therapy. I feel better already." Angela grinned and offered a 2-finger wave as she sashayed from the shop. Cooper sighed as she filled a vase with water from the back room. She mulled over what she had just agreed to as she removed the foliage from the bottom of the stems one by one before adding them to the vase. "Think positive," she said aloud. "It's only 2 weeks. What could go wrong?" At the words, the door of the shop opened and a teenager with neon purple braids paused in the doorway and looked around. The young woman's hair matched the purple and orange tie-dyed t-shirt and purple high-top sneakers she wore. Torn jeans finished out the gal's outfit. "May I help you?" Cooper asked. "I have an appointment with Ms. Lee." "That's me, you must be Zoe. Nice to meet you." Cooper offered a hand and the girl took it hesitantly. Cooper led her to the meeting table and gestured for her to have a seat. "Did you happen to bring a resume?" "Resume? The only job I've ever had was flipping burgers at Dairy Queen on Saturdays. I graduate from high school in 2 weeks." "Congratulations," Cooper said. "What are your plans after you graduate?" Zoe's brown eyes rounded. Am I supposed to have plans?
Not necessarily. I was just making conversation.
Uh-oh, wrong question. Cooper silently chastised herself. Job interviews were stressful. On top of that, there was a lot of pressure on high school graduates to decide what they wanted to do with the rest of their lives. Cooper couldn't help but think back to when she was first hired at Make It Work, fresh out of college with a degree that she had no idea how to use. The only real job she'd ever had was as a cashier at the campus bookstore to help with her college tuition. Mr. Farmer gave her a chance, and that chance led to where she was today. She had promised her daddy that she'd give Zoe a chance as well, and Cooper intended to do just that. It didn't really matter what the kid's plans were as long as she planned to do a good job at bits and pieces. "Why should I hire you?" Cooper asked. Zoe shrugged. "I might not be the brightest crayon in the box, but I'm the hardest working, and I won't let you down." "Fair enough. I'll give you some paperwork to fill out and return. Then you'll need to call for a pre-employment physical and drug test and go online for the background check. All the information is on the paperwork." Cooper knew how to hire from years of hiring at Make It Work. If your background check and everything else comes back clean, you've got the job. A faint smile appeared. "Thanks." "No, thank you. I need the help." Zoe looked around. "What exactly will I be doing?" "Oh, a little bit of everything. It's never boring here. Sometimes we'll head out to estate sales to look for merchandise for the shop, or you might work the cash register. I can always use help with the birdhouses." "I thought this was a gift shop." "It's bits and pieces. Gifts, collectibles, a few antiques, and lots of birdhouses." "Birdhouses?" Interest flickered in Zoe's eyes. "May I see them?" "Sure. There's an aviary room over here." Cooper loved an opportunity to show off her craft. The aviary room, as she called it, had been started by Sarah. The birdhouses were suspended on tree branches hung at various heights from the ceiling. Most of the houses were made of wood and were painted with pastel chalk paint and whitewashed. Each was unique because of the reclaimed items they featured. Pieces of metal, antique silverware, buttons, or even jewelry decorated the birdhouses. Cooper strived for each one to be not only whimsical but original. On one wall hung a framed copy of Richmond magazine that featured her birdhouses. Zoe's brown eyes rounded as her gaze scanned the room. "Who makes these?" Cooper smiled at the words that were laced with awe. "I do," she said. "Some are decorative for collectors and others are functional." She grinned. "For the birds." "Wow. I'd love to do something like this." "You're in the right place, then. I have a work area that I can let you loose in after hours." Cooper couldn't help but grin again. She'd love nothing more than to find someone as enthusiastic about birdhouses as she was. Cool. Cooper couldn't agree more. She assessed Zoe's outfit. "Let's talk about dress code." Zoe glanced down at her torn jeans and psychedelic t-shirt. "What's wrong with my clothes?" "Not a thing. I love your shirt. I have a similar one with a Beatles yellow submarine on the back. But here at the shop, we want to emphasize our unique items, not call attention to ourselves. I'd like you to wear dark pants and a solid color blouse. Simple and informal with any type of closed-toe shoe. You'll be opening boxes and lifting furniture, so your shoes must be functional." It was the uniform that Sarah had required from all her employees, and Cooper intended to continue the tradition which brought a measure of class to the shop. "Seriously?" Zoe returned with an almost obstinate frown. "I don't have black slacks or a blouse." "Once you're officially on the payroll, I'll give you an advance on your first paycheck." The teenager blinked. "You'd trust me to work off an advance?" "Of course. I wouldn't hire you if I didn't trust you." "Thanks, Miss Lee." "Cooper. You can call me Cooper." She smiled. "I'll give you a call when your paperwork comes back. You can start as soon as school is out, I assume." "I can work afternoons and Saturdays right now," Zoe said. She paused and glanced away. "I can't work on Sundays. I've got something else going on." The shop is closed on Sunday and Monday, though I'm usually here on Mondays. Cooper looked at Zoe, who seemed preoccupied with her sneakers. She was definitely hiding something. Then she recalled her father's comment about Zoe getting into trouble, right before she agreed to give the teenager a chance. "I look forward to welcoming you on board, Zoe." She meant the words. Something in her gut told her that hiring the teenager was what she was supposed to do. "Well, Coop, I have to admit you exceeded my expectations today," Ashley said. "I did?" Cooper raised a brow in question as they were seated at La Sala for brunch. Unfolding her napkin, she thought back over her exhausting day so far. Shopping was followed by a blowout for Ashley at a swanky hair salon, while Cooper read magazines filled with high-end home decor until her eyes crossed. Once Ashley's blonde hair was perfectly coiffed again, they headed to the nail salon and a pit stop at Trader Joe's. "Yes, you were long-suffering when I got my hair done and didn't complain once today." "It's nice to have time with my sister," Cooper said with a limp smile. Yes, she was pooped, but it was good to see Ashley back to her polished and impossibly perfect self. Cooper glanced around at the elegant surroundings. The restaurant boasted polished oak walls and soft lighting. Crisp off-white linens covered the tables, along with black napkins. The chairs were buttery soft leather. Who would have thought that she, Cooper Lee, would be dining at the most exclusive restaurant in town? "You got us into La Sala," Ashley cooed. "I'm so impressed. Wait until I tell my friends." It was all John. Cooper straightened the cutlery and adjusted the black linen napkin on her lap. "Tell me again, what's going on with John and the cooking show?" "If John wins this week, he'll advance to next week's show." "This is wonderful. I'm sure he'll win." "Me too. And I want to be there to see that happen." Cooper checked her phone. "We can't dawdle. The taping begins in 2 hours." "I won't dawdle, but I am certainly not going to rush this meal." Ashley sat back in her chair, practically purring with pleasure. "Shall we have champagne with lunch?" "None for me, I'm driving." "I plan to have a Bellini. A day with my sister is worth celebrating. I tell you, Coop, having children is life-changing. 6 months ago, I thought I'd launch a career as an event planner. Now I call grocery shopping an event." Ashley narrowed her gaze. "When are you going to get married and give Mama and Daddy grandchildren?" "That's your job." Ashley scoffed at the response and leaned forward, assessing Cooper, her brilliant blue eyes probing. "Are you ever going to settle down, Cooper?" "Settle down? What does that even mean?" Cooper glanced away. She'd heard this song from Ashley and Grammy much too often since she'd turned 30. "My bills are paid. I have a new career path. I'm the manager of a gift shop in a lovely part of downtown Richmond. How much more settled do you want?" "You still live above your parents' garage." Cooper stiffened with indignation. "I tried to pay Mama and Daddy rent and they refused. I bought them a new washing machine for Christmas to show my appreciation." "That's not what I mean," Ashley said. Just then, a server poured water into crystal goblets, while another handed them menus and rattled off the chef's specials. "We'll need a few moments," Ashley said with a smile. "But I'll have a peach Bellini and my sister will have iced tea, please." "Yes, ma'am." The server bowed slightly and turned away. "What do you mean?" Cooper asked. "I mean you need a real apartment, where you can entertain." "I don't entertain anything but a good night's sleep, Ash. Do you even know me?" Ashley sighed heavily. "Oh, Cooper, use your imagination. You could host a dinner party for the Bible study if you had a proper living space. I bet you could even buy a nice little house. Just think about it, okay?" "Fine, I'll think about it. But I can tell you right now, a new place to live is not on my list of priorities." "Maybe it should be." She looked at Cooper. "Doesn't John have an apartment?" "Not currently. He rents one of the Gardner cottages on the Atwood Inn property. It'll be easier to stay on the premises once the greenhouse goes up." Cooper glanced at one side of the menu and then the other. horrified at the prices. I guess that means he doesn't have a bachelor pad. Cooper ignored her. These prices are outrageous. She could pay her water, electric, and gas bill with what today's meal would cost. Nonsense, this is on me. I haven't used my credit cards in so long they're feeling abandoned. Order whatever you like. That's nice of you. Cooper ought to feel bad about her sister springing for brunch. She didn't. Ashley's disposable income seemed limitless. It's my pleasure. Ashley picked up her menu. Let's order different things and we can taste each other's. Fine by me. I don't know what half the things on this menu are, so you can decide for me. Perfect. No sooner had Ashley set the menus aside than a server appeared with their drinks and took their order. Do you think Chef Anton is in the kitchen? Cooper asked. No, I read an article in Richmond Gourmet Living that said he's only in the restaurant for the workly staff meetings. Chef Malcolm Brim is entrusted to manage the kitchen on a daily basis. Ashley leaned close. Brim's appointment isn't without controversy either. She whispered, What do you mean? And how do you know all this? I have friends in tasty places. Ashley giggled and examined the glossy finish on her nails. Cooper glanced at her own nails. She had gone with cotton candy pink seduction this time. In her opinion, the pale pink did not ooze seduction as promised. What's the controversy? Cooper asked. Sous chef Sophia Donato was supposed to take over the management of the kitchen, but Chef Anton's fiancée threw a fit. She was jealous of Sophia. Cooper blinked. Wow. Didn't you see that dig in the review that Monica Amsterdam did of the restaurant? I guess it went right over my head. Ashley pulled out her phone and started scrolling. Listen to this. LaSalle's chef likes to play in and out of the kitchen, I've heard. That's not exactly an indictment, it's gossip. Cooper shook her head. Maybe we shouldn't perpetuate the rumors. She glanced around. It certainly is taking a long time for our meals. Here they come, Ashley said with a nod. 2 waiters approached them and placed hot dishes on the table and refilled Cooper's tea. The aromas of sauce, basil, and lemon mingled together to taunt her empty stomach. After a prayer, Cooper examined the pasta dish in front of her with curiosity. What is it you ordered me? Cassarece pasta caponata. You'll love it. Cooper raised a fork to her mouth and smiled as the tangy sauce touched her tongue. Oh my, this is delicious. Told you. You'll have to try mine. It's Chef Parsley's own recipe for chicken piccata. The meal was mostly silent as Cooper savored every single bite of her pasta. I take back every miserly thought I had about the prices here. This is worth every penny. She finally said, It really is. Oh, I meant to ask you, did Mama talk to you about Daddy's retire— Ashley gasped and put down her fork. Oh my goodness. What? Look. Ashley nodded behind Cooper. Where? Cooper swiveled in her chair, nearly knocking her napkin to the ground. What am I looking at? Over there. That private table near the back. The woman with the dark glasses and scarf. It's Monica Amsterdam. I recognize her from my gym. And the chef she's talking to? Sophia Donato. What do you think is going on? Why would Monica be at the restaurant? I'd be afraid to step foot in here. Although Monica seems to fear nothing and no one. As they spoke, a tall male chef wearing a white jacket with a white toque on his head pushed through the kitchen doors and strode to the table. Uh-oh, Ashley said. Who is that? Cooper asked. Chef Brim. He stood glaring at Monica, arms at his hips, his face a thunderstorm. Brim offered sharp words to Chef Donato. The waitstaff and most of the patrons turned at his outburst and stared as Chef Donato gave as good as she got. After a long pause in the conversation, Donato raised her hand and slapped Brim. The entire restaurant gasped. Oh my, Cooper said. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. A glance around the room revealed several patrons filming the exchange on their phones. "Look," Ashley said. "Monica is leaving." True enough, the food critic collected her purse and stood, quickly departing. "I wish we were closer," Ashley said. "I heard irresponsible and outrageous. Did you hear anything?" "Not really." Cooper turned back around in her chair, glanced at her watch and grimaced. "Ash, we have to get over to the studio soon. I'm surprised Monica was here in the first place. She's due at Rich 17 as well." Ashley lifted her champagne flute and downed the last drops of her Bellini. "Dessert first. I didn't come all the way here to leave without tasting the cannoli creme torte. And I'm ordering you a slice of the cherry cheesecake, in honor of the recent National Cherry Cheesecake Day." Cooper's brows rose. "I had no idea." "Okay, but eat fast." Ashley's face reflected indignation. "I will not eat fast. This is La Sala. One does not shovel down food prepared at a 3-star Michelin restaurant." 45 minutes later, Cooper hissed at her sister as they raced across the parking lot toward the crosswalk. "Hurry, Ash. Once they close the doors, we won't be able to get into the television studio." "Ugh, I can't walk faster. I'm so full." Cooper's phone pinged. "It's Trish. She wants to know where I am." Cooper typed back, "On my way," as she picked up her pace. Once the light turned green, Cooper grabbed Ashley's arm and pulled her along toward the white brick building. With her damp blouse clinging to her back, she yanked open the glass doors of Dyson Broadcasting and raced up to the reception desk, only to be told they were too late. "We missed it," Cooper moaned. "We missed the taping." "It'll be on television." Cooper stared at her sister. "John is my boyfriend. This is really important, Ash, and I blew it." "He'll understand, Coop." Ashley sank into a couch and took a breath. "I didn't know you could move that fast." She pulled a tissue out of her purse and patted her forehead. "At least it's cool in here." Cooper had no response. How could she have missed the taping? "Did I mention that was the best cannoli creme torte I've ever had in my life? I could die happy right now," Ashley said. Her temper flaring, Cooper knew better than to respond to her sister right now. For minutes, they sat side by side on the couch, staring at the red neon light that spelled taping in progress. After 20 minutes, Ashley sighed. "Can we go now?" she asked softly. "No. We're going to sit here in case they take a break. Then we can get inside." "You know it wasn't really our fault," her sister returned. "The staff at La Sala was so frazzled after Chef Brim got into it with Chef Donato. It took forever to get our check from the server." Her stomach in knots and her head pounding, Cooper jumped up and paced the lobby. This was the first time John really asked anything of her, and she'd messed up. "This is sort of boring. You know, Cooper?" "You can leave if you want to. I'm staying." No, I'll stay." Ashley released another dramatic sigh. "I didn't realize this meant so much to you." Cooper swallowed as realization hit. "I guess I didn't either." She sank down on the couch next to Ashley again. 30 minutes dragged by with only the beeping of the phones and the voices at the receptionist's desk echoing in the empty lobby. "I have to use the ladies' room," Ashley whispered. "Just go to the desk, and they'll direct you." Cooper fiddled with her phone in her sister's absence. The taping could take hours. Maybe they should leave. Minutes later, Ashley returned. Her face reflected stunned surprise. "What's wrong?" Cooper asked. "The strangest thing happened." She plopped down next to Cooper. "I was escorted to the restroom, and the gal from the desk waited in the hallway. I could actually hear the applause of the audience from there. When I came out, someone came barreling from another hallway and nearly knocked me over." "What?" "Yes." Ashley frowned. "Look at my nail. When I say she ran into me, I mean it." Cooper glanced at her sister's ragged fingernail with stunned surprise. "Do you know who it was?" "You'll think I'm imagining things, but I could have sworn it was Vivi. The model? Vivi is a member of my fitness club." "Why would you think it was Vivi?" Cooper asked. "I got a glimpse of her face. but the cloud of visage following her was the real tell. Visage? You know, the perfume. Ashley pulled out an emery board and tended to her broken nail. No, I don't know. Surely you've seen the ad. Vivi walks across the sand, the waves are rolling in. Ashley lowered her voice to a husky tone. You'll want to be a visage. Cooper tried not to laugh. Okay, I'm not a visage, but it certainly is odd that Chef Anton's fiancé would nearly run you over like that and not stop to apologize. I agree. Ashley glanced around the lobby. Did you see her come through here? No one has come in or left. That's very odd as well. Ashley frowned. Why isn't she in the studio? Got me, Cooper said. You're certain it was Vivi? It happened really fast, but I think so. Ashley looked around the empty lobby. What's next? I think we should leave, Cooper said. It seemed obvious they weren't going to have an opportunity to get into the taping. Her stomach clenched at the realization. Are you sure? Ashley said. She put her hand on Cooper's arm. I feel really bad about this. It's fine, Cooper said. She stood and prepared to leave. I'll make it up to John. Oh! Ashley giggled as she too got up. The make it up part is the best. Cooper jerked back. Stop that. Ashley put her arm through Cooper's as they walked toward the glass door. I am the married Lee sister. I can give you all sorts of advice from the romance department. You know, to shake things up. Don't take offense, Ash, but I don't need to shake up anything. You two are going under the speed limit, and you aren't getting any younger. I like the speed we're going just fine. Cooper smiled and glanced at the charm bracelet on her wrist. A small silver rolling pin attached to a silver heart dangled from the bracelet John gave her last Christmas. Yes, things were going at just the right speed. Chapter 4. Cooper opened her eyes and blinked as she registered the noise. If this was a dream, why could she hear someone banging on her door? Cooper, wake up! Mama? She shot up in bed. The action caused Moses and Miriam to dive under the covers. Betty Boop didn't move. She continued to snore on her gold pillow in the corner. The little terrier had whined when Angela dropped her off last night, then chased the cats for a good hour before finally dozing off on her throne. Rubbing her eyes, Cooper stumbled through her minuscule living room, grateful that she'd tidied the apartment before bed. She unlocked the door for her mother and leaned against the back of the couch. Mama, is everything okay? Grammy isn't sick, is she? No, we're fine. Maggie stepped into the apartment with a canvas tote on her arm. What time is it? Cooper asked with a yawn. 6 a.m.? Her mother pointed behind Cooper. You have a dog. Cooper turned to find Betty sitting in the hall assessing the situation, none too pleased at being woken from her beauty sleep. No, it's Angela's dog. Remember the terrier from her wedding? Oh, yes, Betty Boop. Why is she here? Dog sitting. I forgot to mention it. Angela dropped her off last night. Cooper yawned again. What's going on? I thought you should see the Tuesday paper before you head to the shop. Maggie opened the canvas bag on her arm and removed the Richmond Times-Dispatch. Here, be careful. Your daddy hasn't read it yet. He had to get to Walmart when the doors opened. They're having a sale on grass seed. The paper? Goosebumps raced over Cooper's arms. Why? What happened? Monica Amsterdam was murdered. She was found in the La Sala kitchen yesterday morning by the cleaning crew. Murdered? Cooper's jaw sagged and her stomach took a nosedive. Instantly awake, she rubbed her eyes, patted into her kitchenette, and sank into a chair with the newspaper. The front-page article mentioned Detective Olson as the lead investigator. Cooper read the article twice before it sunk in. Monica was stabbed. That's terrible. It sure is. Maggie pulled a bag of muffins and a bunch of bananas from her tote and placed them on the table. They had a sale on bananas at Aldi's. Food was the last thing on Cooper's mind after reading the paper, but she wouldn't tell her mother that. Maggie started the coffee maker and then began to fill the sink with soapy water. "What are you doing?" Cooper asked. "There's a dishwasher. You don't need to do my dishes." "I'm upset I have to keep busy." "Oh, Mama, you're so tender-hearted. And you didn't even know her." "Actually, I did." "What?" Cooper jerked back with surprise. "Monica worked for me off and on during the summer when I moved Magnolia's Marvels from a home operation and rented kitchen space. She was sent over by the temp agency." "So she wasn't at the paper yet?" Maggie shook her head. "No." "What happened? Did she quit?" "Oh, no, I had to let her go. Gently, of course." Maggie shrugged. "She wasn't very skilled in the kitchen. I felt horrible about doing it, but I really had no choice." "You're telling me that Monica Amsterdam, the food critic for the Richmond Times-Dispatch, couldn't cook?" "Couldn't cook and had terrible instincts as well. Do not tell anyone I said that. The poor woman is dead. There's no sense speaking ill of her." Cooper's eyes rounded. This explained Monica's disdainful comment about Magnolia's Marvels. "How come you never mentioned this?" "I only put it together when I saw the ads for Chef Anton's cooking competition on television. I recognized her face." Her mother said, "She used a different name when she was working for me, Mona Erickson, but it's her." "That's strange, isn't it? The name, I mean." "Not necessarily. Maybe she remarried or divorced or something." "Or maybe she's hiding something." The wheels were already turning in Cooper's mind. "You have a very active imagination," Maggie commented. She washed a red striped popcorn bowl, rinsed it carefully, and placed it in the drainer. Then she dried her hands and looked at Cooper. "Which reminds me, did you read the Sunday restaurant review?" Monica managed a lukewarm review of Freddy's Cafe before she met her maker. "I missed that," Cooper said. She rubbed the bridge of her nose. "This is all too much before coffee." "What do you suppose will happen to the restaurant and the cooking show?" Maggie asked. "I don't know. The first round of the cooking competition hasn't even aired yet. Not that I made it to the taping." "I thought you and Ashley went." "That's a long story, but no, we were delayed." "Oh my, I hope John understood." "Mama, John is the sweetest, most understanding man on the planet. He completely understood." "He's a keeper, that boy." Maggie cocked her head. "Is that your phone I hear?" Cooper paused to listen. Sure enough, the muffled sound of the Beatles singing "Here Comes the Sun" was coming from her bedroom. "Yes." She put down the paper and stood. "And I hid my phone inside my pillowcase. Betty kept knocking it off the bedside table and running off with it in her mouth." The eager little terrier followed Cooper into the bedroom and sat at her feet as she searched for and found the singing phone. She recognized the caller as John and sighed. This couldn't be good news. Cooper worked to remain calm. "Good morning, John. I just heard. What can I do?"
"Thanks. I'm downtown at the police station. Uncle Anton is being interviewed regarding Monica Amsterdam's murder. His attorney has arrived, so I have to hurry."
"Oh, no. Can't your brother help him?"
"Unfortunately, no. There's no preferential treatment because my brother happens to be a deputy city attorney for the city of Richmond. The fact that Uncle Anton is a beloved member of the community has been helpful. Everyone has gone out of their way to be encouraging, despite the fact that the police detective has made it clear that he's the prime suspect."
"This is dreadful. I'll be praying."
"Thanks, Cooper."
He paused.
"I hope I didn't wake you."
"No, I was up."
"Good."
Once again, he hesitated.
I
"What is it, John?"
"I have a long day at the inn today. Then I'm going to my uncle's. Could you do a favor for me?"
"Whatever you need."
"Could we meet? You, me, and the Sunrise Bible Study group, say, Thursday night? I know Quentin has choir practice on Wednesday night."
"The Bible study?"
"Yes, you and your friends seem to have a unique perspective in these situations. Since I find myself overwhelmed with questions and concerns, I figured, why not turn things over to the experts?"
"I don't know about experts," Cooper said. They'd stumbled into quite a few cases over the years and were grateful to help those facing unsubstantiated accusations or simply tracking down justice for the victims. The Bible study never looked for opportunities. Opportunities always presented themselves.
To me, you are experts,
John said. The paper said Olson is in charge of the investigation. Cooper returned. The last thing she wanted was to get on the wrong side of the red-headed detective.
That's correct. Detective Olson said he'd schedule an interview with me. My plan is to run a few things by the group before then.
Sure, I'll reach out to everyone. Freddy's, at 7 p.m. on Thursday?
That works. Thanks,
John said, relief heavy in his voice. I'm happy to help. See you then. Cooper disconnected the call and sat on the edge of the bed for a moment, processing everything. Monica Amsterdam wasn't pleasant, but she didn't deserve what happened to her. According to John, Anton Parsley didn't deserve this either. She prayed that John's faith in his uncle's innocence was warranted. Either way, John wanted the group to look into the murder. Cooper wasn't certain that was something she could commit to. After all, she had a new business and her mentor was about to leave for a cruise. Then there was the persnickety Yorkshire Terrier in her care. She had 48 hours to decide. "Everything okay, Cooper?" Maggie called from the kitchen. Cooper walked back toward the kitchen with Betty at her heels, nearly tripping her. As she stepped into the living room, the front door of the apartment opened, and Grammy Lee strolled in. Due to the unseasonably warm weather, her grandmother had put away her velour jogging suits. Currently, she favored yoga pants and a crisp white T-shirt with the Fifth Avenue Animal Shelter logo emblazoned on the front. Grammy paired the outfit with matching pink walking shoes and a hot pink sun visor that set off her white curls. Cooper frowned as she realized that her grandmother had walked up the winding stairs to her apartment above the garage. "Grammy, I thought you couldn't handle those steps with your arthritis."
"Never said I couldn't, granddaughter. Nothing I can't do if I set my mind to it."
"But—" Her grandmother shook her head.
"I choose not to walk up the steps." She continued, "I'm making an exception today because I'm nosy and want to know why my daughter-in-law is here at 6 in the morning instead of downstairs, frying up that smoked bacon Earl bought at the farmer's market."
Grammy side-eyed Maggie.
"Just thinking about that bacon is enough to make my stomach rumble."
"I'll be there shortly. I had to talk to Cooper," Maggie said. Grammy arched a brow.
"About that dead newspaper lady?"
Both Cooper and her mother stared at Grammy. "How did you know?"
"Saw it on television in my room. Channel 6, crack of dawn news."
She chuckled heartily.
"Your friend Bryant best watch himself. There's a new meteorologist on the crack of dawn, Figaro DeLuca. His tan is real and he's spot on with his forecasts."
"I'm sure Bryant is well aware," Cooper said, aware and paranoid.
"Nice and cool up here,"
Grammy observed. Stepping into the kitchen, she glanced around with an approving nod. "Thanks. Daddy put in a mini-split when the window unit died. It's energy efficient."
"Guess you'll never get your own place now."
"Grammy!" Maggie admonished. Cooper's grandmother shrugged without apology.
"Just saying."
A bark interrupted the conversation as Betty Boop tiptoed into the kitchen, her nails clicking on the floor. She looked up at Cooper and whined.
"Sounds like Betty's hungry,"
Maggie said.
"Why is Angela's rat dog here?"
Grammy Lee nabbed a muffin from the table and took a generous bite. "I'm dog-sitting." Cooper went to the cupboard and got out a can of cat food for Moses and Miriam. The inky cats came running at the sound of the can opening, which caused Betty to whine even louder. "Just a minute, Your Highness." Cooper shook her head as she opened the pricey food Angela left and emptied it into the terrier's special bowl. Betty's food must be heated to exactly room temperature.
"Oh, that's a load of malarkey,"
Grammy said. She grabbed the dish from Cooper and placed it on the floor. Betty dug right in without hesitation. Cooper chuckled at her grandmother's infinite wisdom. She sat down and put her phone on the table. "Let's not mention that to Angela, Grammy."
"Who was calling you so early, Cooper?"
Maggie asked. "John. His uncle is being interviewed at the police station." She sighed. The Bible study is going to meet him at Freddie's Cafe Thursday night.
That's very nice of you to support a friend. I'm sure he appreciates it,
Maggie said. When Betty yapped in agreement, Cooper looked at the dog and groaned. Oh no, I forgot about Betty Boop. How am I going to drive across town to pick up Betty from doggy daycare and bring her home in time to get to Freddie's?
Leave Betty with me on Thursday,
Grammy Lee piped up. Are you sure? Betty is very particular. Grammy stared pointedly at the dog chowing down her breakfast.
Granddaughter, I've been volunteering at the rescue more years than I can count. I think I can handle one spoiled terrier.
Oh, sorry, Grammy, you're right. Yes, her grandmother was the Lee family animal whisperer who rescued a dog, a cat, and a red-tailed hawk.
Course I am,
Grammy said. She headed to the front door with a nod to Maggie.
I'll tell Popeye you'll be along soon to fry up that bacon.
Cooper's mother laughed as the door closed. That pug would give Angela's dog a run for her money when it comes to spoiled. She glanced at her watch. I better get along as well. Your father'll be back from Walmart and wonder where the paper is. And I've got a busy schedule. Magnolia's Marvels or your catering business?
Both. I'm catering an event at the senior center soon, and I have a 9 a.m. meeting with the staff to discuss the menu.
Wonderful, congratulations. If you're accepting more catering appointments, I guess that means that Daddy is really retiring.
Yes, Ashley's planning his party. Last Saturday in June, save the date.
Ah, well. Cooper paused. Mama, there's something I need to mention.
Oh?
Maggie's brows rose.
What is it, Cooper?
Once Daddy retires, I want to start paying rent.
Don't let Grammy Lee get you upset.
No, I'm used to Grammy and Ashley giving me a hard time. I want to pay rent, and now that I've paid off my canceled wedding, there's no reason not to.
Let me talk to your father,
her mother said. She tucked in the kitchen chairs and picked up her tote bag. Mama, I wasn't asking. I'm telling you. Maggie chuckled. Fine, Cooper, we can discuss it when Earl retires. This time it was Cooper who laughed at her mother's effort to avoid the subject. The only thing to discuss is whose name you want the check made out to.
We'll chat later. Right now I need to run.
Maggie reached out and hugged Cooper and grabbed the paper from the table.
Have a good day at work.
Love you, Mama.
Love you too, Cooper.
And thank you for spending the day with Ashley. You can't imagine how that helped her outlook. She idolizes you.
Me?
Cooper tried to wrap her head around that. Ashley is perfect and she has everything. Why would she idolize me?
Because you don't need anyone, Cooper. You've always done it all yourself.
Mama, why do you suppose Ashley and I are so different? The question had plagued Cooper most of her life, though she'd never had the courage to bring up the subject. Maggie sighed.
That's probably your father's and my fault. You came into the world swinging, so independent and ahead of yourself. Cooper, you crushed all the milestones.
A wistful smile touched her lips.
Ashley, as you know, was premature. We spent an awful lot of time in the neonatal intensive care unit. Though she finally came home, healthy as can be, we hovered. For a long time, probably. Too long.
That explains why sometimes I sense that Ash is annoyed with me for no reason.
Cooper, she's not annoyed. She's probably a wee bit envious. Be gentle with your sister. Your shoes are tough to fill.
Cooper laughed. Tell me about it. Ashley wears a size 4. She can get both her feet into my shoe. That's not what I meant. Her mother scolded. Just kidding.
Now, I really must get going. If I stay too long, Granny might start cooking bacon herself. 2 of us in the kitchen won't end well.
She smiled.
I'll be praying for John and his uncle.
Thanks, Mama. Cooper shut the door and jumped at the sound of something hitting the ground. She turned in time to see her phone on the floor. Betty picked it up in her mouth and pranced down the hall, her little tail waving.
Stop, Betty!
Cooper raced down the hall after the pup. This was only day 1 of Angela's vacation. What had she gotten herself into? Everything okay, Cooper? Sarah turned from her examination of a shipment of teacups that just arrived. She removed the packing material from the last box and placed the final cup with the others in a prominent location on a rustic farmhouse sidebar. You've been unusually quiet this morning. Cooper wiped a speck of dust from the Bordallo Pinheiro cabbage dinner plate collection. Yes, sorry, Sarah. I keep thinking about Monica Amsterdam. It's all I can think about since I read the paper this morning. Sad situation. Sarah gave a solemn nod and tucked her short brown hair, woven with threads of gray behind her ears. And from what John has told me, the staff of La Sala are like family. Imagine realizing there's a murderer among you. Gosh, you're right, Cooper said. Do you know Chef Anton well? No, not well. Anton is close to John's mother's side of the family. Sarah stood back to assess the teacup arrangement with a critical eye. Have you met John's family yet? Only you. I am the last of the paternal family tree here in Virginia. My parents, John's grandparents, retired to Arizona. Cooper hadn't thought about it before, but John had been to her parents' home several times. However, except for Sarah, she'd never met his family. Should she be concerned? They met last summer and only really started seeing each other officially last fall. She knew John's brother was previously married to Ashley's friend Mindy, and his maternal grandparents were no longer alive. That was the extent of her info on the Easons. Perhaps John was hesitant for her to meet his family. Do you think it's odd I haven't met John's parents? Cooper asked. Not at all. Manon, John's mother, is terribly busy and travels quite a bit. She's a big shot for a non-profit. My brother James is an actuary. Very boring job, in my opinion. Sarah paused and met Cooper's gaze. I wouldn't overthink things. Sarah was right. She was overthinking. One minute she was getting used to having a steady boyfriend, and the next she was blowing a non-issue out of proportion. The shop bells announced a visitor, and Cooper found herself frozen as a stout woman barreled into the shop. Though Cooper had begun to memorize the names and preferences of the regular customers, this one was new to her. The woman stopped short in front of Sarah and looked her up and down sharply. I want a refund. Good morning, Mrs. Buffington. How may I help you today? Unfazed by the woman's demand, Sarah offered a kind smile. This birdhouse is defective. It fell apart. The woman's industrial-sized attitude dared to dispute. Cooper held back a gasp at the sight of one of her beloved birdhouses in the woman's hands. The birdhouse had obviously been gnawed on. Outraged, she opened her mouth to speak, but Sarah put a hand on her arm before she could. Her unspoken communication said she would handle the situation. Cooper nodded, though inside she seethed. Of course, Sarah said. Will a cash refund work for you? Yes, thank you. 5 minutes later, Mrs. Buffington sailed out the door with a smirk on her face. That woman is trouble, Sarah said. When she comes in the shop, your goal should be to get her to the door as soon as possible. Don't attempt to reason with her. It's not worth it. Trust me on this. But she shouldn't get away with that, Cooper declared. Annabelle Buffington sits on the board of at least 6 major charitable organizations in this city. All her friends shop here. Bits and Pieces simply does not have enough clout to stand up to the woman and come out unscathed. Sarah released a sigh and made a sweeping gesture with her hand. Let her go is my motto. Cooper couldn't agree less, but as she was about to voice her opinion, the shop door opened yet again. Zoe walked in and wove her way to the counter. Cooper was delighted to see she wore a white short-sleeved blouse and black slacks. Her long purple braids were pinned to the back of her head, and stylish silver hoops hung at her ears. Hi, Miss Lee, I got your call that all my paperwork came back. Cooper nodded. It had, and even the background check was clear. Though her father had mentioned a spot of trouble, it wasn't on her record. Yes, thanks for stopping by. No school today? I have a short day on Tuesdays, so I thought I'd see if you could start training me. Excellent idea, and you look very nice, Zoe. Thanks. My grandmother bought the clothes for me. I live with her. She's the best. That's terrific. Grammys are special. Yeah, Zoe agreed. Zoe, Cooper gestured towards Sarah with a palm. This is Miss Eason. She's the original owner and the creator of Bits and Pieces. Zoe smiled shyly. Nice to meet you. Hello, dear. Welcome to the team. Thank you. Cooper led Zoe to the back of the shop and the small bookkeeping office. The first step is to teach you our POS. POS? Point of Sale, our computer program for sales. I have an online tutorial all ready for you. She sat down at the computer. This is how I learned. Although you're undoubtedly going to pick it up much faster. Once Cooper had her enthusiastic new employee set up, she returned to the front of the store where Sarah stood at the window with a rag in one hand and a spray bottle in the other. I'm going to run to the convenience store for water and soda, Cooper announced. The mini fridge is nearly empty. I meant to do that, Sarah said. You are so on top of things. I hope so. You leave next week. Yes, but you've got everything under control. And I like Zoe. She fits in nicely. Do you think so? Cooper asked. Yes, Zoe is unique, like Bits and Pieces. You have an eye for what's perfect for this shop. Thanks, Sarah. Cooper only wished she were as sure as the older woman. Relax, Cooper, Sarah said as if reading her mind. This is supposed to be fun. I have complete confidence in you. We'll see how you feel after your trip, she returned. Sarah would be gone for 2 weeks, and Cooper suspected she'd spend much of that time on her knees in prayer. Chapter 5. Freddy's Cafe was hopping Thursday night. Only a few weeks ago, John had predicted that the loyal patrons of the diner wouldn't put much value in any review Monica Amsterdam wrote. He was correct. Stepping into the diner gave Cooper a peace normally reserved for church. Maybe that was because tonight the church had come to Freddy's. The jukebox hadn't stopped blasting out music since the Bible study members gathered at a large table one by one, until everyone was present and accounted for. Right now, The Devil Went Down to Georgia by the Charlie Daniels Band had patrons toe-tapping and singing along. Cooper smiled at the song's irony in light of the group's mission tonight. Their regular server, Lena, cheerfully filled water glasses and read off the specials with a smile before darting to another table. Cooper sat back and worked to relax, her standing order already locked in. She turned to John, who offered a conspiratorial wink. "What do you think about the waffles, Coop?" he asked. "I might try them," she returned with a smile. Jake had come directly from work and wore his Mr. Fawcett uniform with the cartoon plumber logo on his shirt pocket. He perused the menu and grinned. "Now this is what I call dinner. My stomach and my eyes say it's time for the Thursday special with a chocolate milkshake." Bryant clucked his tongue. "Look at that pie menu. I'll have to bring a pie home to Jane and the kids." "Good idea," Trish returned. "My husband and I usually split homework duties. He not only took my turn tonight, but is tasked with supervising the creation of a model of the Colosseum using only sugar cubes. That deserves a Freddy's Cafe French silk pie." "I'll say," Savannah agreed. Once Lena took everyone's orders, Quentin turned to John. What's the situation at La Sala?" "It's a mess," John said. "The restaurant has crime scene tape all over the place. It's supposed to be released by tomorrow." He slowly shook his head. "In truth, I'm not sure La Sala will ever reopen. Would you want to eat at a restaurant where a food critic was stabbed to death?" "You've got a point there," Jake said. A pun not intended. "And the cooking competition?" Cooper asked. "Anton wants to cancel the whole thing, but the producers say the online ads have gone viral since the news coverage of the murder. The airing date has been postponed out of respect for Monica, but eventually it's going to air. Hopefully after the murderer is arrested." "I don't understand the rationale," Savannah grimaced. "That decision seems to be in poor taste." "Harold Miner, the producer, says the studio must strike while public interest is piqued. It's reality television at its finest," John said.
Besides, that 6-week deadline to raise viewing numbers is still out there. Sponsors and viewership is the bottom line. Bryant concurred. I assume someone will replace Monica. Yes, they're looking at Sophia Donata from La Sala. We'll see what happens.
Quentin frowned. What can we do to help, my friend?
I hate to even ask, but with the 6-week ratings deadline hanging over my uncle's head and his entire life's work at stake, the sooner the killer is found, the better.
John's questioning gaze spanned the table.
I don't know how you do what you do, but the Bible study always seems to have divine intervention in these situations. Could you poke around? Maybe you'll learn something to pass along to Detective Olson to kick the investigation into high gear.
Detective Olson. Cooper cringed. She'd managed to walk a fine line with the good detective by always sharing any information she gleaned. That and Magnolia's Marvel seemed to keep his cranky side at bay. It wasn't just the detective that concerned her. Once again, Cooper worried about how much time she could reasonably devote to what appeared to be a complicated investigation, especially with Sarah out of town. Before anyone could respond to John's plea, Lena appeared at their table with another server. The duo held trays filled with their orders.
Looks delicious, Lena,
John said.
I hope business wasn't affected by that review.
Thank you. Fortunately, Freddie's reputation precedes us, and no one paid any attention to that ridiculous fabrication. She scoffed. People forget that reaping what you sow is a mighty powerful truth.
Preach it, sister,
Quentin echoed. Cooper assessed her golden Belgian waffle with just the right amount of butter dripping from the crispy edges. She picked up the warm bottle of authentic Vermont maple syrup. Does anyone else find it strange that we're about to delve into a discussion of murder while enjoying one of the best meals in town?
Nope. I'm used to it by now,
said Quentin. He held out a hand to Savannah, who sat on his right.
Would you lead us in prayer, my friend?
Prayer? Yes, dear me, the dark-haired artist said. I'm going to admit to being more than a bit distracted by my Denver omelet. Quentin grinned, and the group bowed their heads. Lord, help us to be kind as well as objective as we work to seek the evil that snuffed out one of your children, Savannah said. Give us wisdom, and bless this food to our bodies. Amen.
Amen,
Quentin said. The words were echoed around the table. Trish turned to Cooper. I haven't had a minute to ask you what happened to you on the day of the taping. Long story short, Ashley and I had brunch at La Sala. Chef Brim and Chef Donato had an argument in the dining room. Monica Amsterdam was there and may have been the focus of the scuttle. It took us so long to get our check we missed the taping. Wow, just wow, Trish said. Cooper nodded. I felt awful about missing John's big day. John put an arm around her shoulder.
It's really okay.
Maybe you could tell us what you know about the murder,
Quentin said to John,
beyond what the media has shared.
You know, my brother works in the city attorney's office, which means he can't help Uncle Anton, nor can he share information. However, he did get me into yesterday's press conference. I sat behind a couple of journalists chatting about the case. Mind you, the information I overheard hasn't been verified.
Trish took a notebook from her leather bag. Go ahead.
First, I want to say that I know it looks bad for Uncle Anton. But my brother said they won't arrest him until they have enough evidence to charge him and make a conviction stick.
His shoulders sank, and Cooper reached for his hand beneath the table.
Uncle Anton would never do something like this. He's all bravado. In reality, he's a teddy bear inside. The man has gone to disaster sites across the country, driving a food truck and bringing meals to emergency workers and victims of natural disasters. I didn't realize that, Bryant said. I've never seen mention of him in the news coverage. Uncle Anton truly believes that Bible verse, do not let your left hand know what your right hand is doing.
Matthew, chapter 3, verse 6, Savannah said with a nod. Cooper's heart melted at this new insight into the gruff television chef, and she found herself filled with a stubborn determination. Somehow she'd have to find time in her schedule to help Anton Parsley.
Thanks for sharing that, John,"
Jake said.
John nodded. "As for information about the crime, the most important piece of information I heard yesterday is that the police have yet to find Monica's phone. They believe she was lured to the restaurant by a phone call." And then stabbed?"
Jake added.
"That would indicate premeditation."
"Or simply a crime of passion," Trish said. "The restaurant isn't open on Mondays," Cooper noted.
"That's right."
John gave a quick nod.
"The time of death was between 8 p.m. and midnight on Sunday night. The cleaning crew comes in every Monday morning to deep clean for the week they found her. Channel 6 News said the murder weapon hasn't been found."
Jake said.
"That's right. It's described as a 5-inch paring knife."
John said.
"The lethal wound was to the torso." "Was it a knife from the La Sala kitchen?"
Jake asked.
"That's the presumption. All the knives in the kitchen of La Sala were bagged as evidence and sent to the crime lab. The paring knife from Uncle Anton's knife roll that he keeps in his office is missing, and has been for months,"
John said.
"But he doesn't even cook at La Sala these days. Only at the television station, where he has another set of knives. Still,"
Jake said.
"it's incriminating." "You're right,"
John said.
"A 5-inch paring knife can deliver a lethal wound?"
Quentin asked.
4 inches of penetration to the torso is all you need."
Jake interjected.
"I read that."
He cleared his throat.
"Research. I read so many detective novels that I've started writing one myself."
Savannah looked at him. A slow, sweet smile touched her mouth. "That's wonderful, Jake. Congratulations, I had no idea." Jake awkwardly shrugged off the compliment, his face becoming red.
"Oh, don't congratulate me until I write the end."
"Jake, we're proud of you," Trish added. "Yes, that's a big deal. I read an article that said 80% of Americans want to write a book," Cooper said. "Less than 3% actually do it."
"No pressure there, Coop,"
Jake said with an eye roll. He turned to John.
"Can you tell us about the staff at La Sala? How many have access to the restaurant when it's closed?" "That's a good question,"
he said.
"La Sala traditionally maintains a staff of approximately 40 employees. Of those, the Brigade de Cuisine includes the executive chef, sous chef, pâtissier, sauce chef, and line chefs. But as I've said before, business has slowed considerably since Monica's review. Some of the staff has been let go."
He paused.
"I guess I'm saying I don't know for sure."
Do you think you could ask your uncle for a current list of employees and who has access? He probably already made that information available to the police." Cooper frowned. "Don't let him know we're looking into things."
"Why not?"
"He might mention it to someone else. That could tip off the killer." She looked at him hesitantly. "And because if we're going to help you out, then we must consider that everyone is a suspect, even your uncle."
"Is that what you did when you investigated the murder at the Atwood Inn?"
John looked at the faces of the group.
"Was I a suspect too?"
Cooper cleared her throat and nodded. They began the investigation at the Atwood Inn with the theory that everyone was a suspect, until proven not, even John. John laughed.
"You're a tough crowd. I'm glad I was innocent."
"Nothing personal, John," Savannah said. "We don't make any assumptions about anyone."
"Fair enough,"
he returned.
"Does anyone have questions?"
"I do," Cooper said. "Do you know if your uncle and Vivi have alibis for the time of the murder?"
"Anton does. He often has a poker game at his house on Mondays. He did the evening of the murder."
"And Vivi?" Cooper asked.
"She hates it when his friends come over. Vivi was at her house alone, she says."
Quentin gestured with his fork.
"I have a follow-up on the knife issue. Am I correct in thinking all the chefs have their own knife set?"
"Yes,"
John said.
"So it's possible another knife was used, and your uncle's paring knife is coincidentally missing."
Quentin said.
"Exactly my point. He could have been framed,"
Jake said. The group was quiet for minutes, thinking and eating their meal. Finally, Cooper pushed back her plate and looked at the man beside her. "John, I'm concerned that you're putting your faith in our skills. And this case may be the most challenging one the group has ever faced." Cooper grimaced. "I don't want to let you down. But I'm not certain we're going to be successful either."
"All I ask is that you do your best. If you can uncover one bit of evidence the police missed to get this case solved quickly, you'll have saved my uncle's life and his career."
"I think we can at least make some preliminary inquiries," Cooper said. "Looking under rocks does seem to be our specialty." She eyed her friends. "Right?" Heads nodded in agreement. "I've got a college pal who works at the Richmond Times-Dispatch," Trish said. "I'll take her to lunch and see what I can find out about Monica."
"John, I've been thinking about Cooper's question about access,"
Quentin said.
"Maybe you can get details on who had access to the security system, without letting on that we're looking into things."
"I can do that."
"Great. I'll get some photos of the neighborhood and see who had security cameras in place."
"How can I help, Cooper?"
Bryant asked. "Bryant, maybe you can do some online sleuthing. Check out the internet footprint for Monica Amsterdam, along with Chef Anton, Vivi, Chef Donato, and Chef Brim. We may be missing something from their background. Everyone is hiding something."
"Sure, I can do that from the comfort of my home while the kids and Jane watch television in the evenings."
Cooper paused as a light bulb went off. "That reminds me. My mother said she once employed Monica. That would be about 2 years ago when she moved to a rental kitchen. Her name was Mona Erickson back then."
"That's quite the nugget of information,"
Quentin said. "Definitely worth investigating," Cooper said. "I'll stop by the temp agency. When I usually meet face-to-face, I can get information off the record." "That's huge as well," Trish added. "I hope so," Cooper replied.
"I'd like some info on the knife set, the brand and where it was purchased,"
Jake said.
"We might find something there."
"I'll do my best,"
John returned. Once again, his gaze spanned the table. Finally, he turned to look at Cooper.
"Does this mean the Hope Street Bible study is on the job?"
"We are for now," Cooper said.
"Let's meet at my place for lunch after church to compare our preliminary notes,"
Quentin said.
"How about a potluck?"
"I'll bring the ingredients to make my famous virgin mint juleps," Savannah said.
"Sounds yummy,"
Quentin said.
"And I've got an amazing recipe for a sausage and baked cannelloni casserole,"
John said. "Yes, please," Trish said with a laugh. Once the menu had been sorted out, John gently clinked his knife to his water glass to get everyone's attention.
"I want to offer my sincere thanks to all of you for taking time from your busy lives to overturn those rocks on my uncle's behalf."
"We can't do it without the good Lord's guidance," Savannah said. "So I want to remind everyone to pay attention to that still small voice." Cooper nodded at the words. The Bible study leader was right. Discernment was everything when they were following clues. Sometimes the difference between life and death. The bells on Bits and Pieces' door chimed a cacophonous tune on Friday afternoon when a familiar figure crossed the threshold. Never in a million years would Cooper have expected to see Detective Olson in her shop. The man gave new meaning to the phrase bull in a china shop. She'd often likened the red-haired and bespectacled detective to a linebacker. Large and bulky yet agile, the man could probably take down an escaping suspect with ease. Today, he wore his usual dark slacks and suit jacket with a white dress shirt and nondescript tie. He approached the counter and offered a nod of greeting.
"Ms. Lee, we meet again."
Cooper held up both of her palms. "I didn't do anything, I promise."
Now you're jumping to conclusions. I spoke to your sister a few minutes ago, and she was quite delightful."
Ashley? Cooper wasn't surprised. Her baby sister was the epitome of Southern charm. Cooper felt her pocket for her phone. Why hadn't Ash warned her of the detective's imminent visit? "I'm glad you liked my sister," Cooper said. "What information do I have that you're interested in?"
"You were both at La Salle restaurant on Saturday."
How do you know that?
He eyed her. Good detective work.
She gestured toward the small table tucked into the corner of the shop. Do you mind if we sit over here?
Not at all.
Olsen gingerly eased on to a delicate armchair.
Your sister's credit card receipt put her at the scene, and she told us you were with her.
Oh, that was good detective work. He arched one heavy red brow as he pulled a small notebook and pen from his blazer jacket.
I'm glad you approve. Can you tell me what you saw?
Cooper closed her eyes momentarily and put herself back in the restaurant, where the aroma of rich tomato and basil made her mouth water as a server moved swiftly past her with a pasta dish. I had the cassarece pasta caponata, and Ashley had the chicken piccata. Cooper paused. Ashley mentioned Monica Amsterdam was seated at a table across the room. She said she recognized her from the gym. Cooper paused. I never thought about it, but how could Monica afford a membership at that swanky fitness club?
Why don't I ask the questions, Ms. Lee? Please continue.
Well, after a few minutes, Chef Donato showed up and slid into the chair across from Monica, and they were in what appeared to be a deep conversation.
Then what happened?
Chef Brim came out from the kitchen, and he seemed very angry. Chef Donato stood, and the two of them started arguing. Monica tried to step in, and Brim turned his back on her. Then Brim got fired up and loud. Everyone was looking. Chef Donato slapped Brim in the face. He turned on his heel and returned to the kitchen, and Monica left in a hurry.
Were you facing the exchange?
No, I had to turn in my seat to see what was happening.
And you're sure it was Monica Amsterdam?
Oh, absolutely. I met her about a week ago at Freddy's Cafe.
What was the reaction in the restaurant?
They were loud enough that patrons were staring. I wasn't close enough to hear what they said, but several patrons filmed the exchange on their phones. I'm guessing you'll find the video posted on social media. I didn't check. I don't do social media. He nodded and continued to write. Detective Olsen, the press says Monica was found in the kitchen of La Sala. Except for the mention of the murder weapon, there wasn't much about the investigation.
That's correct, Ms. Cooper. We aren't releasing the details at this time, pending the completion of interviews. My interview list is a mile long.
I imagine Monica had many enemies.
I can't speak to that, but feel free to use your very vivid imagination, which in this case would have leapt very close to the truth.
Is Chef Anton a suspect?
You know I can't comment on an ongoing investigation.
He cocked his head and looked at her.
How is it you're involved in all of this, Ms. Cooper?
I'm not involved, but I am dating John Eason, and Anton Parsley is his honorary uncle. Cooper blinked. Dating John Eason? She hadn't said that aloud before.
I see. Does that mean I can count on you and your group to meddle in my investigation?
Meddle is a bit harsh, Cooper said. If the Bible study stumbles into any information relevant to your case, you can count on us to turn that information over to you. Immediately, as always. I have no desire to go to jail for obstruction. Olsen offered a non-committal grunt and jotted down a few more notes.
Why do you seem to always be in the thick of things?
Cooper released a soft sound of indignation. My sister and I went to La Sala for brunch. I had no idea there would be a scuffle.
I also understand you were in the lobby of the television studio on the day of the baking challenge.
Yes? Why?
As it happened, someone snuck into Monica Amsterdam's dressing room.
Cooper's eyes widened as she recalled Ashley's story. Did you speak to my sister about this? She saw the person and then they disappeared.
I did.
What happened in the dressing room? Is it related to the murder? He offered a blank look. Right, she said. You can't share information on an ongoing investigation. Olsen tucked his notebook away and stood.
Try to remember that neither you nor your group are law enforcement professionals. I don't want to see citizens at risk.
He glanced around.
So, you're done at Make It Work?
Yes, I am officially my own boss.
Congratulations. I hope your new venture keeps you busy.
Cooper's lips twitched at the comment. Too busy to interfere in his investigations. She met his gaze. Detective, do you mind if I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Are men more likely to commit a murder with a knife than women?
Interesting question. According to an FBI report, more murders are committed by men than women overall, and men use guns 2/3 of the time. Women use guns less than half the time. Besides guns, women use a knife second most often.
He stared at her.
Do you know something I should know?
No, just a theory.
I prefer that you have zero theories. You and your crew have proven yourself to be formidable sleuths, Miss Cooper. However, at the risk of repeating myself yet again, I am trained and paid for the job, so let me do my job.
Yes, sir.
Detective Olson will do.
He nodded toward the front counter where Zoe strained to listen to their conversation while feigning interest in an antique bubblegum machine.
Who's your employee?
Zoe Cortez. Olson cocked his head as if thinking.
The name doesn't ring a bell, should it?
Not that I know of. Her background check came back clean.
Then why does she look nervous?
She's in high school. I was always nervous around law enforcement then. Olson raised a brow.
Too bad that sentiment hasn't carried over into adulthood.
Now, Detective, I have great respect for you and your department, but I know you are only human, and I consider it an honor when I am able to help you. He ran a hand through his short red hair and released a breath.
I could use less help. Stay in your lane, and I'll stay in mine.
Cooper nodded at the third or fourth request to butt out that he'd issued since his arrival. She had to admit the cranky detective she met a year ago had mellowed some. Perhaps he'd grudgingly realized that the Hope Street Bible study had honorable intentions. I'll do my very best, she returned. He groaned and turned to leave. Wait, Detective? Cooper raced up to the desk and tossed a few Magnolia's marvels into a bits and pieces bag. She held it out. Here you go. For the road, and do tell your wife about the shop. I'd be happy to offer a friends and family discount.
Thanks.
He held up the bag and left. The minute the bells rang and the door closed, Zoe was at her side. Why was that cop here? She asked. Not a big deal. I was in the wrong place at the wrong time. He had a few questions. The answer didn't lessen the anxious look on Zoe's face. Cooper eyed her. Is there something you want to talk about, Zoe? No, I guess not. Okay, but I hope you know that I'm here if you need to chat. Thanks, Ms. Lee. Cooper, I prefer Cooper. Yes, ma'am. She smiled. I'm going to do inventory in the aviary if that's okay. I'd appreciate that. We've sold a few birdhouses lately. I probably need to get started on more. May I watch? Maybe on Saturday when we have extra help in the shop. Thanks. Zoe turned and then stopped and faced Cooper. I really appreciate you hiring me. I like it here. I like it a lot. Good, because next week Sarah will be gone. We got this, Ms. Lee. Cooper. Cooper chuckled. I sure hope so. Zoe wove her way through the shop to the aviary room with Cooper watching. Something was going on with her new employee. Perhaps it was time to do a little sleuthing to find out what. Chapter 6. Early Saturday morning, Cooper stood at the Lee kitchen sink and splashed cooling water on her face and neck. She patted herself dry with a paper towel before turning to face Grammy Lee, who lingered at the breakfast table. The scent of bacon still hung in the air and Cooper's stomach growled. Why didn't you take Betty with you on your run? Grammy asked. She downed the rest of her coffee while eyeing Cooper. I tried that yesterday. She was not having any of it. I had to carry her the entire time. A wheezy laugh escaped from Grammy. She slapped her hand on the table, nearly upsetting the salt and pepper shakers. You ran around the track with a dog in your arms? Yes, 10 laps with Betty Boop. I got a real workout, which is good. Good because she hadn't been on the high school track in a few weeks. Several laps with Betty had challenged her stamina. Though it had been humiliating each time a runner passed and laughed at the sight of her cradling a Yorkshire Terrier, wearing a faux diamond collar in her arms as she ran. I appreciate you looking after her this morning. I needed to clear my head. Cooper added. Running always sorted out the chaos in her mind. After Friday's chat with Detective Olson, she was ready to visit the temp agency that hired Mona Erickson. She'd also mulled over the situation with Zoe and made a firm decision to let go of her concerns. Zoe's past was none of her business. Hiring the young girl implied trust, and Cooper needed to honor that trust.
The little rat dog is starting to grow on me, Grammy mused, and Popeye is smitten.
Popeye? Cooper nearly gasped, thinking about Grammy's one-eyed pug as the father to Betty's offspring. He's fixed, isn't he?
Yes, no need to panic, granddaughter. That's one of the first things we do at the rescue.
Grammy lifted the newspaper off the kitchen table and looked over the worn oak surface. Then she stuck her head under the table and searched the floor. What are you looking for, Grammy?
Can't recall where I put my phone.
She stood and did a little shaking dance. Cooper stared at her grandmother. Now what are you doing?
I figured maybe I stuck it in my underwear. If so, then a little wiggling might shake it loose.
She shrugged her bony shoulders.
But I guess not.
Where did you see it last?
In my room, on my bedside table.
Uh-oh. Grammy? Cooper glanced around. Where's Betty?
Last I checked, she and Popeye were in the living room, watching Saturday cartoons. Popeye loves Scooby-Doo.
I'm going to call your phone. Let's listen for the ringtone. Cooper pulled up her grandmother's listing in contacts and pushed the call button, waiting for the familiar theme music from the Andy Griffith Show to play. Nothing.
I don't hear anything,
Grammy said. Cooper leaned against the farmhouse sink. Tell me what else you were doing this morning.
Folding towels.
Grammy paused.
I'm missing a hand towel, too, one of my favorites. Purple, with roses embroidered across the bottom.
Let's check your closet. It has come to my attention that Betty has a larcenous streak. They moved into Grammy's room and found the closet door ajar. Stepping inside, Grammy turned on the light. In the middle of the carpeted floor sat a wadded-up hand towel, one neon pink sock, and a crocheted doily from Maggie Lee's coffee table. Peeking out from beneath the collection was Grammy's cell phone.
Why, that little thief,
Grammy sputtered.
Cooper, is that you?
Yes, Mama.
Where are you?
Maggie called. Grammy's room. I'm coming. Cooper called back. Cooper hustled to the kitchen where her mother studied a clipboard with a serious expression on her face. Grammy Lee followed. I need a favor. Sure. How can I help you, Mama? Don't sound too eager until you hear what it is. Maggie lifted her face from the clipboard. My catering officer is having elective surgery. I don't have time to train someone new for the senior center event. You've helped me a time or two. I need someone I can trust to manage the staff while I'm managing the kitchen. It'll only be for 3 or 4 hours. When is it? Next Thursday evening. I'll need you there at 6. The shop closes at 5, so I'll get to the senior center as quickly as I can. Cooper turned to her grandmother. Grammy, can you watch Betty for me on Thursday? I won't have time to bring her home and get to the event on time.
I'll do it if you stop by the dollar store and grab me a few packs of tea-berry chewing gum.
Sure. She looked at her mother. You have a catering officer. Wonderful, thank you so much, Maggie said. When is Angela coming back from her trip? Not this Monday, but next. Cooper sighed. And boy, will I be ready. I am not accustomed to arranging my schedule around a dog. Grammy Lee refilled her coffee cup and then handed a big mugful to Cooper. You've been up since 5 a.m., without sustenance. I have it on good authority that Maggie hid a pan of cinnamon rolls on top of the refrigerator.
The gooey kind, with caramel and pecan.
Save me one, Grammy. Right now I need to shower and run a few errands before Bits and Pieces opens.
There's no saving when it comes to Maggie's treats, granddaughter. It's every woman for herself.
Maggie looked at her watch and frowned.
What errands are you running so early in the morning, Cooper Lee?
Cooper hesitated. Her mother blinked and gave a little gasp.
You and your group aren't investigating that murder, are you?
Though it was a question, it was clear Maggie knew the answer. Cooper held up the coffee mug.
I'll return this tomorrow. You are, aren't you?
Maggie's face reflected surprise.
Cooper Lee, you have a new job and a nice boyfriend. Why can't you let the police handle this?
We're only going to make a few inquiries, which might get Anton Parsley off the suspect list.
He's a suspect?
Grammy punched the air with her fist.
I knew it. Those chefs are handy with a knife. They can slice and dice you into a million pieces before you even know you're dead.
Grammy, Cooper said, you aren't helping.
What sort of inquiries?
Her mother asked. Cooper thought about the question for a moment and decided to come clean. Today's mission was benign, which might calm her mother down. I'm heading to the temp agency to find out more about Mona Erickson. She raised a hand. Nothing dangerous about that.
They won't tell you anything, sugar?
Maggie said. Probably not, but I have to try. Just then, Betty entered the kitchen, her little nails tap-dancing on the linoleum. Cooper grabbed her pink leash from the coat rack and attached it to Betty's glam collar. Come on, little princess. We have things to do. 30 minutes later, Cooper parked her Jeep around the corner from the temp agency, which happened to be close to Bits and Pieces. She could check out the Mona Erickson lead and easily be at Bits and Pieces in time to open the shop for the Saturday staff. She clipped the leash on Betty and grabbed a white pastry bag with Magnolia's marvels from the back seat. You and I are partners today, Betty, so I'd appreciate a little cooperation. Cooper pushed through the glass doors of the temp agency and greeted the perky redhead at the reception desk. Her name tag identified her as Debbie.
Hi there. I'm Cooper Lee.
My dear Mama, Maggie Lee of Magnolia's Marvels, has previously hired some lovely part-time assistants from you.
Magnolia's Marvels? Wow. That was before my time. I'm new.
The fact that the reception area smelled of Petite Chérie, the same perfume Angela wore, did not go unnoticed by the terrier. Betty sniffed the air, her excitement growing. She wiggled back and forth, her tail wagging.
That's a happy doggie.
She is. Cooper placed the paper bag on the desk. These are for you. Debbie peeked inside, her eyes rounding.
You brought me Magnolia's Marvels?
Sure did. Key lime cookies and chewy ginger snaps.
There goes my diet.
Debbie giggled.
Diet?
Seriously, I'd love to have your figure. Cooper said.
Oh, thank you.
And thanks for the treats.
Now how can I help you, Ms. Lee?
We've got a big event coming up, and we'd like to use some of your staff from previous events. I'm looking for one particular server. The woman's fingers flew across the keyboard.
Name?
Mona Erickson.
Mona Erickson.
It shows her number is disconnected. Cooper leaned against the faux marble reception counter. Oh, that's too bad. Is there any way to reach out to her? She did such a wonderful job, and I'm determined to hire only the best talent for this event.
Well, she does have an emergency contact, and that person has worked for us in the past. It says the number is active. I'm happy to reach out and see if she can be of assistance.
You couldn't give me the number? I'll be discreet.
No.
Debbie shook her head slowly as if considering the idea.
That might get me fired.
Sure, I understand. When a phone rang in the back office, Betty tugged on the leash, excited. The terrier sniffed the area just past the reception desk, becoming more and more curious. The phone rang a second time and Cooper recognized the opportunity. She dropped the leash. That was all Betty needed. She shot down the carpeted hallway like a speeding bullet in search of the phone.
Betty!
Cooper called. Oh dear, she's escaped. I'm so sorry.
No worries, Debbie said. I'll get her.
Thank you so much. The receptionist dashed off to catch Betty, allowing Cooper time to snap a picture of the computer screen. A moment later, Debbie returned with Betty tucked against her chest.
Oh, she's just precious, isn't she? She jumped right into my arms.
Betty licked Debbie's face like she was her best friend. When Cooper reached for her, she growled. The terrier wanted the human that smelled like her mama. If you put her on the ground, I'll grab the leash.
Okay, but it's a good thing she has a happy home. I'd take this princess home with me in a heartbeat.
Debbie smiled.
Do you want me to reach out to Mona Erickson's contact?
No, that's okay, but thank you.
Sorry couldn't help you, Miss Lee, but I sure appreciate these treats.
My pleasure, Debbie. Cooper put Betty in her carrier in the Jeep and pulled out her phone to examine the photo she'd snapped. Nice job, Betty. She punched in the number, praying someone would answer. The phone rang twice before a cheery voice greeted her.
Hi, this is Jade.
Jade, this is Cooper Lee. I'm calling about Mona Erickson. There was a long pause.
You mean Monica Amsterdam?
Yes, could we chat?
If you're a cop or a journalist, the answer is no. The last thing I need is my name all over the news.
Neither, I promise.
Well,
Jade hesitated. I guess so. But I'm working right now. If you want to stop by Barclay's Bakery, I can spare a few minutes.
You work at Barclay's?
Cooper couldn't believe her luck. Barclay's was practically a neighbor to Bits and Pieces. What a small world. Honey, I own the place.
What a coincidence. I'm a friend of Angela Farmer.
Small world. How's Betty Boop?
She's with me right now.
Aw, I love that pup. Tell you what, come on over and I'll put on a pot of coffee in the back room and get out Betty's favorite treats. Jade chuckled. To tell you the truth, there's nothing I'd like more than to dish on my former roomie. That woman stiffed me for a month's rent.
I'm right around the corner, Cooper said. See you soon.
Cooper parked in front of Bits and Pieces. She unlocked the shop, disarmed the alarm, and then put together a bag of Magnolia's marvels from the basket on the counter. Her mother's treats sweetened up any situation. Zoe was the first to arrive.
Hi, Cooper.
The young girl bent down to pet Betty.
Good morning, little diva.
Hey, Zoe. I'm taking Betty around the corner to Barclay's. The weekend gals should be here any minute. Just leave the closed sign in place until they arrive.
Will do.
While musical chimes announced customers at Bits and Pieces, Barclay's Bakery's door chimes sounded like a barking dog. Cooper smiled at the cleverness. Black paw prints decorated 3 white walls, while another wall held framed black and white photos of puppies. Betty stretched the leash, eager to reach the glass cases of treats. Paws on the glass, she yapped with enthusiasm. You must be Cooper. The petite brunette behind the counter wore a Dalmatian apron over a black t-shirt and black jeans. I'm Jade Danvers. Cooper offered a hand. Nice to meet you. I love your shop. Mine is right around the corner, next to the watch repair place.
Really?
Cooper nodded. Bits and Pieces. Sarah has semi-retired and I've taken over the shop. To tell you the truth, it still seems surreal to say the words my shop. I hear you. I felt the same way a few months ago when I signed the lease on this place. She smiled. We're going to have to schedule another meeting to discuss cross-promotion.
Absolutely,
Cooper said with a nod. Come on in back and we can talk privately. Jade ushered Cooper to a round plexiglass table with black and white spots and matching chairs. A coffee carafe and 2 mugs sat in the middle of the table. I'm into Dalmatians right now. It's all I can do not to get a Cruella de Vil dye job, but my boyfriend is appalled by the idea.
I love it.
And I love your eyes, Jade said.
Oh, thank you.
Jade poured 2 mugs of coffee and slid one over to Cooper, who added plenty of cream and sugar. I've got store-bought toaster pastries if you'd like one, Jade said. Dogs are the limit of my creative endeavors.
All I need is coffee, thank you, Cooper said. But I nearly forgot. I brought you Magnolia's marvels.
She placed the bag on the table and Jade eagerly pulled out cellophane packages with gold stickers. "These are new treats." "They are. My mother is rolling them out for summer. Limited edition. Coconut cookies and lemon balls." "You're Maggie Lee's daughter." "I am, and I'm hoping you can tell me about Mona, or Monica. She said she's originally from New Mexico, here to attend culinary school. I never bought that story because my grandparents are from New Mexico. I spent a lot of time there as a kid. When I asked her if she was Team Red or Green, she didn't know what I was talking about." "Team Red or Green?" Cooper asked. "True New Mexico cuisine is smothered in either red or green chili sauce. It's the great debate of the state." "I had no idea." Jade raised a brow. "Neither did Mona." "I see your point." Cooper nodded. "How long were you roommates?" "About 10 months. We met at the temp agency, filling out applications. She needed a place to stay. I gave her my number and told her I was looking for a roomie. Big mistake." "When did she leave?" "In the middle of the night, exactly 10 months after she moved in." Jade shook her head. "Who sneaks out in the night? Only someone with something to hide is what I think." "How did you make the connection between Mona and Monica?" "Oh, that's easy. I saw her picture on TV when Channel 17 began advertising that cooking competition. I called the paper and left a message because I do carry a grudge. I want my money. There's also a credit card bill in dispute. I was charged for a 6-month membership at a swanky fitness club that I never heard of. I suspect Mona borrowed my plastic." "Did she ever return your call?" "Calls. I pestered that receptionist like you wouldn't believe. Mona never called me." Cooper sipped her coffee as she thought over what Jade shared. "Got any theories on what Mona's story is?" "Oh, yeah. Lots of theories. I think Mona was running some shady scams. I'd hear her on the phone at all hours, arguing with people." Jade paused. One minute she was rolling in cash, the next she cried poverty and asked for an extension on her portion of the rent. "That is odd. Do you know if she was married or divorced?" The woman shared nothing. "I should have done a background check or had her fill out a form or something." She shrugged. "Hindsight, I'm too trusting." "I doubt it would have helped." She passed the background check at the temp agency. Jade nodded. "You're right. What I can't figure out is how she went from a catering server, a lousy one at that, to a food critic. I never saw a sign of fine dining in Mona. Heck, I had to teach her where the salad fork should be placed. Mona was a greasy burgers and fries, plastic cutlery gal, all the way." She looked at Cooper. "Not that there's anything wrong with fast food, I'm just saying." "I hear you," Cooper said. "But she fooled someone." "Did she?" Jade said. "Sounds like she only fooled herself, which got her killed." A chill raced over Cooper at Jade's words. "How did you find me anyhow?" the other woman asked. "You were listed as Mona's emergency contact." "Huh. Used me to the very end." She shrugged. "I figured eventually someone would put 2 and 2 together. I suppose I should go and chat with the police." "Ask for Detective Olson. Tell him Cooper sent you." "I'll do that." Cooper mulled over her conversation with Jade as she and Betty strolled down the sidewalk back to Bits and Pieces. The more Cooper learned about Mona Erickson, the less she knew. If she could find out who Mona really was, maybe she'd be closer to figuring out who murdered the brash food critic. "Quentin, thank you for opening your home to us," Savannah said.
Yeah,"
Jake said with a laugh.
"Thanks, buddy. Every time I come over here, I go home and realize I live in a locker room. An ugly one at that."
Cooper glanced around the beautiful townhouse with its walnut floors and plush leather furniture. Everything from the art on the walls to the plush area rugs and red accent pillows urged a person to sit down and relax. Maybe Ashley was right. Perhaps she ought to consider a move so she could have the Bible study over.
"I keep telling you, Jake, my sister did the decorating. Well, except for the kitchen, that's my kingdom. Nobody touches my food processor." "Think your sister might give me the friends and family discount?"
Jake asked.
Probably. Come on, I'll show you my new video game setup in the guest room while we wait for the rest of the crew to arrive.
Cooper moved closer to Savannah. We had to scoot out of the study for church service this morning. I didn't have a chance to tell you how much I'm enjoying this study. Well, thank you, Cooper. The artist tucked her jet-black locks behind her ears. You said trust is bold and confident security in our Lord. That really gave me pause. Why do you think it gave you pause, Cooper? Cooper thought about the question for a moment. Because while I trust in the Lord, well, bold and confident security, that's next level, isn't it? Is it? Ephesians chapter 2, verse 8 tells us we have been saved through faith. Faith is a gift from God. Trust is simply the confidence in that faith, even when the world tells you otherwise. And written by Paul in prison, no less. I'm in awe of that confidence. Savannah shrugged. Yet Paul was a mere man. We too can tap into that confidence. You're right, and I'm excited about where this study will take me next, Cooper said. Each new topic tackled by the group not only gave her insight into the God of the Bible, but into herself. The doorbell interrupted their chat, heralding the arrival of John, Trish, and Bryant. Quentin ushered the group into his kitchen for beverages.
There's a pitcher of mint julep in the fridge, courtesy of Savannah. Help yourself.
Once plates were loaded with food, the group found seats at Quentin's dining room table. We should begin, Cooper said. There's a lot of ground to cover.
Sounds like you have information,
Quentin said. I do. She'd been bursting to share that at this morning's class, but didn't want to interrupt the study. They'd only barely begun the study guide on trust and needed the hour before church to cover the assignment. First and foremost, Detective Olson stopped by bits and pieces. Trish's eyes widened as Cooper spoke. Uh-oh, that can't be good. Besides his usual admonitions about keeping our noses out of his case, Olson shared that someone broke into Monica's dressing room at Channel 17.
Wow, this is news to me,
John said.
Uncle Anton didn't mention this.
That sounds suspect. Why would Olson tell you this? Trish asked. He's not known for his generosity with the facts. She looked at John. I should have mentioned this when it happened, but I completely forgot after the incident at La Sala. Ashley ran into someone who she identified as possibly Vivi in the hallway of Channel 17 while week 1 of the competition was filming. Remember we missed the taping? Cooper glanced around the table. Olson interviewed her about the scene at La Sala and it came up.
What made her think it was Vivi?
John asked. That's just it. She couldn't be absolutely certain. She met his gaze. I'm going to look into the incident. Don't mention it to your uncle. John raised a palm.
I won't. But what does looking into it mean?
It means that my sister Ashley belongs to the same gym that Monica did. It's also the same gym Vivi belongs to. I plan to get a guest pass and ask around. That's an excellent idea, Trish said. Mind if I tag along? I belong to that fitness club as well and was recently gifted new workout clothes. I'd love to flaunt them while investigating. Workout clothes? Like sweatshirts and a t-shirt? Trish looked at Cooper over the top of her reading glasses. You're kidding, right? No, I usually run at the high school. That's all I need there. Check with your sister. I'm sure she has something you can borrow. I'd lend you an outfit, but Cooper, you're my size 2 children ago. Oh, that's not true. You look fabulous, Trish. Thank you. However, I will never be a size 6 again, and that's fine with me. I embrace my curves.
So do I,
Quentin said. The group laughed at the comment.
Any luck with your inspection of the business around La Sala, Quentin?
Jake asked.
Yes. As a matter of fact, I've identified the line of sight to the restaurant from half a dozen businesses along with the location of security cameras. The next step is to interview the business owners.
Wouldn't the police already have done that? John asked.
Absolutely, but some folks refuse to talk to the police. I might be able to find a few loose lips.
Good idea, Jake said.
If you need help going door to door, let me know. I might take you up on that."
"What about you, Brian?" Cooper said. "What did your online sleuthing reveal?"
"I'm full of useless information. I'm sure we'll eventually put it all together, but for now I have lots of random facts."
He pulled out his phone and tapped on the screen.
Sophia Donato has a benign background. She graduated from the CIA and has worked her way up the ranks through various high-profile restaurants. Not one bit of shady information.
"The CIA?" Cooper's jaw sagged. Chef Donato was a spy?
"Not that CIA. The Culinary Institute of America," he said.
Bryant glanced at his phone and then at John with a grimace.
"Chef Parsley's only offense is his temper. He's had a significant turnover of employees in the last 5 years. Since his wife died,"
John added. The group looked at him.
"I think that's important information." "Yes, you are correct, though the records still show that numerous employees have filed hostile workplace complaints."
Bryant slid his finger over the phone screen.
"Chef Brim has a seemingly unremarkable background as well. The man has excellent credentials, including a stint as a food critic. Digging deeper, I discovered that Brim has been arrested several times for barroom brawls." "That's true,"
John said.
"He has. Each time Uncle Anton bailed him out." "Why would he do that?"
Bryant asked.
"That's my uncle. He's got a heart of gold."
"What about Monica Amsterdam?" Cooper asked.
"It turns out Monica's footprint can be traced to shortly after you mentioned that she was employed at the temp agency as Mona Erickson. Before that, Monica Amsterdam or Mona Erickson do not exist."
He shook his head.
"I even paid for an online search in one of the Locate Anyone databases. Nothing."
"That confirms what I uncovered yesterday," Cooper said. She quickly shared how she'd found Jade at Barclay's Bakery. "Looks like I'm going to have to schedule a visit to see Detective Olson to be sure he got that info."
"That was some good detective work,"
Jake said.
"I'm impressed."
"Thanks." Cooper stood to take her plate to the sink and offered a small bow. "Still, it doesn't bring us any closer to finding the killer. I agree with Bryant. We have lots of puzzle pieces, but no idea how everything fits together."
"How's it going with the knife research, Jake?"
Quentin asked.
"Nothing but dead ends. There is nothing particularly unique about Anton Parsley's knives. They are easily purchased online."
He pointed to the mountain of food on his plate and nodded.
"John, this casserole is amazing, as you promised." "Thanks, it's my uncle's recipe."
The group was silent at the words. Chef Anton Parsley's recipe. The chef's future lay in the hands of the Hope Street Bible Study.
"I think I should chat with Chef Donato," Quentin said. "I'm an amateur pastry chef. I'll try to engage her in a foodie conversation."
"Good idea," Savannah said. "After all, the staff are the eyes and ears of the kitchen."
"How are you going to do that, Quentin? Do you know her?"
Trish asked.
Not yet, but John says Donato spends time at Lamplighter Coffee Roaster on Addison Street. I'll start up a conversation with her and see what I can dig up."
"Worth a try," Trish said. "By the way, my friend at the Richmond Times-Dispatch is on vacation. I hope to hear from her next week." "All good," Cooper said. Quentin's gaze perused the buffet of food.
Is that an apple cake?"
"It is," Cooper said. "My mother made it last night for us." Savannah cleared her throat. "Now that we have our next investigatory plans in place, I'd like to share some news."
"Don't leave us in suspense,"
Trish said. She pushed back her dish and took a sip of her mint julep. "Sorry, I'm just not accustomed to tooting my own horn."
"If you don't, I'll do it for you," Jake said. "And you know I'm loud."
"Fine," Savannah said with a chuckle. "The Teller Gallery showing has been scheduled." A round of applause filled the room. "Thank you," Savannah murmured. She took a stack of ivory envelopes from her tote bag. "Here are your invitations to the pre-exhibition cocktail party."
"How elegant,"
Trish said. She examined the stylish cardstock invitation with an approving nod.
We can say we knew Savannah before she was famous,"
Quentin said.
He's right.
Bryant smiled.
I'm gonna check with Channel 6 and see if I can get some media coverage of the event.
Oh, Bryant, you are too sweet. Savannah's pale skin turned a shade of pink. This is so well-deserved, Cooper said. We knew you couldn't keep your light under a bushel forever. Jake nodded enthusiastically.
Right? I keep telling her the same thing. This is only the beginning.
Thanks for your support, my friends. It means so much that you believe in me. Cooper smiled at the camaraderie of the group. Savannah was right. Having the people in your life believe in you did mean so very much. Chapter 7.
The printer isn't working,
Zoe called from the back office of Bits and Pieces. Cooper peeked her head into the tiny office that housed a desk, file cabinet, and printer.
You may not be aware of it,
but in my past life I fixed office machines for a living. Let me go out to my truck and get my toolbox. The door chimes rang just as Cooper returned with her tools. She glanced at Zoe. Do you feel comfortable alone in the front while I look at the copier? I'll be right here if you need me.
Sure, no problem. Tuesday afternoons are usually slow.
Toolbox in hand, Cooper did a quick review of the basics. She'd learned the hard way that often it was the simple things that earned an office machine an out-of-order sign. Copier problems were actually how she met John, when he'd inadvertently fed a paperclip into one at the Atwood Inn. Plugged in, check. Paper in tray, check. Cable connected to PC, check. After removing the printer cartridge at Bits and Pieces, Cooper pulled out her flashlight to examine the area for a jam. Sure enough, a torn piece of paper had wedged itself like an accordion behind the feed roller. She turned off the power to the machine before easing the paper out inch by inch, managing to keep it intact. Smoothing the paper, Cooper blinked as she realized it was the top half of a copy of a court document with Zoe's name and information filled in. The date on the top was around the date that Zoe started working at Bits and Pieces. As she turned the printer back on and was about to do a test print, the chimes announced another visitor. An angry woman began to rant, her voice carrying all the way to the office. Annabelle Buffington was back. Cooper shoved the torn paper into her pocket and rushed to the front of the store. She stopped short at the sight of Mrs. Buffington and another woman squaring off in the middle of the shop. Meanwhile, Zoe pressed her back against an armoire to stay out of the way. What's going on? Cooper whispered to Zoe. That big lady came in demanding cash for a return. Before I could answer, the other lady stepped right up to her. They've been going at it for a few minutes. Mrs. Buffington stood toe-to-toe with a slim and stylish woman in a cream-colored summer suit. Cooper couldn't see the other woman's face, but she could see the smoke coming out of Mrs. Buffington's ears. "Baisse d'un palier," the other woman said while wagging a finger at Mrs. Buffington. "This item is clearly damaged by a dog, or perhaps a raccoon. Do you have a pet raccoon?" She shook her head. "I'm embarrassed for you, Annabelle, and you're a disgrace to the ladies' auxiliary. Find someone else to bully. I will not stand for this behavior in my sister-in-law's shop." Buffington's eyes bulged. "Why, I never—" She turned on her heel and left the shop. The discordant sound of the bells clanging followed her departure. Cooper had stared, stunned and speechless, as the woman with the flowing French accent made short work of Mrs. Buffington. Sister-in-law. This was John's mother? "My apologies." Mrs. Eason paused to glance at the brushed steel name pin on Zoe's blouse. "Zoe, I am so sorry. She was beyond rude." Then her gaze moved past Zoe to Cooper, who stood protectively to the side. John's mother strode up to Cooper and held out a hand. "Manon Eason. Delighted to finally meet you, Cooper." Cooper? Cooper straightened with surprise. She had never heard her name sound so elegant. Cooper. She might have to insist that everyone pronounce her name that way. "Oh, and pardon me, but he told me you were lovely." Manon chuckled. A light melodious sound.
That boy, what an understatement. You are stunning. Those eyes. And now you have taken over Sarah's shop.
Yes. Cooper managed to get the one word out.
Congratulations.
She offered a generous smile so much like John's.
I will speak to my son about having you for dinner. A good idea, oui?
I'd love that, Cooper said, still somewhat stunned.
Wonderful.
Manon glanced around the shop.
I need a housewarming gift.
Zoe stepped forward. May I show you our Homer Laughlin Blue Willow collection?
Yes, please.
Manon followed Zoe through the shop while Cooper picked her jaw up from the floor. Time to document the day and time. She just met John's mother. And Zoe knew the name of the blueprint earthenware displayed in the store. 30 minutes later, Manon Eason left with Zoe right behind, carrying a gift-wrapped box. When Zoe returned, Cooper gave her a small bow. Well done, Zoe. I'm going to look into a commission plan. It's only right to reward my best sales staff. Thank you. Zoe grinned. Did you hear what Mrs. Eason said to that mean woman? You mean in French? No, I took Spanish in high school. A move she regretted after today's scene. AP French here. She called her rude. Cooper gave a slow shake of her head. The whole thing was nothing short of amazing. I want to be Manon Eason when I grow up. I'll say, Zoe said with a nod. She looked at Cooper. Who's John? John is my boyfriend. Cooper knew her face was pink, so she turned and rearranged a shelf of mason jars. You have a boyfriend? How come I never see him in the shop? Cooper froze, considering the question. I never thought about it. But I guess it's because when he introduced me to Sarah and they suggested I buy the shop, he promised not to interfere in the business. She laughed. Perhaps I should ease that restriction. You should, definitely. I'll see what I can do. Cooper frowned. I overheard you discussing the history of the Blue Willow dishes. Very impressive. And Mrs. Eason was impressed as well. Where did you learn those interesting details? When I dust, I take a picture of 1 or 2 items in the store and go home and research them at the library. I want to do a good job here, and that means knowing the merchandise. You're doing a fabulous job, Zoe. I am glad I hired you. There was no doubt in Cooper's mind that those words were true. Thanks. She gestured to the right. I'll go replace the merchandise we sold to Mrs. Eason. Great, thanks. Cooper's phone buzzed, indicating a text message, and she pulled it from her pocket.
You met my mother. We should talk.
Cooper laughed. That didn't take long. Sure. Belgian waffles, Wednesday at 7. Once John texted back a yes, Cooper tucked her phone into her pocket. When it met resistance, she remembered the scrap of paper and pulled it out. She held the paper from the copier between her fingers like a hot potato, before tearing it into little pieces and tossing them into the trash. I have faith in Zoe, Cooper murmured. She recalled her chat with Savannah. Trust is simply the confidence in that faith, even when the world tells you otherwise. Cooper, this is a terrible plan, Ashley said. Almost as bad as the time you had me attend that woman's funeral to take notes on attendees. No, it's not that bad. So you say, this is my club. I don't want to be embarrassed here. Do you want Chef Anton behind bars? Because he will be, if we don't figure out who murdered Monica. She shot her sister a pointed look. And that means your tongue will never taste Chef Anton's cannelloni again. Ever. It also meant she'd have let John down, and she wasn't going to do that. He'd been there for her many times, and she wasn't going to fail simply because this investigation was complicated. Fine. Ashley crossed her arms. But I don't like it. She looked up and down the sidewalk. I thought Trish was coming too. We're early. She'll be here in a minute. Cooper glanced at her watch. Are you sure Vivi is going to be here? Ashley tossed her perfectly highlighted hair over her shoulder and adjusted her spandex yoga pants.
Yes, I told you, she's here every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday morning at 7.
Cooper glanced down at the hand-me-down yoga pants and matching shirt Ashley donated to her. This is what women wore to work out? The spandex cut off circulation 30 minutes ago, and she feared permanent damage from the wedgie the yoga pants' invisible support had created. How was it that her sister managed to look like a supermodel? Just 2 weeks ago, she had bemoaned life with 2 children, as though she was Cinderella who never got to go to the ball. I guess things are better at home. I mean, with the kids. Cooper asked.
Yes, how sweet of you to ask.
Ashley perked up at the topic.
I let the nanny go and hired an au pair who was recommended by Lincoln's sister. She's amazing. The woman has a degree in early childhood education and speaks 3 languages. Hannah and Lincoln Jr. adore her. Hannah is learning Italian. It's so cute how she tells me she loves me in Italian. Voglio bene.
Wow, Cooper said.
Yes. We also received Hannah's preschool acceptance letter the other day. She got into Hagerman Enrichment Academy.
Hannah is only 2.
Uh-huh, which is why we're so thrilled she was accepted.
Ashley said.
School starts in September, and she'll be almost 3 then and potty trained. It's 4 mornings a week. Hannah is excited.
Ashley's happy sigh said it all.
My life is back to normal.
What's normal?
Oh, you know, the usual. Weekly blowouts and the gym 3 times a week. I'm also back in the mommy bunko group. I feel like a new woman.
Great. Yes, great. Because when Ashley was happy and the wheels of her lavish lifestyle were turning smoothly, she stopped trying to orchestrate Cooper's life. A black Mercedes SUV pulled up and its horn tooted. Trish had arrived. The redhead got out of the passenger side and blew kisses to the car's inhabitants before joining Cooper and Ashley on the sidewalk.
Be good for your daddy, my darlings. Trish!
Ashley practically screamed.
How did you get your hands on an Anthony Novellini sports set? They were sold out at Bergdorf. You look fabulous.
Trish grinned and ran a hand over her red and yellow outfit. One of my clients works for the designer. She was so grateful I closed the deal on her dream house that she sent over half of the spring line in my size. It looks good on you, Cooper said. Trish turned in a circle, hand on hip, and laughed. It does, doesn't it?
I didn't realize you're a member of the club,
Ashley said. Cooper frowned. Why do you call it a club instead of a gym?
Oh, that's how they market it,
Ashley said.
The idea is to make a gym sound exclusive. And it is. The membership fees are outrageous. But it's a tax write-off for Love Motors. Lincoln often meets clients here for pickleball or tennis.
Trish nodded. Same here. Tyler Fine Properties meets clients at the juice bar. It's the price of doing business. She pointed to a bus going by with her name and picture plastered on the side. Kinda like that. Cooper nodded. Not her business. She couldn't see herself meeting the aviary hobbyists at the club, and she definitely did not want her face on buses, billboards, and benches like Trish.
Ready, ladies?
Ashley asked.
I am.
Cooper checked her phone and nodded.
No photography allowed, Coop,
Ashley said.
It's against the rules. Imagine what would happen if someone started taking those no-makeup photos and posted them on the internet.
Got it. Cooper tucked her phone into the gym bag that held extra clothes so she could go from the gym to work. She held the glass door for the group and stepped into the club. A glance around told her that most of the members were standing around posing rather than working out. Ash, I thought you said no makeup. These women look better at the gym than I do going on a date. She looked at her sister. You're wearing mascara.
Only a little.
I'm not wearing makeup, Trish said. Cooper snuck a peek at her friend. Trish wasn't wearing her usual full facial armor, but she still wore false eyelashes which framed her violet eyes. To her credit, her red pixie cut was without its usual coat of shellac. To each his own. Cooper routinely went without makeup, and she surely couldn't imagine sweating with mascara and foundation on. When they stowed their gym bags in the locker room, Cooper tucked her phone into her sock. She had no intention of breaking the rules and taking pictures, but the voice recorder on the phone could come in handy. She followed Ashley and Trish out to the main area. High-energy techno music from a spin class blasted from a room to the right. Its upbeat tempo had Cooper peeking into the space and backing away quickly. The spin instructor shouted instructions, like a maniacal drill sergeant. To the left, trainers worked with clients in a spacious, cheery area with floor-to-ceiling windows.
"Look, it's Vivi,"
Ashley whispered.
"She usually works with that muscle guy for a while and then heads to the sauna."
Trish glanced across the room. "I'm gonna go read the bulletin board. It's close to the area. Maybe I'll overhear something." "Is there a track here?" Cooper asked her sister.
"Yes, upstairs. It overlooks the pool."
"Wonderful. After we talk to Vivi, I'll run a few laps." She smiled. "I've never run on an air-conditioned track before."
"I might use the elliptical,"
Ashley said. "I'll join you." Cooper eyed the row of ellipticals. They had a clear line of sight to where Vivi worked out. To the model's credit, she wore no makeup and her signature black mane was hidden beneath a ball cap. She rarely looked around, apparently in an effort to remain incognito. After 30 minutes, Ashley's steps slowed on the elliptical and she pulled her bright pink earphones off.
"How many more miles are you going to do, Cooper?"
She panted. "How many have we done?"
5. I am dying here."
"You sure are sweating." Cooper handed her sister the towel on the dashboard of her elliptical.
"Thanks. And for the record, I don't sweat. I glisten."
"Well, you've just glistened mascara all over your face. You look like a cross between a raccoon and a zebra." Her sister furiously scrubbed her face.
"I do not."
Cooper grabbed her water bottle and got off the machine. She looked around. "Where's Trish?"
"I think she went to check out the special of the day at the juice bar. I'm pretty sure it's mango pineapple, my favorite."
"Look, Vivi's trainer's leaving," Cooper said. "Vivi is doing stretches. The perfect time to talk to her."
"We can't talk to her."
Ashley looked horrified at the suggestion. "What do you think we're here for? Yes, I am definitely going to talk to her. Right now, before she leaves."
No. Ashley stepped in front of Cooper. "I thought we'd casually run into her at the juice bar or in the sauna."
"Ashley, I don't have all day. I have to open the shop at 10. Cooper stepped around her sister and headed directly toward the model.
"Aren't you Uncle Anton's fiancé?"
she called. The model looked up, the blue eyes startled. Her gaze went from Cooper to Ashley as she patted her face with the towel around her neck. "Why, yes. Are you family? I'm afraid I don't recall. How embarrassing. Wasn't that terrible about Monica Amsterdam?" Cooper gave a sympathetic cluck. "Who did you say you are?" Vivi squirmed with apparent discomfort, her gaze darting back and forth as though searching for an emergency exit.
"That whole dressing room thing at Channel 17 was blown out of proportion, wasn't it?"
Cooper continued. "I mean, come on. Monica was trouble from the start. I'm sure she got nastygrams all the time." Vivi's face paled and her jaw sagged. "How did you know about that?" "I thought everyone knew. It certainly puts you on the suspect list, which is ridiculous, right?" Vivi blinked, her eyes wide as she worked to respond. "Are you paparazzi?" The model's voice had gone up an octave. "No." Cooper laughed. "Of course not." The model looked Cooper up and down, her eyes now hardened with suspicion. "What did happen in that dressing room?" Cooper asked. "Whatever you heard isn't true. I left that evil woman a note, that's all. She was blackmail—" Vivi's eyes rounded and she licked her lips. "Monica was on a mission to ruin Anton's life. My life. It was merely a warning." Cooper didn't miss the slip of the tongue, but she wasn't certain anyone else heard it. "So you didn't kill her?"
"Oh my goodness!"
Vivi's voice became shrill.
"Why would you say that?"
"No, I did not. Oh, I know you're innocent, but not everyone does." Her face crumpled. "I didn't do it." "Of course not." Cooper grimaced, concerned she might have pushed the woman too hard. She took a step toward Vivi to offer a comforting pat. As she did, her phone fell out of her sock, thumping on the ground. Vivi, Cooper, and Ashley all stared at the cell. "Are you filming me? Oh my goodness, you are paparazzi!" Vivi screeched. "Security! Security!" "No, I'm not filming you," Cooper said, lowering her head. "Can you keep your voice down?" 15 minutes later, Cooper and Ashley stood on the sidewalk outside the gym, stunned. "You got us kicked out of the club," Ashley whined. "I didn't even get a mango pineapple smoothie." "I did not get you kicked out of the club. I got me kicked out. I'm your guest." Cooper dug in her gym bag for sunglasses. "Besides, I apologized to Vivi and they checked my phone. I was not filming her." "I'm mortified. I hope my friends don't find out." Cooper looked around. "Where's Trish anyhow?" "She's getting me a smoothie. Her sister didn't embarrass her at the most exclusive gym in town." Trish came out a few minutes later with 3 smoothies in a carrier. "Drinks are on me." She grinned. "Good job, Coop." "Thanks." Cooper grimaced. She'd played her part a little too well today and she wasn't proud of herself. "Do you think Vivi did it?" Trish asked. Cooper shrugged. "I don't know." She turned to Ashley. "Did you hear her say the word blackmail?" "No, but I didn't hear much until she started screaming." "Vivi is definitely moved up to a prime suspect," Cooper said with a nod. "I think it's time for a little surveillance." "Not me," Ashley said. She gave a firm shake of her head. "You're going to ruin my entire social calendar at this rate. The head of the Junior League Summer Fundraising Committee was on a treadmill nearby. She asked me if I knew that woman with the phone." Cooper started laughing before her sister even finished her story. "You denied knowing me, didn't you?" "Oh, stop laughing. I had no choice." "It is a bit humorous," Trish said. "That club is full of stuffy biddies." "Then why do you go?" Cooper asked. "Cooper, it's part of my job. I meet clients at the club. You will learn that sometimes you zip your lip for the good of the business. I don't mean crossing moral boundaries, but discretion really can be the better part of valor, and that translates to keeping your mouth shut." "I suppose that's true." She thought of Sarah's approach to the obnoxious Annabelle Buffington. Cooper Lee wasn't in a position to tell off the rude patron either. How do you suppose Monica could afford to be a member? She was a part-time news columnist? Cooper asked. "That's a good question." Trish shrugged and sipped on her drink. "Thank you for the smoothie, Trish," Ashley said. "Yes, thanks," Cooper added. "I'm sorry I missed the action." She giggled. "Maybe not that sorry." "I'm going to have to report what Vivi said to Detective Olson." Distaste filled Cooper's mouth. "I'm not looking forward to that." "I think he admires you, Coop," Trish said. "No, he only tolerates me." She checked her watch. "My car is right around the corner. I'll see you ladies later." Cooper walked slowly around the corner and got in her Jeep. She sat there for a few minutes sipping the smoothie and thinking. Not only did she have to talk to Olson, but tonight she'd have to explain to John how she'd upset his uncle's fiancé. And she didn't feel good about that, no matter how much information was gathered. This case was going south, quickly. Chapter 8. "Over here, Coop," Quentin called out. Cooper was surprised to find Quentin and John at a table tucked away in the corner of Freddy's cafe. She wove around tables in the busy room toward them. "Quentin, I didn't expect to see you tonight." "We've got problems, Coop. I thought John could use an extra friend. Maybe you and I can brainstorm while we're supporting the chef." She slid into a chair next to John and across from Quentin and glanced between the two men, noting they both had finished off a carafe of coffee. John's expression was so somber it concerned her. "How long have you been here?" she asked. "About an hour," Quentin said. "Drowning our sorrows." Lena stopped by the table with a fresh carafe of coffee and a mug for Cooper.
More coffee?"
"Yes, ma'am,"
John said. She eyed the trio.
"Ready to order?" Could you give us about 10 minutes?"
Quentin asked.
"Surely can. I've got a table of women having a girls' night out that are running me ragged. I'm happy to have a few minutes breather."
When Lena stepped away, Cooper turned back to the men. "What happened?"
"Things are heating up faster than butter in a skillet,"
Quentin said.
"John tells me that the police showed up at Chef Anton's place with a search warrant. They took all his electronic devices."
That explained the deflated expression on John's face. "I'm so sorry. Were you there when the police showed up? Was Vivi there? Did they take her electronics as well?"
"No, Uncle Anton called me and I came by after they left. I haven't seen my uncle look that broken since his wife died."
Pain filled John's gray eyes.
"As for Vivian, she has her own place and fortunately wasn't present."
He looked at Cooper.
"Earlier, Vivian called and canceled plans for dinner with a story about being traumatized this morning at the gym."
John searched Cooper's face.
"What happened anyhow?"
Cooper grimaced, her stomach tightening. "I plan to discuss that situation with you." She clasped her hands together on the table. "Things didn't go as well as I would have liked, and I apologize for that. Chances are, if Anton and Vivi tie the knot, I'll never get invited to the wedding."
"Did you tell her who you are?"
John asked. "Not exactly." She hedged. She assumed I was paparazzi. Cooper swallowed, glad to get that off her chest. Her stomach had been in knots ever since the encounter this morning.
"I sense there's more,"
Quentin said. "You're right, there is. Vivi admitted putting a threatening note in Monica's dressing room at Channel 17.
"What?"
Quentin stared at Cooper, his round face reflecting surprise. Here's the kicker. Vivi sputtered the word blackmail before realizing what she was saying, and then she suddenly changed course. John scratched his head, clearly confused.
"Vivian was being blackmailed?"
"I don't think that's what she meant. The reference was that Monica Amsterdam was the blackmailer. That's the only thing I'm certain of. Vivi said Monica was ruining Anton's life. That's why she left a warning letter." Quentin put his big hands around his mug and looked at John.
"That sounds like motive to me."
John released a whoosh of air.
"Wow. Just wow."
"Did you tell Olson?"
Quentin asked Cooper. "No, I called Detective Olson's office Wednesday to be sure he'd received the information from Monica's old roommate, but I can't get in to see him until early tomorrow morning."
"Did you tell them it was life or death?"
Quentin raised a brow. "It's not exactly life or death. I said it was important, but he's in meetings today and tomorrow. There's no one else I trust. The other detectives pat me on the head and tell me to be on my way. Olson may give me a hard time, but he listens. He always listens." She looked at John and Quentin, praying one of them had an answer. "What are we going to do?"
"This case is out of control,"
Quentin said.
"There are too many variables, and we haven't gathered enough information to move forward with anything except this Vivi angle."
"Any luck with your door-to-door canvassing?" Cooper asked.
"Jake helped me, and we pounded a lot of pavement. All we ended up with is confirmation of what the police already know. Monica's vehicle arrived at approximately 7:45 p.m. on Sunday. Eyewitnesses say no other vehicles were seen outside the restaurant until the cleaning van appeared the next morning."
Quentin leaned back in his chair.
"I have one possible lead. The parking lot across the street from the restaurant. I'm waiting for a call back to arrange a meeting. The guy who manages the lot had a security camera in place. He turned over the digital file to the police and implied he'd print up photos for a small fee."
"Well, that's something," Cooper said.
"Or nothing,"
Quentin said.
"I should have something to report by Sunday."
Cooper reached for the coffee and filled her mug, adding creamer and more sugar than was good for her. "What do we do next?"
"I reached out to Trish, and she's going to the Richmond Times-Dispatch tomorrow," Quentin said. "Her friend got back from vacation this afternoon. She knows what's at stake, and I might have encouraged her to be a bulldog."
Quentin and I are going to stake out Vivian's house tomorrow," John said. "I was feeling pretty low about doing that, but after the information you shared, it's obvious that she's withholding information."
For a moment, they were all silent, and Cooper knew they each were thinking the same thing. Withholding information? Or was Vivi the killer? Cooper finally said, "Don't you have to work, Quentin?"
"I have so many vacation hours accumulated that the bank insisted I take a few days off. I'm obliging the boss and determined to find a clue to crack this case wide open at the same time."
"I wish I could join you, but with Sarah on a cruise, I can only get away from bits and pieces before and after work, on Saturdays."
"Then we've got to make the most of Saturday," Quentin said.
Lena stopped by the table, looked them over, and pulled out her order pad.
"What'll it be, kids?"
"This has been a rough day." Cooper met John's gaze. "I'd like a double bacon cheeseburger with fries and a chocolate milkshake, please."
"Me too,"
John said. Quentin raised a plump finger.
"I'll have what they're having, but add onion rings to my order."
"Carbs for everyone," Lena said with a laugh.
"Coming right up." "Do you hear that?"
Quentin asked when Lena left the table. He leaned forward with his forearms on the table. "No?"
Cooper looked around. "Exactly. I'm going to put some quarters in the jukebox. It isn't Freddy's if the jukebox is sleeping."
When Quentin lumbered away, John turned to Cooper, a chagrined expression on his face.
"About my mother."
Cooper couldn't help but smile at the mention of Manon Eason. "Your mother is so nice. She called me Cooper."
"She is nice, but you were blindsided. I apologize."
"Not at all. I thought you didn't want me to meet your family."
"I figured you wouldn't want to be pressured by meeting Mom and Pops."
"Mom and Pops?" Cooper laughed.
"That's an inside joke. My parents tend to be on the dry and formal side. I do my best to lighten them up."
His eyes sparkled with mirth for the first time tonight, and Cooper's heart did a flip-flop. Then he took her hand beneath the table, his thumb stroking her palm.
"It's taken me a year to get you to relax when someone says I'm your boyfriend. I figured meeting my parents might scare you off."
"It might have. In fairness, I do not have the best instincts in that department."
John chuckled. "You do now, Cooper."
She smiled at this pronunciation. Just then, the jukebox woke up, and Don't Rock the Jukebox by Alan Jackson boomed into the room. Cooper grinned, her head bobbing to the music that lifted her spirits in an instant. From across the room, Quentin offered them a thumbs up, while he shuffle-danced across the room toward their table without a care what others thought. "Quentin never fails to amaze me," Cooper said. "I've never seen him out of a suit and tie, and while he looks like a staid banker on the outside, I've come to appreciate that you can't put that man in a box."
"Which is why I brought him tonight. He's a great friend, a talented pâtissier, and an even better sleuth."
John grinned.
"He's my other true friend, next to my gal Cooper."
Though Cooper smiled at the words, a nagging concern refused to ease inside. Somehow they had to get to the bottom of the murder of Monica Amsterdam before the police decided they had an airtight case against Anton Parsley. Maggie handed Cooper a clipboard Thursday evening. "Here's the list of servers and their assignments. Everyone knows their duties, but things work more efficiently if I have a right-hand person to set an example." Her mother sure was into clipboards these days. "Are you expecting problems, Mama?" "Not with you here, Cooper Lee. You look very cute in that little tuxedo shirt and bow tie." Cooper assessed her mother's outfit. All the employees from Magnolia's Marvels and Catering wore identical white shirts, black bow ties, and black pants. A nice touch. Her mama knew how to run a business. Cooper was impressed. "So do you, sugar." Maggie smiled. "Here, put on this headset. Click that little button on the box. When it's green, it's on. Just clip it on your pants. That way we can communicate in case of, problems." Following her mother's instructions, Cooper put on the headset and adjusted the mic. "Mama, when did you get so techy?"
I took a hospitality workshop at the community college a few weeks ago. Aced the class with an A+.
What? You didn't mention this, though I'd expect nothing less than perfect grades.
It was a Saturday afternoon.
She adjusted her microphone.
Cooper, you've been so busy lately. I've hardly seen you except to drop off Betty.
I'm sorry, Mama.
Don't be sorry. This is a season. It'll pass.
Maggie surveyed the room.
Everything looks good so far. Preparation is the key.
What's tonight's occasion?
It's a ribbon-cutting ceremony for the new recreation room for the senior center. We'll serve hors d'oeuvres while everyone mingles. I subcontracted that open bar over there. Something else I learned in class.
You have an open bar at a senior center? Doesn't alcohol interfere with medications the residents take?
Cooper Lee, it's a non-alcoholic bar.
Maggie tapped Cooper's clipboard with a finger.
Pay attention to your list. After the ribbon cutting, cake and cookies come out along with coffee and tea. Be sure your teams clear quickly, quietly, and discreetly. The guests shouldn't even know they're in the room. Any questions?
Cooper scanned the clipboard's detailed list and commentary.
I'm set. Now, go be a fly on the wall. Stand around the perimeter and observe and, troubleshoot.
Troubleshoot. Got it.
By the way, the mayor's going to be here and the city council. Oh, your friend Bryant is on the guest list as well, along with cameras from Channel 6.
Maggie pulled a small stack of business cards from her pocket.
Here, if anyone asks about the food or the service, feel free to offer them a card. Discreetly. Mama, you are a marketing dynamo. Earl retires in a few weeks. You're looking at the upcoming family breadwinner. I've got to hit the ground running, and this event could really launch Magnolia's Marvels in catering.
We're going to have a chat soon. I could use some marketing tips.
Happy to,
Maggie said. She did a scoot motion with her hand.
For now, go troubleshoot.
Cooper did several walks around the room, assessing the tables.
Here and there, she picked up empty beverage glasses from the guests who mingled in the great room of the senior center. She instructed a server to find clean plates for the depleted supply at the buffet table, and helped a resident of the senior center find her glasses, which were on her head.
30 minutes in, and her mother's voice echoed in her ear.
The last batch of bacon roll-ups and bruschetta are on their way out. At 8 p.m., the buffet will transition for cake and coffee.
Yes, ma'am. When a guest flagged her down, Cooper smiled and directed them to the restroom.
Cooper!
She looked up to find Bryant closing the distance between them. The meteorologist smiled, showing off his bright veneers, a contrast to his perpetual tan. Though he was always TV-ready, the weatherman wasn't as shallow as he appeared. He was well known for his fundraising efforts for senior citizens. Last year, he was personally responsible for gathering donations for purchasing 2 buses to bring seniors from outlying areas to Hope Street Church and other churches for fellowship. Bryant and his new little family volunteered at the senior center in his spare time. Cooper admired his drive to support the cause near and dear to his heart. He gave her a hug and took in her black and white uniform, clipboard, and headset.
What are you doing here, my friend?
Maggie is catering the event, and I'm helping.
That explains the fabulous hors d'oeuvres, but good grief, Coop. Can you get anything else on your plate?
Things will slow down soon, I hope.
For your sake, I hope you're right.
He nodded toward the hallway.
What do you think about the new recreation room for the senior center? We sold a lot of candy bars to make it happen.
Congratulations, Bryant. I took a peek inside when I arrived. It's beautiful. You must be over the moon to see your hard work come to fruition.
I am, thanks. The seniors in our community really deserve honor and respect for raising the next generation. I intend to see them get that and more. Our next goal is to replace all the appliances in the kitchen.
That's wonderful.
Anything new on the investigation?
He asked. More than I have time to tell you tonight. She put a hand on Bryant's arm. The best thing you can do until Sunday Bible study is pray for Anton Parsley. The situation doesn't look good on the outside. In fact, if I hadn't put my trust in the Lord, I'd be tempted to be depressed about the whole thing. She admitted.
Oh, no.
Concern clouded the meteorologist's eyes.
I'll certainly pray. And I agree with you. Chef Parsley doesn't deserve this cloud over his career.
Cooper nodded. No, he's worked hard to build a career, and he's given back to the community. Someone tapped on the microphone and Bryant turned.
That's my cue. I get to introduce the mayor tonight. Wish me luck.
Break a leg, she called. News cameras followed Bryant to the podium where the first speeches began. While the mayor spoke, Cooper stood at the back of the room, mentally calculating which tables needed service. From the corner of her eye, she noticed a young woman quietly approach the buffet table, pick up a plate and fill it with appetizers. Zoe? What was she doing here? Cooper tried not to stare as Zoe moved to a table and sat down next to an elderly woman in a wheelchair. She offered the woman the plate and encouraged her to eat. Cooper turned when the room burst into applause at something the mayor said, certain the speech had concluded. But he kept talking, validating his reputation as long-winded. Finally, some 30 minutes later, another round of applause indicated the end of his speech. Guests began to leave the room following the mayor, the city council, and the press, down the hall for the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Cooper quickly directed one group of servers to clear the tables. Another group cleared the buffet table and brought in dessert plates and silver. 2 giant urns were brought in for the beverage table against the wall, along with coffee and tea accoutrements. "How's it going out there, Cooper?" Maggie asked in her ear. "Right on schedule." "Perfect. The cake and cookies will come out soon as I receive the word that the media is done with the photo op." "Mama, you are amazing. You should have joined the military." "Don't be silly. I wouldn't be able to wear a pink ruffled apron in the military." Cooper laughed, her eyes scanning the room. Zoe and her friend were gone. Maybe the elderly woman was a family member. She knew Zoe lived with her grandmother. Perhaps this was a great-gran. "Dessert's incoming," Maggie said. "We're ready." Cooper walked over to the coffee service and assessed the urns. Everything was hot and ready. What she wouldn't give for coffee right now. The nights of interrupted sleep thanks to Betty were catching up to her. "Hi, Cooper." Cooper whirled around at Zoe's voice. "Zoe, how nice to see you." "Thanks. I do community service here on Sunday and 2 evenings a week." "That's wonderful." Points to the girl for honesty. Cooper looked around. "Where's your friend?" "That was Mrs. Smith. I visit her and a couple other ladies. Sometimes we play cards, or I take them for a stroll on the grounds. Her nurse is getting her ready for bed, so I'm leaving now." "They're very fortunate to have you." "Don't you want to know why I'm doing community service?" "That's none of my business." Though it did explain the torn paper in the copier. Zoe seemed taken aback by Cooper's response. "What are you doing at the senior center?" she asked. "Helping Maggie Lee. My mother is catering the event." "Mrs. Smith said the bacon roll-ups were delicious." "Thanks, I'll let Mama know." Zoe cocked her head. "You work all day and help your mom at night?" Cooper moved the mic away from her mouth. "When she needs help, I do. My mama raised me, and I've never wanted for anything. There's nothing I won't do for her or my daddy. They blessed me, and now it's time for me to return the favor." "You're lucky. I don't know my parents. But I have my gran." "Then you're blessed too." "Cooper, everything all right out there?" Maggie asked in her ear. "Just perfect, Mama." Cooper spoke into the mic. "I'm talking to a friend." "Does it look like everyone is enjoying dessert?" "Mama, if they enjoyed your treats any more, it would be illegal." Maggie laughed. "You're funny. We'll be done soon. I heard what you said to your friend. You bless me, too. Thank you for helping me tonight." "It's my pleasure, Mama." Cooper gestured toward the buffet table. "Go over there and get yourself a cookie or two before they disappear." "Oh, I'm not supposed to," Zoe said. "You're off duty and I'm on duty." Cooper strode to the buffet and filled a napkin with 2 each of thumbprint cookies, snickerdoodles, and chocolate spice balls. She handed the treats to Zoe. "Take these home to your gran." She smiled. "See you tomorrow at work." "Yes, ma'am." "That was really sweet of you, Cooper," her mother said in her ear. "I can be sweet sometimes." Cooper frowned. "Except when I traumatize women at the gym." Chapter 9. Cooper sat in the waiting area of the police station, shifting in a rigid orange plastic shell chair. The seat was a torture device. This was how law enforcement got criminals to confess. They made them sit in the waiting room on these chairs for hours. She'd finally get comfortable and then she'd accidentally nod off, her head hitting the brick wall behind her. Falling asleep in the police waiting room. Very professional, Cooper. All Betty's fault. Last night the terrier stirred the cats into a frenzy and chased them around the apartment. At 1 a.m. she was forced to get out of bed, put Moses and Miriam in the living room, and close Betty in the bedroom with her. Soon, Cooper reminded herself, soon Angela would return to claim her baby.
"Ms. Lee."
She blinked and looked up. Had she dozed again? Detective Olson loomed over her like a red-headed giant. He wasn't smiling.
"What are you doing here?"
He shifted the stack of files under his arm. "I have an appointment."
"You do? Have you been waiting long?"
"No, only 40 minutes.
"Come on back to my office."
Cooper grabbed her backpack and bag of Magnolia's marvels and stood. Then she stumbled. Her right foot had fallen asleep, so she tapped it on the floor and tried again. Olson turned at the sound.
"Are you okay?"
"Yes, sometimes I forget how to walk," she muttered. Olson directed her to his gloomy office where he dumped the stack of files on his metal desk. Cooper glanced around. Nothing much had changed since her last visit. The office could use an inspiring coat of paint. Any color except the current shade of Alcatraz gray. She did notice that the picture of him and his family had been updated. That gave her a smile. Good to know Detective Olson was human.
"So, Ms. Lee, what aspect of the Amsterdam murder investigation are you here to insert yourself into today?"
Cooper blinked. He was crankier than usual. Most folks were chipper on a Friday with the weekend in sight. She looked closer and noted dark circles beneath his eyes. Maybe she should have brought a bigger bag of Magnolia's marvels. "Detective, maybe you could look at the Sunrise Bible study through a different lens. We're not the only group that helps law enforcement. We're just a low-tech version of those online sleuths who work together to help solve crimes. I imagine there are half a dozen of them working to solve your case on social media as we speak. Law enforcement loves them. Time magazine put them on the cover."
"No comment."
She kept talking. "The Sunrise Bible Study has neither the time nor technology to devote to what those sleuths do. Our skill sets lie in the simple old-fashioned gumshoe gathering of clues. We're in it because we care."
"That's your argument for meddling in my cases. Whatever happened to let law enforcement do their job?"
Cooper took a deep breath. Olson was a smart guy. Why did he only have one song? "I'm going to guess your department is working on half a dozen cases right now. We have a passionate and personal desire to see this particular case closed quickly."
"Hometown vigilantes?"
"No, sir. Interested citizens. We're not judge and jury. We're handing you clues so you can do your job." Olson powered on his computer and glanced at his watch.
"Cut to the chase, Ms. Lee. What have you got?"
"God." She put the bag in her hand on his desk. She prayed that Magnolia's marvels still held sway. "I've got new flavors for Magnolia's marvels."
"Thank you, Ms. Lee. While I appreciate the bribe, that's not what I meant."
She sighed. "I'm here to verify that Jade Danvers from Barclay's Bakery came in to give a statement."
"She did. Thank you for tossing us a bone."
Cooper frowned. "You're welcome, I think." Olson's brows knit together as his gaze shifted to his monitor.
"Was there something else, Ms. Lee?"
"Yes." Vivi admitted to writing the threatening note left in Monica Amsterdam's dressing room.
"Vivian Luster?"
Cooper nodded. "Yes, my sister Ashley, Trish, Tyler, and I happened to be at the gym. Working out."
"You were at the gym. working out, and Vivian Luster decided it was a great time to tell you that she threatened Monica Amsterdam.
Yes. Okay, so it sounded a little ridiculous, but it was what happened.
There were witnesses?
Yes, me and my sister. Trish was at the juice bar.
Did she happen to tell you why she threatened Monica Amsterdam while she was nonchalantly spilling her guts at the gym?
She simply said that Monica was trying to ruin Chef Anton. I didn't have a chance to ask how. We had to leave rather suddenly.
I'll look into your claim, and if necessary, I will reach out to your friends to corroborate the story.
It's not a story, she burst out. Olsen's eyes rounded with surprise. I'm sorry, but it's not a story.
Understand. And is there anything else you'd like to share?
He ran his hand over his head, leaving the short hair nearly standing up as he leaned back in his chair. You seem a little frustrated, Detective Olsen.
Do I? Didn't you see the mayor's press conference last night?
No.
Allow me to recap. Our good mayor has vowed to find who killed Monica Amsterdam post-haste.
I thought that reference was for mail. Olsen gave a low chuckle.
Tell the mayor.
When his fingers flew across the keyboard, she feared she had lost his attention. Detective Olsen, do you know the real identity of Monica Amsterdam? Olsen's gaze was penetrating. Suddenly nervous, Cooper shrank back from the desk.
Yes, Miss Lee. Miss Danvers shared that information with us.
Cooper cleared her throat. We're having a difficult time verifying her existence anywhere except at the temp agency and as the food critic for the Dispatch.
Stop trying. People have been killed for less.
Olsen's ominous words haunted her as she left the police station, got in her Jeep, and drove to Bits and Pieces. Cooper moved rotely as she started her routine at the shop. First, she did the weekly accounting. After she counted the cash and prepared the bank deposit, she dropped the bank bag in the bottom drawer of her desk. Next, she decided to unpack the shipment of mismatched Meissen porcelain pieces she purchased online that had to be priced and inventoried. That would keep her busy for a while. Her phone rang and she reached for it. Quentin, where are you guys?
John and I have been staking out Vivi's house since 6 a.m. Big mistake. No sign of life until 10.
He chuckled.
But it was worth the wait. We followed her to Chef Brim's house. She's been there for hours.
How do you know it's Brim's place?
He opened the door.
Cooper nodded. So Vivi is spending hours with Chef Brim. How do the two of them fit any scenario we've discussed?
I don't know, but John isn't happy with the idea that she might be two-timing his uncle.
Be careful, Quentin. If Vivi and Brim killed Monica, they won't hesitate to kill again. Cooper gasped. I can't believe I said that. Supermodel and chef commit murder? That sounds like a story splashed over the cover of a tabloid.
Stranger things have appeared on those rags. Last week I was in line at the grocery store and read one that said an alien dropped off Michael Jackson's love child.
I bet Grammy Lee already read that one. Cooper chuckled. Are we still on for Lamplighters tomorrow?
Oh, yes, he said. I'm counting on Chef Donato to break this case wide open.
John said she used to stop by Lamplighter each morning before coming to the restaurant.
I'm betting that old habits die hard.
I hope you're right.
John says hi. Did I tell you we're considering launching a YouTube channel for our cooking adventures? The only problem is, neither of us know how to do any of that techie stuff.
Cooper smiled. Tell him I said hi. And my mama might be able to help you. The bells on the Bits and Pieces door chimed. I've got to go. I'm alone in the shop today. My new assistant has graduation rehearsal.
Okay, I'll keep you posted,
Quentin said. Vivi and Malcolm Brim. Now that was a curious development. Good coffee, Cooper grunted. She reached for the extra-large cup of lamplighter coffee in front of her. The coffee shop business was brisk this Saturday morning, though Sophia Donato had not made an appearance yet.
You look like you didn't get any sleep,
Quentin said. He sipped his cappuccino as though savoring fine wine. I didn't. Betty Boop decided she wanted to play, at 1 a.m., 3 a.m., and again at 6 a.m.
When will Angela be back?"
58 hours. Not that I'm counting. He chuckled.
"I spoke to Trish this morning. She tried to call you, but you didn't pick up."
That's because Betty stole my phone when I was blow-drying my hair. What did Trish say?
"I think it was about what you're wearing to the gallery event next week."
I'll call her back.
"Look, there's Sophia."
Quentin glanced at his watch.
"Right on time."
"What do you want to do?" Cooper asked. "I'd prefer if you take the lead. I was a little heavy-handed in my last interview."
Quentin laughed. "Not to worry. You interviewed the lady at the temp agency and Barclays without issue. It could be Vivi who's the problem."
Cooper smiled at the words spoken like a true friend. "Thank you for that, Quentin." They waited until Sophia got coffee and a bagel sandwich and settled at a table outside. Then Cooper and Quentin followed. As they passed her table, Quentin stopped.
"Aren't you Chef Donato from La Sala?"
She chuckled. "I used to be."
"I saw you do a cooking demonstration at Williams-Sonoma. You made an apple pie and topped it with Parmesan cheese. That moment changed how I will forever look at apple pie."
Sophia laughed. "I hope you mean that in a good way."
"Absolutely."
The chef laughed again, her dark eyes sparkling. Cooper got the impression that Sophia Donato was a woman who laughed often. Her short, dark curls threaded with gray barely touched her shoulders. She wore no makeup and had dressed in cut-off jeans and a T-shirt that said, "Let it be," with a yellow bee on faded gray fabric. "Beatles fan?" Cooper asked. She cocked her head. "Isn't everybody?" Cooper nodded. This was a charming woman. "Do you mind if we join you?" Sophia eyed them. "Is this an intervention? Did the manager tell you I've been here twice a day since the restaurant closed?" "No," Cooper said with a smile. "I'm Cooper Lee, and this is Quentin Enderly. John Eason is my boyfriend. We want to talk to you about Monica Amsterdam." "I don't know anything, but please, have a seat. Any friend of John's is a friend of mine." She unwrapped her bagel sandwich and looked at Cooper. "I've known John since he peeled his first carrot and served his first successful soufflé. You must be special, Ms. Lee. John has had few girlfriends." Cooper blushed at the words.
"What were you and Brim arguing about in the restaurant?" Quentin asked. "The day of the taping?"
A smile lit Sophia's mouth. "I like you. You get right to the point." She took a long sip of her coffee, as if pondering the question. "First, tell me why you ask." "We're trying to help Anton, that's all," Cooper said. The chef nodded. "I can tell you that Brim and I were always arguing. The man is a Neanderthal. You'll have to be more specific."
"I'm talking about this argument in particular."
Quentin pulled out his phone and slid his fingers across the screen. A video of Brim and Chef Donato arguing played. Sophia cringed and backed away from the device. Put that away, please. I had no idea it was online."
"You were saying?"
Quentin arched a brow. "Monica came to the restaurant to encourage me to leave La Sala. She claimed she had raised the capital to buy her own restaurant and wanted me as executive chef."
"That's a tasty offer,"
Quentin said. His gaze went from Cooper to Sophia. "Please, do I look stupid to you? Monica Amsterdam is a fraud."
"What makes you say that?"
Quentin asked. "Talk to her for 5 minutes about cuisine." Sophia shrugged. "I don't know who wrote those newspaper columns, but it was not her. The first rule of the kitchen, you have to be smarter than the food."
"And Chef Brim?"
"Brim has his own bone to pick with Monica. I don't know what the bad blood between them is, but it was toxic. When he saw me with her, he blew up and accused me of working with the devil. He claimed that I was in cahoots with Monica to sabotage the restaurant." Her fingers tightened on her coffee mug. "I would never betray Anton." "Is that why you slapped him?" Cooper asked. "Listen closely to that video. You can hear the few choice words he had for me. That's when I slapped him." There was fire in Donato's dark eyes. No one uses those words in my presence and gets away with it.
Who do you think killed Monica Amsterdam?
Cooper asked. I already told the police I don't have a clue, and frankly, I don't want to know. She took a healthy bite of her bagel and leaned back in her chair, her calm demeanor back.
Look, Quentin said, you've known Anton a long time. We're only trying to help him out. We can't do that unless we figure out who killed Monica. Every day that the police don't find the killer is another day the restaurant and his show are closer to being shut down forever.
Once again, Sophia grimaced. A terrible shame. And all because Monica Amsterdam was hungry for power and influence.
Did you know her well?
Cooper asked. Oh, she reached out to me several times. The day of the taping wasn't the first. She'd flatter my cooking and beg me to leave La Sala. Each time she offered more money. Sophia shook her head. A moot point, as not only would I never work for her, but I won't leave as long as Anton needs me. She took another bite of her bagel and smiled with pleasure. Have you eaten? The bagels are phenomenal. This is the slayer. Toasted bagel and cream cheese with a maple sriracha glazed pork sausage patty. Quentin groaned and looked at Cooper.
Sounds delicious, doesn't it?
I'll buy you one on the way out. She turned to Sophia.
May we ask you a few more questions?
Sure. It's convenient that I don't know anything, but feel free to pick my brain.
Can you tell us about the murder weapon?
All I know is that it's a paring knife. The police collected everyone's knives to examine. Mine haven't been returned yet.
And Chef Anton?
I told them what I know. Anton keeps one knife roll in his office and one at the television studio.
Which set was the murder weapon from?
Quentin asked. His office. She shrugged. Do you know how easy it would be to buy knives like Anton's and frame him?
Quentin nodded. We do.
They were quiet for a minute, and then Cooper leaned forward. I think you do have an opinion about who killed Monica. One you didn't share with the police. Sophia smiled and looked around. I've given it some thought, yes. I'd put my money on Anton's fiancée. Crime of passion. She's a very jealous woman. Vivian tried to get me fired. Anton and I had a plan. I was supposed to take over the restaurant so he could focus on the show and write cookbooks. But Vivian wouldn't have it. So Brim was promoted.
Why do you stick around?
Anton. I won't let that woman chase me off. I helped Anton start the restaurant. If he wants me to leave, he can tell me to.
I'm a banker by trade, Quentin said. I've learned to read people over the years. You sound like a woman with an emotional connection to Chef Parsley.
A small smile touched the chef's mouth. I've known Anton all my life. I care deeply about him. He's engaged to another woman, and I am a person of honor, unlike his fiancée. There was no missing the subtext. Ashley said Monica was referring to Anton in her review of La Sala when she said the chef liked to play in and out of the kitchen. What if it was someone else? Cooper leaned closer to Sophia. Did you kill Monica? She laughed. If I were to kill someone, it would not be Monica Amsterdam. As I told the police, I was home alone, binging the Great British Bake Off.
Love that show,
Quentin said with a smile. Is Vivi having an affair with Chef Brim? Cooper asked. Brim? That seems highly unlikely.
Quentin nodded. We appreciate your taking the time to talk to us.
Not a problem. Sophia smiled at Cooper. I like your eyes, Cooper Lee. They say that you are trustworthy. Thank you. Quentin led the way back through the coffee shop.
Let's get a bagel. We earned it.
We did. That went well. Somehow it redeems my disastrous meeting with Vivi. Quentin shook his head.
Chef Anton needs to wake up and smell the bacon. Sophia won't wait around forever.
She already has, Cooper said. She already has. Chapter 10. What do you suppose Quentin found? Savannah asked. She had her hand on Cooper's arm as they moved down the carpeted hall of Hope Street Christian Academy, past the doors decorated with student artwork, toward the classroom where the Bible study was held. Savannah's white cane was tucked under her other arm as they walked. "I'm not sure what's up," Cooper said. "He only said to come to class 30 minutes early." Cooper glanced behind them. "Where's Jake?" "Oh, he's coming. He's talking a new plumber through a job over the phone." "That's nice of him." "It is. Jake is a nice guy, and I am grateful he's my friend." Savannah sniffed the air. "I smell coffee. Maple and bacon. We must be close." "Yes, here we are." They entered the classroom where the student desks were set up in neat rows. Cooper rearranged some of the seats into a circle. "Good morning, ladies," Quentin boomed. "I brought maple bacon donuts. Any takers?" "Oh, yes," Savannah said. "I'll get the coffee." Cooper filled a paper cup for Savannah and one for herself, while Quentin put donuts on paper plates. Cooper took a huge bite of the pastry, hoping the sugar rush would keep her going for the next few hours. "What's going on?" Brian asked as he entered the classroom with his Bible in his hand. "Why are we here early?" "We have lots of information to share about the case, and I didn't want to take away from our studies," Quentin said. "I appreciate that," Savannah said. "We need our Bible nourishment to make it through the week." Cooper chewed and swallowed quickly before she dared to open her mouth. "You found something? You really found something?" "It's not a lot," Quentin said, "but it's our first significant breakthrough." Trish sailed into the room with a smile on her face. "Did you tell them my news?" "Not yet." "I heard someone say they have news," Jake said as he walked in. "Has anyone talked to John?" "Yes," Quentin said. "He's working at the inn this morning, but I called him and we're going to meet later for an update." He looked at Trish. "Do you want to go first, or shall I?" "Whichever you think will be the most dramatic reveal." She chuckled and examined the maple donuts, eyeing the box with a frown. "I don't suppose those are low-calorie. I gained 1/2 pound after our potluck last Sunday." Jake chuckled. "Not to make light of your 1/2 pound, but I don't think this group knows how to make anything that isn't calorie-laden." Trish sighed. "You're right. But I bought a new dress for Savannah's gallery debut and want to fit into it." "You've got that fancy club membership," Cooper reminded her. "I'm guessing one donut is about a dozen laps." "They are from the Sugar Shack, so definitely worth the calories." She grinned and reached for one. "A dozen laps it is." "I'll think of you as I'm running the track at the high school," Cooper chided. "Trish, enjoy your pastry and don't rush. Savor the maple and the bacon," Quentin said. "I'm going to go first since I already had 2 donuts." He moved to the front of the room. "First order of business is access to the restaurant. John was able to verify that only a handful of employees know the alarm code. Of those, all have alibis except Chef Brim." "Circumstantial. Anyone could have shared the code," Bryant said. "It's like sharing your locker code in high school." "You're right," Quentin said. "That leads us to the next topic. Between us, Jake and I visited every business surrounding the restaurant. I lucked out with the parking lot across the street." He held up a handful of glossy photos. "I'll pass these around. They're taken from the camera at the front of the parking lot." Bryant moved closer. "Okay, I can see the front of La Sala." "If you look to the right, you can see the alley next to the restaurant." "Yes, I see it," Trish said. "Did you obtain these photos legally?" Bryant asked. "Maybe I should leave the room while I can still claim plausible deniability." "All legal. I assure you the police already have the original camera feed." "And you obtained these how?" Bryant asked. "The parking lot guy. I greased his palm and he gave me still shots." "Well, that's one way to do it," Jake said. "Keep in mind that these are copies of the originals. They're a bit grainy." "Tell us what we're looking at specifically, Quentin," Jake said. "Note the photo marked number 1.
The car next to the parking meter is Monica's. I'm going to save time by telling you that she pulled up at 7:45 p.m. on Sunday. Subsequent photos, labeled 2 and 3, show that she went to the restaurant's front door and walked in. The doors were unlocked. She never left the restaurant.
Why didn't you get the video instead of these photos?
Jake asked. Because the photos alone cost me an arm and a leg, that's why.
Everyone wants to make money off tragedies, Savannah said.
Now check out photo number 4. Do you see the bicycle in the alley?
Quentin asked.
It's hard to be sure it's a bike,
Jake said.
My eyes aren't what they used to be. I've got a bicycle. Jane and I go riding all the time. We bring the kids along, too. That looks like a Schwinn 700C. Maybe not, but definitely a men's bike,
Bryant said. Jake turned to Quentin.
Let me play devil's advocate. The timestamp proves there's a bike in the alley at 7 p.m. So what?
Quentin held up a final photo.
At 8:15 p.m., the bicycle is gone.
It sure is.
Jake examined the photo while the group looked over his shoulder.
Why didn't the camera catch the person on the bike?
I'm glad you asked.
Quentin held up another photo.
This photo is time-stamped 8:10 p.m. Note the moving truck stopped at the traffic light, blocked the camera.
That's unfortunate, Savannah said.
Jake nodded. I'll say.
So you think the killer rode a bike to the murder scene? Cooper nodded as she processed the information.
I do. And if the police haven't released that information to the public, it could be because I'm on the right track, and they don't want the killer to know they know.
Do we know if anyone else is advancing up Detective Olson's suspect list?
Jake looked at Cooper. I know the suspect list is huge, but Olson hasn't even hinted at another major suspect. She returned.
Quentin said, Either way, it's a start. We've got a bicycle connecting someone we assume is the killer to the murder scene at the time of death. But right now, everything is circumstantial.
Jake nodded.
My favorite literary detective has a saying. How do you build a case? One clue at a time.
Well, he's right. Nice work,
Bryant said.
Thank you.
Quentin began to gather the photos.
I've got more information to share that muddies the water a bit more. John and I staked out Vivi's house on Saturday. Chef Anton's fiancée spent the afternoon at Chef Brim's house. He walked a dog around the block a couple of times. After 3 hours, we called it a day and went to Casa Grande for dinner.
Another interesting twist,
Bryant said.
The plot is thickening.
There's more, Cooper said. She proceeded to share about the interview with Sophia Donato.
Oh my,
that corroborates what I found, Trish said. She looked at the members of the Bible study. My friend at the paper came through. It turns out Monica Amsterdam's personnel file is all but empty. Incomplete is a more accurate description. Her application is only partially filled out, just enough to complete payroll. Monica's references are non-existent as well. She claims she graduated from the University of Pennsylvania, but the year she graduated is missing from the application. It also says she attended Le Cordon Bleu in D.C. Quentin gave an exaggerated eye roll.
It's very convenient for her to attend Le Cordon Bleu in D.C. when all the Cordon Bleu schools were discontinued in the U.S. around 2016. That means there's no way to verify the information.
How old was Monica? Cooper asked.
Old enough to know better,
Jake said.
I read her obit. If I remember correctly, she's about 40.
Looks like the only thing we can verify is that Mona Erickson, alias Monica Amsterdam, is a fraud, Cooper said.
Sure looks that way,
Trish said.
Who hired her?
Bryant asked.
They had to know something was fishy.
I asked that question as well. Monica was hired by the recently departed food and cooking editor.
Recently departed? As in dead or resigned?
Quentin asked.
Resigned, Trish said. Emily Piermont left? She's been the editor for years.
He clucked his tongue.
It seems nothing good happens when Monica's around.
True, people who know Monica have one thing in common: the desire to distance themselves from the woman.
Our victim sounds like a con artist to me, Jake said. I'm betting Mona Erickson is an alias, too.
Why haven't the police picked up on this? Savannah asked. They have, Cooper said. I told Olson that we figured out that Monica Amsterdam has no footprint. He basically warned me that looking into her past might be dangerous.
That sounds ominous,
Trish said. It does, Cooper agreed. Can't they use her fingerprints to find out who she is? Savannah asked.
If she's never been arrested, then they don't have her fingerprints, Jake said. I read a novel recently about how they can use DNA to find a relative that can lead to capturing bad guys. Genetic genealogy, they call it. It's like walking the process backward. In this case, they'd use Monica's DNA and look for her DNA family. Then they might be able to figure out who Monica really is.
But doesn't the relative have to be in a criminal database? Trish asked.
Nope. Everyone is doing those genealogy tests these days. The database has expanded.
Too bad that won't help us,
Quentin said.
Those crime shows make it seem like one commercial break and all the crime lab results magically appear, Jake said. But in real life, it can take weeks for the police to get those kinds of results depending on the backlog. Heck, some police departments don't have a budget for expensive tests.
I can ask Olson about genetic genealogy the next time I check in with him. But that's the kind of question that makes him very cranky. Cooper, I don't think we've thanked you for being the liaison between the group and Detective Olson. That's not an easy job, Savannah said. I can't see him clearly, but his vibes are very fierce. My secret is that I bring Magnolia's marvels to soothe the beast. She chuckled. Very wise, Savannah returned.
What's next, team?
Jake asked. He reached for another donut. Malcolm Brim, Cooper said. Bryant shuddered.
I'm not keen on investigating a guy who broke a beer bottle over a biker's head in a bar.
Let me mull this over a bit, Cooper said. We know that Brim and Monica had issues. We can also confirm that there was no love lost between Vivi and Monica. Somewhere in the middle of those two facts lies our answer.
You mean our killer,
Quentin said. I'm afraid so, Cooper said. She glanced at the schoolhouse clock on the wall. Looks like our investigation time is up. Does anyone need a break before we continue our study? Savannah asked. When no one answered, she continued. Then let's pray. Hands connected around the circle of desks and heads bowed. For minutes the room was silent, as the members made the mental transition to the real reason they were here today. Lord, we ask for your guidance. Help us to focus on the good in this world and not the evil. Help us to hear you when you speak to our hearts. And finally, let each of us take from today's study exactly what you want to teach us. Amen. Amens echoed in the classroom. Today, instead of faith and trusting God, I'd like everyone to look at our study from a unique perspective. Trustworthiness. Are we guilty of basing our trust in God on our own trustworthiness? What do you mean, Savannah? Cooper asked. We wholly expect God to come through for us. We trust that he will deliver his promises. She paused for effect. As long as we have been obedient or faithful or whatever parameters we set for ourselves. She smiled. Isn't it true that when we don't feel worthy, we don't expect God to deliver on his promises?
I see what you're saying, Savannah,
Quentin said.
God's trustworthiness is not dependent upon us. It is 100% him. His promises can't be earned or bought. They are unchanging from generation to generation.
Exactly,
Jake chimed in. What an eye-opening way to approach this topic, Trish said. Cooper nodded in agreement. Can you think of any parameters you subconsciously put on yourself? What barriers do you mistakenly think separate you from God's promises?
Wow, Savannah, that really convicts me. It's deep.
Bryant said. It's supposed to, she said with a smile. Conviction is fine. Guilt is not. All we're doing is uncovering what's separating us from trusting the Lord completely. Cooper found herself surprised 30 minutes later when Savannah's watch beeped, indicating it was time to tidy the room and prepare for church. You okay, Coop? Quentin asked. They walked side by side toward the worship service. Oh, yes. I'm overwhelmed by how much I learn each week in our class. It's like going to college for free. She smiled. Just a few years ago, I walked in for the first time. I didn't even own a Bible. I have Brooke Hughes to thank for that. She gave me the brochure for Hope Street Church and invited me to service. Brooke Hughes, Quentin said with a sad smile. Our first investigation. Her last act on earth was to lead you to our Bible study, and John as well. An amazing lady, Cooper said. And an amazing God. Cooper's phone rang. She put her novel down on the bed and reached for her cell phone on the nightstand at the same time a furry paw did. Betty Boop, that's my phone. The terrier whined and retreated to her pillow in the corner with a pout as Cooper answered. Oh, Cooper, thank goodness you're home. The distraught voice of Angela Farmer, louder than life, blasted through the cell. Betty Boop immediately jumped onto Cooper's bed and began barking. Cooper rubbed the pooch's ear and put Angela on speaker. Oh, is that my little Betty? Angela cooed. Mama misses you, baby girl. Betty barked again. Angela, where are you? Cooper asked. Dread had her gripping the phone tightly. It was Monday evening. Angela was supposed to pick up her baby girl tonight. Rapid City, South Dakota. They have a nice hospital here. The cafeteria food isn't bad, though I long for a Casa Grande chili con queso special and a large margarita. Hospital? Angela, what's going on? Poor Mr. Farmer's appendix burst. He's out of surgery, but he'll be in the hospital for a few days on antibiotics. Then, when he's up to it, we'll take a flight back to Richmond. Oh, Angela, I'm so sorry. I'll text the Bible study and have them pray. Thank you, sweetie. Mr. Farmer is such a trooper. He never let on that he was in pain. He didn't want to ruin our excursion to Mount Rushmore. By the time we returned to the hotel, I knew something was very wrong. Poor Mr. Farmer. I hate to impose on you like this, Cooper. It's only for a few more days. Just take care of your husband. Betty's fine. Thank you, Coop. You are the best. She gushed. Lunch is on me when I get home. Angela, I couldn't help but notice that Betty likes to steal phones. Is this a new development? Did she take your phone? Isn't she adorable? Angela giggled. Favorite places to hide phones are closets and bushes. Keep that in mind if yours should go missing. I will. Tell Mr. Farmer I'm thinking of him. And don't worry a bit about your baby. Thanks, Coop. Bye-bye, Mama's girl. Betty yapped and reached for Cooper's phone again when the call disconnected. Not so fast, Betty. I need my phone. And for the record, Auntie Cooper does not think phone thievery is an admirable trait. The terrier whined and rubbed against Cooper. Apology accepted, Cooper said. Cooper texted the Bible study along with John and asked them to pray. After responses from her friends, her phone rang. Quentin. Coop, we gotta find a way to chat with Brim. I'm all for that. Why don't you see if John has any suggestions? He might know where Brim hangs out. I pray it isn't a gym. The banker laughed. Good idea. Hey, Quentin, are you bringing Libby to Savannah's exhibition at the Teller Gallery? There was silence on the line. I thought things were going well, but she's ghosted me. I think she's reunited with her ex. Aw, I'm sorry, Quentin. It's okay. Somewhere out there, the good Lord is readying my soulmate. That's the attitude, my friend. Cooper ended the call and leaned back on the pillows. Poor Quentin. She knew exactly how he felt. Before meeting John, she wondered if she'd ever find the man God intended for her, and constantly second-guessed her decisions in the relationship department. At the foot of the bed, Moses kneaded the quilt, while Miriam delicately cleaned each of her toe beans. Cooper smiled. She was happy, though in no rush to leave her single status. Life was good, just as it was. If she could help close the Monica Amsterdam murder case, it would be perfect. Chapter 11. A tap, tap, tap had Cooper looking up from the papers on her desk, wondering what the sound was. Then she remembered that though the shop was closed on Mondays, Zoe had come in to work on birdhouses. She was nailing together pre-cut pieces. After Cooper finished her paperwork, she planned to demonstrate a few ideas for decorating the houses. Cooper's gaze skimmed the bank statement. Then she pulled up the store software program on the computer to reconcile the bits and pieces account. Calculator in hand, she did the math. She did it again. After a few minutes, Cooper realized that last week's deposit wasn't there, because she never made it to the bank. Cooper pulled open the desk's bottom drawer to grab the deposit bag, except it wasn't there. She jerked open all the other drawers and rummaged inside them. No deposit bag. Her stomach sank as dread threatened, and her heart began to hammer. She worked to swallow past the huge lump in her throat. Don't panic, Cooper Lee. There has to be a logical explanation. Just retrace your steps. Friday, she was alone in the shop. Quentin called and they discussed the case and the stakeout in progress. Had she put the bag in the drawer before or after the call? She couldn't remember. She recalled that the door chimed and a customer came into the shop. Cooper ended the call and went to the front. The customer, a regular, bought a pricey cloisonné ginger jar. Nothing remarkable happened the rest of the day. A few small item sales and plenty of window shoppers. When Cooper realized that she'd forgotten her lunch, she had a sandwich delivered from the deli down the street. At 5 p.m., she flipped the door sign to closed. It took about 5 minutes to power down the computer, turn out the lights, and activate the alarm. Again, nothing remarkable. Where was the bag? She'd used poor judgment leaving the money in her desk in the first place. Chatting with Quentin about the murder case during business hours on Friday had been plain irresponsible. What would she tell an employee? When she was in bits and pieces, the shop should be the first priority. She was juggling too many balls, and now she'd dropped one, a big one. The bank bag held over $1,000. Never in all her years at Make It Work had she messed up like this. Even the time she accidentally left the keys in the document shredder truck and locked herself out. Though Saturday was the busiest day of the week, she'd given her weekend help the day off to attend summer events. It had been her and Zoe all day, just like today. Her and Zoe. I trust Zoe. She repeated the words over and over in her head. Yet what did she tell the Bible study when they investigated? Everyone was a suspect until they were not. A knock at her office door had Cooper looking up. Zoe stood in the doorway smiling. I'm all done. They're adorable. I can't wait to give them personalities. Cooper nodded. Zoe gazed with concern at Cooper. Are you okay? Yes, I lost something. She hadn't meant to say anything, but her mouth didn't get the memo. What did you lose? Can I help you find it? The bank deposit bag. With, money inside? Zoe's eyes grew wide with concern. Cooper nodded, unable to even admit the truth aloud. Inside, voices screamed the accusation, and her heart continued its constant pounding. Cooper Lee, you messed up. Okay. Zoe scratched her head as though thinking. I lose things all the time. The key is to retrace your steps. I did that. Did you find it? No. Isn't that obvious? Cooper lifted her brows. Then we have to do it again, until you do find it. I read somewhere that you have to not only retrace your steps, but also stand in the same position you were in when you last touched the item. Cooper worked to stay calm. She slowly inhaled and exhaled. I was sitting here at the desk. That's it. Relax. Now, slowly tell me everything on your desk right before you last saw the bag. My phone was to my right. Cooper closed her eyes for a moment, visualizing her desk on Friday. An empty coffee cup and half a bagel to the right. The ledger was open and to the left. What about the money? I had the cash stacked according to denomination, and there were rolls of coins I'd counted earlier along with loose change. What did you do next? I filled out a deposit slip and made an entry in the ledger. Then I put the money in the bag and zipped it up. Cooper opened the bottom drawer of her desk. The drawer had file-like dividers. The only other things she kept in the drawer were a calculator and her ledger. I pulled it open and dropped the bag inside. Zoe came over to the desk and looked in the drawer. Then she shut the drawer. It's not closing all the way. Cooper looked too. She was right. There was a 1/4-inch gap preventing a perfect seal. Something's behind the drawer. Zoe pulled out the drawer and got down on her hands and knees. She practically stuck her head in the open cavity, and then put her hand in and pulled out 3 pens, a pack of mint gum, and the bank deposit bag. Voila! Oh, my stars! Relief flooded Cooper when Zoe handed her the bag, and she quickly unzipped it and confirmed everything was present. Thank you so much. No problem. Like I said, I lose things all the time. I've always got 6 things going on in my head at one time. Gran says that's because I have a creative mind. Your creative mind saved the day, Cooper said. Lunch is on me. What'll it be? Casa Grande, Panera, or maybe pizza? Pizza sounds great. Pizza it is. After lunch, I'll show you some of my paint tips. Great. What do you want me to do until lunch? If you could verify all the merchandise has pricing labels, that would be helpful. I noticed a few disappeared after Saturday's crowd. Yes, ma'am. Cooper eased back into the chair, her heart heavy with shame. There were a few minutes there when she was ready to believe the worst of Zoe. Forgive me, Lord, for my hasty thoughts. Guilt followed Cooper into the evening. When she got home, she went out in the yard and leaned against the split-rail fence for a while, thinking. Eventually, she slipped on the leather raptor glove hanging outside Columbus's cage. She opened Columbus's huge aviary and greeted the red-tailed hawk. Evening, Columbus. Columbus eyed her, the yellow gaze piercing as if to ask where she'd been. Then he nodded his head and ruffled his feathers, squawking before he hopped onto her right forearm. She raised her arm and he responded to the cue. The red-tailed hawk took off and sailed the perimeter of the yard, majestic in flight, his nearly white feathers tipped with brown stretched against a burgeoning sunset sky of magenta and orange. As Columbus soared, he gave a raspy scream, "Kurr, kurr," announcing his presence to the world. Watching Columbus in flight calmed Cooper. The raptor circled the field several times, once sailing close to the ground, capturing a snack, no doubt a field mouse. The bird, injured years ago by a heartless assailant with a gun, had limited endurance and at times awkward hunting skills. After he'd completed a few circles, Cooper raised her arm high as Columbus made a pass. He saw the signal and returned to her arm. "You're the best. You know that?" she murmured while smoothing his feathers with her free hand. Returning Columbus to his home, she locked the cage and hung up the glove. "What are you doing out here, Cooper? Your mama said to tell you to join us for dinner." "Oh, Daddy, I didn't see you approach. How come you're eating so late?" "Maggie had to take Grammy to the urgent care clinic." "Oh, no. Is she okay?" "Ingrown toenail. You'd have thought she was dying, claimed it was leprosy." Cooper sputtered and started laughing. "Sorry I couldn't help myself. After the day I've had. You did look like you lost your best friend when I approached." "No, just disappointed in myself. You asked me to be a role model, and I haven't been one."
How so?
I misplaced the bank deposit bag, and I accused Zoe. Not out loud, but in my heart. I failed to give her the trust I promised to give her when I hired her.
Cooper made a sound of disgust.
I misplaced the bag, and she found it.
I am sorely ashamed of myself.
Earl sighed.
I've nagged your mama since you were born, to tell you the truth, Cooper. I have to take responsibility as well.
What?
Cooper turned to her father in stunned surprise. Daughter, you aren't perfect. I know this comes as a shock, but you'll make mistakes. Have thoughts you shouldn't. You're even gonna sin a time or two.
He looked at her.
But the good news is we all fall short, and he is a forgiving God.
Cooper released the breath she held and hugged her father. Thank you, Daddy.
Don't be so hard on yourself. Being a role model isn't always about doing, it's about being. Being an example.
I can do better.
We all can do better.
Earl cocked his head and eyed her.
Come on, let's get to dinner. Pork chops and macaroni and cheese on the menu.
Cooper matched her steps to her father's as they walked toward the house, passing the greenhouse, its pitched glass roof backlit by the setting sun. The scent of bee balm and honeysuckle filled the air. Retirement is coming up soon, she said.
Yup.
Cooper smiled. Her father was economical with his words when he wasn't fond of the subject matter. Are you excited about the party?
Nope, I don't need a party.
The grass disappeared, and now they walked along the blue flagstone path that led past her apartment above the garage and straight to the back door of the Lee kitchen. Daddy, it's not all about you. It's to allow people who care about you to let you know.
A postcard would have worked. You know your sister rented Atwood Inn for this shindig.
No, I didn't. Though she wasn't surprised. More is better had always been Ashley's philosophy.
Why couldn't we have it here? Angela had her wedding in our backyard. If it's good enough for your friends, it's good enough for mine.
Oh my goodness, Angela's wedding was tons of work. I was in the garden for weeks preparing for that 10-minute ceremony. Her reception was at the inn because it's too hot in the yard for a party. The inn is air-conditioned. It'll be nice, you'll see.
Your sister won't let Maggie cook for the party either.
She wants Mama to have fun, too. She patted her father's arm. Besides, this is how Ashley shows you how much she loves you. I understand, believe me. I let her take me shopping. Sometimes we have to let people show us they care the way they do it best.
I guess.
He gave a tortured sigh. It's just a couple of hours. Then you can go back to your previously scheduled life. Earl laughed.
Your mama has a honey-do list a mile long, and I'll be the driver of the Magnolia's Marvels van we're about to purchase. Cooper, my previous scheduled life is over.
Don't you want to retire? For moments, her father was silent. Then he stopped walking, turned his head, and looked at her.
It's a little scary.
Yes, change always is. But remember last fall when I was on the fence about bits and pieces? You said there wasn't anything I'm not capable of. You believed in me. Well, Daddy, I believe in you. This next stage of your life will be your best yet. He put a hand on her shoulder.
Thanks, daughter.
Then he nodded toward the house.
Now let's hustle, because sure as the sun rises in the east, your grandmother will eat more than her share of cheddar biscuits before we get there.
After dinner, Cooper sat at her kitchen table with her Bible and pulled out the yellow brochure tucked in the back. The outside said, "Welcome, friends." That was how it all started. Brooke Hughes had changed Cooper's life. It was like Earl said, she didn't make a big deal out of inviting her to church. She had simply offered Cooper the brochure with a kind and non-judgmental attitude. The woman was a role model who offered a roadmap. It was up to Cooper to decide if she was going to accept the challenge. Yes, Cooper could do better. She'd figure out how. Cooper dug through her closet searching for the dress. She hadn't worn this particular dress since dating her former fiancé, Nathan. It was the night they rescued 2 kittens that Cooper ended up adopting. She smiled at the memory of Moses and Miriam when they were only months old. This dress wasn't fancy like the LBD that Ashley bought her for the theater after-party last year, but it seemed perfect for the gallery event tonight. She last wore the frock in an embarrassing debacle where she had tried to be something she was not. Her face warmed as she recalled the water bra guaranteed to enhance her assets, which burst when the kittens clawed at her. Savannah's discussion on Sunday had made Cooper think. Yes, she'd made mistakes in the relationship department. Wearing the dress signaled putting the past behind her and trusting God with her future. Retrieving the silky garment, she laid it on the bed. It had been dry cleaned and the tiny puncture marks from the kitten's claws repaired by Grammy Lee's stitching talent. Cooper opened her bedside bureau and pulled out the silver butterfly pin her grandmother had given her. The pin had spent time with Trish during her breast cancer treatment, then was returned. The delicate brooch was a reminder that the Lord will see us through. Tonight, she'd wear it as a reminder of her journey these last few years. She reached into the drawer again and removed the shiny silver charm bracelet John had given her, with a small silver rolling pin attached to a silver heart. Tonight, she wore reminders of her past, present, and hopefully her future. Cooper looked in the mirror and straightened. She had much to smile about. An hour later, Cooper stood outside the Teller Gallery, mesmerized by the all-glass facade. Artwork that hung from the ceiling at different heights was displayed in the tall windows. She recognized a Savannah Knapp primitive. This was really happening. It really would be I Knew Her When. Cooper grinned. Hey there. Cooper turned at Trish's voice. Hi. Cooper gestured to the art display. What a wonderful way to showcase Savannah's work. I'll say. Trish looked up and down the sidewalk. Where's John? He's trying to find a parking spot. Cooper noted Trish's simple navy sheath. Is that your new dress? Trish shook her head. No, I decided to wear something demure. This is Savannah's big night. I never want to outshine the star. That's what I thought too. Let's go in, Trish said as she held the door. Trish leaned close. By the way, you look lovely, Cooper. Are you wearing makeup? A little, in honor of Savannah. I poked myself in the eye twice. It was worth it, Trish said with a grin. I'm sure John noticed. Cooper smiled, heat warming her face. He had noticed, and his words had made her heart sing. Signs directed them to a reception area where guests mingled and servers in black tuxes offered champagne and tall flutes and hors d'oeuvres on silver trays. Cooper wished Maggie was here. She'd love to peek in the kitchen and peruse the menu. Cooper, I see a friend over there. Will you excuse me? Sure. Cooper glanced out the window, where cabs and limos dropped off guests. A server offered her something spread on crackers. She declined, as she had a strict rule about eating anything she couldn't identify. There was a Grammy Lee story behind that rule that Cooper didn't want to think about tonight. Crab toast, Quentin said. Delicious. I also sampled the fried stuffed Castelvetrano olives. He offered a chef's kiss. This is quite the elevated menu. Nothing like what my mother offers. Apples and oranges. If I had to choose, Maggie Lee would win every time. Thanks, Quentin. She glanced around. Have you seen Savannah? Oh, yes, she's been busy. He cocked his head. Look to your right. She's standing with the other featured artists. The gallery director is introducing them to local celebs. Our Bryant is over there, too. Sometimes I forget that he's Bryant Shelton, Channel 6 meteorologist. He's just Bryant to us. A moment later, the group of celebs shifted, providing Cooper with a view of Savannah. Oh, wow. She looks amazing. Cooper admired the black sheath and simple silver drop earrings her friend wore. Her hair, usually long or braided, had been pulled back into a chignon, with a jeweled barrette adornment. Amazing is right. He grinned. Check out Jake in that suit.
He keeps inching away from the big shots, and Savannah keeps reaching for his arm, tugging him back.
They were so sweet. Savannah was tall and willowy, and Jake was stocky and muscled. Perfect. Bryant noticed Cooper and Quentin and offered a grin before he crossed the room.
"What are you two chatting about?"
Cooper cocked her head toward her friends. Savannah and Jake.
"They remind me of me and Jane. We dated for a long time."
He smiled.
"Well, a long time in my world. Now we're growing old together. The foundation of friendship and faith makes all the difference."
"You're right,"
Quentin said.
"Where is Jane?" "She's a homebody who prefers to stay home with the kids, especially when she has to get up for work in the morning."
I'm with Jane. I'd only do this for a friend, Cooper said. A moment later, John joined them. He took her hand and gave it a squeeze.
"This place is packed, isn't it?"
"Yes." Cooper's attention went to a sleek white limousine pulling up to the gallery entrance. A driver opened the door, and as if on cue, paparazzi appeared, flashing cameras. Guests turned to see what all the excitement was about, and a whispered hush began. "It's Vivi." Cooper's stomach did a nosedive. Vivi stepped into the room, all smiles, her dark tresses flowing down the back of her sparkly red designer dress. Trish was at Cooper's side again, and she, too, observed the model's dramatic entrance. "So much for not overshadowing the guests of honor," Trish said. Cooper turned to John. "Did you know she'd be here?"
"Last I heard, she made other plans when Uncle Anton refused to accompany her. He doesn't want to be photographed since he's still a suspect."
John grimaced.
"My uncle said things are getting tense. Vivi's spending his money like water and is leveling threats about canceling the engagement. Monica Amsterdam's murder has put a crimp in her plans."
He looked at Cooper.
"This may be a rotten thing to say. However, I wouldn't lose any sleep over Vivi leaving. The thing is, she makes him happy, and that's what counts."
Cooper nodded with sympathy. Uh-oh. She's looking over here. Cooper edged behind John while she searched for a hole to crawl into. What am I going to do? I can't let her see me.
"Coop, you didn't do anything wrong. I'll introduce you as my girlfriend."
"Your unstable girlfriend who practically accused her of murder. No, I'm going to stay out of her line of sight for now." She glanced around the room. The gallery had a good crowd in attendance. Maybe avoiding the model wouldn't be a problem. She prayed that was the case. After a brief speech by the gallery owner, the doors to the exhibition hall finally opened, and they were ushered in to view the artwork. The beautiful space had multiple levels with warm lighting that created a spotlight for each of the pieces. John and Cooper strolled through each room, admiring the work of the artists. "I don't see prices," Cooper said.
"I imagine that will pique buyers into reaching out to the gallery owner," John said. "I hope Savannah sells many of her paintings. Either way, it's great exposure."
"I agree. Savannah donates her time and talent to community art. She really deserves this opportunity." Cooper turned to examine a bronze sculpture. From the corner of her eye, she saw red. A red dress. She's coming this way. John took her hand again.
"Smile and relax. Vivi won't make a scene here."
"I can't relax." She spotted a restroom sign and said, "Excuse me, the loo is calling." Cooper set a record moving down the hall to the ladies' room. Once inside, she leaned against the cool marble counter and caught her breath. Those laps around the track with Betty had paid off. She glanced at her watch, calculating how long she could reasonably remain there. A toilet flushed and a pleasant older woman exited a stall and washed her hands. "Excellent pieces on display tonight," the woman said. "I'm looking for something for my granddaughter. Housewarming gift." "Oh, you need to pick up a piece by Savannah Knapp. I highly recommend her work." "Thank you, dear. I will certainly check out her works." The door swished as the woman left, only to be caught by someone coming into the restroom. Vivi. The model smiled at the woman leaving. A second later, she saw Cooper. Her eyes rounded with outrage. "It's you. You're that woman who caused a scene at the club. Are you following me?" I came into the restroom first, Cooper said. She inched away from the model. What are you doing here? Vivi demanded. Appreciating art. There was no way she'd involve John or Savannah. Cooper swallowed and eyed the path to the door as Vivi stepped closer. Chin held high, Vivi moved into Cooper's personal space, her face flushed with anger. I don't know what your angle is, lady, but you better stay far away from me. Her upper lip curled with derision. Or I promise, you will regret it. Cooper willed herself to move. She hadn't spent most of junior high playing field hockey for nothing. With a hip check to the right, she pushed Vivi toward the sinks, then rushed out of the restroom. She raced down the hall, her heels clicking on the marble flooring. An office door to her right was open and Cooper ducked inside. For a moment, she stood against the wall, hand against her chest, all sounds drowned out by the pounding of her heart. Vivi threatened her. She'd threatened Monica Amsterdam, too, and the food critic ended up dead. Deep breath, Cooper. Deep breath. She would do what she had to do. Go out there and act like nothing had happened. Because there was no way she would ruin Savannah's big night. For now, she'd pretend everything was fine. Yes, she'd keep her mouth shut and ignore the pot that was about to boil over. Chapter 12. Cooper looked at the $1 bills on her desk and realized she'd lost count again. She promised herself that from now on, when she crossed the threshold of bits and pieces, her focus would be on the shop. Today, she failed miserably. Vivi's threat from last night hung over her. An empty threat, no doubt. Still, it rattled Cooper to think that maybe Vivi knew or suspected who plunged the knife into Monica Amsterdam. Yet in the end, it was her word against Vivi's, which was why she'd kept what happened to herself. Nobody could do anything about a vague threat they hadn't witnessed. Did she think Olsen would give her U.S. Marshal around-the-clock protection from a size 2 supermodel? She chuckled. Not likely. Cooper could hear him now. Can you verify that information, Ms. Lee? Is it possible you misunderstood what she said? And lastly, the dreaded I told you so. After all, he had warned her. She didn't want to tell the Bible study. It would shift the focus to her instead of the investigation. Then there was John. He knew something was up. When she returned from the ladies' room last night, he kept asking her what was wrong, and she'd demurred, changing the subject. If she told John, then he'd tell his uncle. Would Uncle Anton be appalled at the accusation, causing a family rift? Maybe his uncle would believe Cooper, and his engagement and happiness would disappear. She couldn't be responsible for Anton Parsley's unhappiness. Life was tough enough for the chef right now. The best thing she could do for John's uncle was find the killer. Cooper? She looked up to find Zoe staring at her. Are you okay? Yes, why? I've been talking to you and you didn't answer. Oh, sorry. I've a lot on my mind. Zoe smiled. You haven't lost anything again, have you? No, but that reminds me. I have something for you. Cooper opened her desk and pulled out the yellow brochure from Hope Street Church, along with the graduation card she'd picked up for Zoe. First, Cooper handed Zoe the brochure. I've met all my friends at this church. If you find yourself with nothing to do on a Sunday morning, stop by. There, she'd done it. Carried on Brooke Hughes's legacy. Thank you. Cooper handed her the white envelope. She had signed the card earlier and tucked a crisp bill inside. This is a little something to congratulate my newest employee on reaching a milestone in her life. Thanks, you didn't have to do that. I'm excited for you, Zoe. You're on the threshold of the rest of your life. High school graduation sounds a lot better when you say it that way. Cooper chuckled. That's because I'm older than you and have more regrets. Now, how may I help you? I wanted to remind you that I won't be in on Saturday. My grandmother's having a small get-together for my graduation. That's wonderful. Have fun. She smiled. Are you excited? Zoe shrugged. I know we discussed this before, but have you thought any more about college or trade school? Gran can't afford to help me with college. There are scholarships. I went to school on grants and scholarships. Sure, that's an option. My grades are decent enough. The thing is, I'm not sure I'm a college person. How about Richmond Community College? They offer trade programs, public safety, and IT. Lots of people take classes at their own pace or while working a day job. She raised a brow. What interests you? Well, last week, some woman from RCC did come and talk to our class. She passed out catalogs and application forms. I wouldn't mind looking into the paramedic training that she mentioned. That's an awesome area of study. With your attention to detail, I know you'd be very successful. Yeah, but it still costs money. Maggie Lee says don't close the door before it opens. Zoe eyed her. What's that mean? Just what I said. There's always a way to reach our dreams. Don't be fooled into thinking that a straight path is the only way to a destination. Cooper waved a hand around. I'm living my dream now, but it took me nearly 15 years to get here. To tell you the truth, I didn't even realize it was my dream until a year ago. Zoe clasped her hands and looked at Cooper as if trying to decide something. Finally, she cleared her throat. Do you mind if I tell you something? Sure. I really messed up a few months ago. She bit her lip, looked away, and met Cooper's gaze. I had to go to court. We all mess up. This was really dumb. Zoe rolled her eyes. I stole a $3 vase on a dare. A vase I don't need. She shifted back and forth as though the ground was hot. I don't even have an excuse except that I wanted to fit in. The whole time I knew it was wrong, and I knew it was stupid. What happened? Cooper asked. The judge and the store owner made a deal. If I put in 100 hours of community service at the senior center, there wouldn't be any charges. If I failed to fulfill the agreement, or I got in any trouble during the time I was serving my hours, I would be charged. I'm proud of you. Some people take a lifetime to learn the lesson you learned, and I imagine you're learning a lot at the senior center. I've volunteered there before. It's a great place. It is. Zoe smiled. I thought it would be awful. A bunch of old people. But they're the nicest folks ever, and they have stories you wouldn't believe. Take Mrs. Smith, for example. She sailed around the world with her husband when they were young. Imagine that. That was her dream. Cooper nodded. There's always a way to reach your dream. Zoe nodded. Thanks, Cooper. For listening. I like you. You're different. Like me. Zoe, I have never fit in. And that's okay. Cooper said. Losing my eye and then ocular transplant surgery solidified that. Being like everyone else is overrated. She smiled. There's a Bible verse that says we are God's handiwork. It's like my birdhouses. None are the same, and it's the differences that make them desirable. I can see that. Okay, Cooper said, picking up the bills again. I better finish counting. We close up in 15 minutes, and Betty Boop gets snippy if I arrive late at doggy daycare. Betty was indeed snippy, insisting upon being carried and offering a shrill bark of disapproval at being placed in the car carrier. Cooper's cell phone rang in the middle of the discussion. She pressed the accept button on the phone without taking time to see who the caller was. Cooper Lee here. Betty yapped and tried to bite the cell phone. No, stop that. Coop, it's Quentin. Hang on, Quentin, I can barely hear you and I'm in the middle of a tussle with Betty Boop. She finally got the carrier zipped and the seatbelt in place around the carrier. Moving to the driver's seat, Cooper let out a breath. What's up, my friend? You won't believe what happened. I can't hear you very well. That's because I'm practically on the floor of my car. John is here, too. We decided to stake out Chef Brim one more time. What's going on? Brim walked that dog of his again, this time right past our vehicle. We dove to the floor so fast I hit the steering wheel and started seeing stars. Oh my, Quentin, are you okay? It was worth the pain. Get this.
Brim was on the phone talking with someone when he walked by. I think that someone was Vivi.
Are you sure?
No, but that doesn't matter. What matters is what he said next.
There was a long pause. Cooper glanced at her phone to be certain the call hadn't dropped. Are you still there?
Yes, sorry, I'm still in shock.
What? What did he say?
He said he had to go to Mega Sports Pro to pick up a tire for his bike and a new helmet.
Once again, the banker went silent. Quentin?
Sorry, he's loading a bicycle onto the bike rack of his car. I'm trying to check out the bike with my binoculars.
A muffled voice in the background said something. Is that John? What's going on?
Coop, I'm pretty sure it's a Schwinn 700C.
He released a long breath.
We finally have something to connect Brim to the murder scene.
Wow, that's some detective work, Cooper said.
He just left. We'll follow at a discreet distance.
I'm only a few blocks from Megasports Pro. I'll head there.
Okay, we can rendezvous in the parking lot.
Quentin chuckled.
That is, if I could get myself out from under this steering wheel.
Cooper turned toward the back seat. Betty, we have to make one teeny stop before I take you home. Please be a good girl. As Cooper turned into the parking lot of Megasports Pro, she spotted Brim, getting out of a compact car with a bicycle attached to a bike rack. A Schwinn 700C with all the bells and whistles. Yes, Bryant was right. Excitement thrummed through her as she parked and grabbed her phone, punching in Quentin's number. Where are you? Brim is at the store.
Cooper, this is John. Quentin is driving. I'll have you on speaker.
Are you close by? She asked.
No. You won't believe this, but we're stuck in traffic. A trash truck backed into the vehicle in front of us. We'll be there as soon as we can.
I'm going into the store, she said.
I don't have a good feeling about that, John said. We've practically proved Brim is the murderer.
I'll be careful. Besides, it's a public place. What's the worst that can happen?
Don't say that,
Quentin interrupted. Betty has my back. She disconnected the call and retrieved the terrier, praying that if push came to shove, the pooch would keep her safe. Moving quickly through the parking lot, Cooper stopped at Brim's car, where she snapped pictures of the car, the bike, and the license plate. At the entrance to Megasports Pro, a tall, geeky-looking man with a bright orange vest stepped in front of her.
You can't bring a dog in here.
Sir, I'm holding her. It's no different than if I brought a baby with me.
Yes, it is. Dog shed.
Betty is a Yorkshire Terrier. They are one of the least dander-producing creatures that God made. She looked at the clerk's unkempt hair. You probably shed more than Betty.
Ma'am, I don't make the rules.
I understand, and I am not trying to be difficult, but it's hot out there. I can't leave her in the car. Cooper read his name tag. Could you watch Betty for me while I shop, George?
No.
He jumped back quickly. I have to buy my daddy a retirement gift. Today. An expensive one. I suppose I could go home and shop at that online superstore. But when that superstore puts Megasports Pro out of business and you out of a job, remember this day. She turned away.
Fine,
George called.
Bring your dog in, as long as you promise to carry him.
Her? This is Betty Boop. Cooper smiled sweetly. Thank you so much, George.
You're welcome.
Cooper turned back around. Could you please tell me where the bicycle section is?
Far left corner of the store.
Cooper hurried to the back of the store, past inflatable canoes, pup tents, and barbecue grills, until she spied Malcolm Brim, arms crossed, intently studying a display of bicycle helmets. The tall, trim, balding chef wore jeans and a black t-shirt that barely contained his massive shoulders and impressive biceps. This was not a man to be messed with. Good sense screamed walk away, quickly. Instead, she put Betty on the ground. Then she slid a treat on the floor, putting a spin on it like skipping a stone at the lake when she was a kid. She dropped the leash. Go get it, Betty, Cooper whispered. Ever obedient, Betty raced down the aisle toward the treat. Oh no, come back here, Cooper called. Sir, can you grab my dog? Brim quickly sprang into action and scooped Betty up in his arms with ease. Not to be deterred, Betty wiggled, indignant, demanding to be released.
A feisty little thing, isn't she?
Brim said. You have no idea. He offered the squirming terrier to Cooper.
Here you go.
Thanks so much. She smiled. I'm Cooper.
Malcolm, nice to meet you. I didn't know they let dogs in here. I left Max at home.
Oh, yes. George at the door is really sweet about dogs. Max, you say, great name. Tell me about Max.
A Jack Russell Terrier.
Daddy is a Yorkshire Terrier. She grinned as though this was the most marvelous discovery since the cellular phone. How old is Max?
He's 2. Very high energy. I walk him several times a day or he bounces all over the house.
He looked at Betty.
How old is your dog?
Betty is, she's a little older. She doesn't like me to reveal her age. Brim laughed at that. Cooper looked him up and down with interest. I could tell you were a dog person.
Yeah?
Cooper nodded and gave him her best Angela Farmer giggle. I've been searching for a good dog park in the area. Can you recommend one?
Oh, sure. Max and I hit Rough House at least a couple times a week. Max loves the space. It's on Courthouse Road.
Wonderful. Thank you for the tip. Maybe I'll see you there.
Maybe you will,
Brim said. Cooper took a step away and then turned back. Nice talking to you, she cooed.
You too,
he said with a wink. Clutching Betty close, Cooper headed past the bicycles and around a display of mannequins wearing tennis apparel. She nearly knocked over a precariously stacked tower of inflatable children's pools in her rush to get to the front of the store. At the exit, George held the door for her and shot Betty a look of disdain.
Did you find everything you were looking for?
Oh, yes. I found much more than I was looking for. Thanks so much, George. Cooper fairly skipped across the parking lot with Betty in her arms. You did good, Princess. She gave the terrier another treat and tucked the pooch into the carrier. As she slid into the driver's seat to wait for John and Quentin, an idea began to percolate in Cooper's head. She smiled and tapped her fingers on the steering wheel. It was time to set a trap.
I don't know, Cooper. This sounds risky to me, and we definitely do not do risky,
Bryant said. He dipped a French fry in ketchup and popped it into his mouth. Cooper took a drink of coffee and eyed the last crumbs of her Belgian waffle. She had called an emergency meeting of the Bible study to present her findings and her plan. Jake had driven Savannah to an event at the gallery, but the rest of the group were able to meet at Freddy's. It seemed only fitting that the jukebox at Freddy's blared the Bee Gees' Stayin' Alive as Cooper began to share her thoughts. She paced her apartment for hours last night trying to figure out the best way to ensnare Chef Brim. After their meeting yesterday, it seemed logical that dogs would be the solution. We've done risky things before, she said. Remember the Atwood Inn case?
Yes, but John gave Olson a heads up when we set a trap at Atwood Inn.
Quentin said.
Does John even know what you're proposing?
Cooper frowned. She planned to tell John and Quentin about her plan when she met them in the parking lot after her interaction with Brim. But something inside had her holding back. This was a discussion for the Bible study. They were experienced with subterfuge. John would only worry. The less John knows, the better, Cooper answered. He's too close to the case. Besides, this is not risky. I'm going to accidentally run into Brim again, that's all.
Yeah, and then he'll pull out his paring knife,
Bryant said.
I have a bad feeling about this, Coop. Maybe we should give Olson a heads up.
And tell him what? Cooper's going to walk a dog? She put her palms on the table. I'm not going to be alone with him. I'm talking about walking Betty around his block and accidentally running into him on purpose.
Then what?
Quentin asked. The big guy made a slurpy sound as he finished his chocolate milkshake. I'll join him in his walk, chat him up, ask where he works, more chatting. Eventually, I'll mention the possibility that Sophia Donato is the murderer. He'll be totally off guard and relieved to hear that I'm clueless. I might be able to lull him into revealing information. Do you really think Sophia is the murderer? Trish asked. She pushed her fries toward Quentin with a nod. No, that's all part of the ruse.
Okay, Matahari.
Quentin said. "What if Vivi and Brim are working together, and he knows you're the woman who questioned Vivi at the gym? What if he lures you in?"
"He doesn't know. I talked to him yesterday and even gave him my name." Brim didn't blink.
She smiled.
"I channeled my inner Angela and he even sort of flirted with me."
Cooper looked at her friends.
"What do you think? This case is stalled. We're on the precipice of breaking the case. We have to do something."
"I agree with Cooper," Trish said. "This case is stalled. We have nothing on Vivi except the dressing room incident, and the evidence pointing to Brim is circumstantial." She frowned. "As it stands, someone is going to get away with murder."
"Thank you, Trish,"
Cooper said. "But you definitely should not go alone," Trish continued. "I've just finished a personal protection class at the club. I'll go with you."
"Great. I'm going to walk Betty around his block. You can play my friend who's walking with me, and then you'll leave."
"Cooper, I will be your friend who's walking with you. Honey, you're getting into this role-playing way too much."
"Method acting.
I learned a lot when we did that theater production last year." She shrugged. "I didn't know it would come in handy, and I had no idea I'd be so good." "Kind of scary," Quentin said. "How you gonna know when he walks his dog?" Bryant asked. "That part I have figured out," Quentin said. "Bryant and I are going to stake out his house, aren't we?" The meteorologist nodded. "That's right, my friend." Quentin shook his head. "My bladder can't take many more stakeouts. I pray this is the last one." "When is this mission?" Trish asked.
"Early tomorrow. Mornings are cool and everyone walks their dog in the morning. When Brim comes out, Trish and I'll start walking around the block in the other direction. When he can see me, Trish will wave goodbye and cross the street."
She looked at the group. "Any questions?"
"What should I wear?"
Trish asked.
"Nothing flashy or expensive. It's a very modest neighborhood."
"And what if he doesn't walk the dog?" Bryant asked.
"I don't know, Bryant."
Cooper sighed, her heart aching for John's uncle.
"We'll have to think of something else. They confiscated Anton Parsley's electronics. I fear that an arrest is imminent."
"Okay, Coop, don't get upset. We'll make this work," Quentin said. "You're gonna wait for Brim and his dog to come out for a walk. Run into him and strike up a conversation," Bryant repeated. "No trying to get a confession or going into his house to search for a murder weapon."
"Go into his house? No way," Cooper said. "That would be risky."
Lena appeared at the table just then, a smile on her face. "Can I get you kids anything else?" "A round of cherry pie for everyone, Lena," Quentin said. "You got it, Mr. Q."
"Quentin, why did you order pie for everyone?"
Cooper asked. "I thought we should eat pie in solidarity before we head into battle. You know, like those old movies." He lifted his chin. "We fly at dawn." Cooper shivered at the words. Was this the foolhardiest thing she'd ever done? Or was it a genius plan? She'd know soon enough. Chapter 13. The rooster has flown the coop. Quentin's voice on speakerphone reverberated through Cooper's Jeep. She looked at Trish, who sat in the passenger seat.
"Say that in English, please, Quentin."
"Brim just left his house. He's headed west, so you should head east. It looks like his dog is taking him on a walk."
"Got it."
Quentin was parked on Brim's street. Cooper, however, had parked her Jeep around the block and 1 block up from Brim's usual dog-walking route, according to Quentin's surveillance notes. "Uh-oh," Quentin said.
"What's wrong?"
Trish asked. There was silence for moments that had Cooper anxious. "What do you think happened?" she asked Trish. "I don't know. Our mission may be a bust before we even start." "Cooper, can you hear me?" Bryant's voice came over the phone.
"Yes, Bryant, I hear you."
007 is outside reassuring a curious neighbor out for a jog that we aren't casing his house. I think it was the dark tinting on the vehicle windows."
"Quentin's caddy doesn't have tinted windows."
We're driving a car he borrowed from his Uncle Marty's used car lot. When Quentin is done, we'll cruise around the block to avoid suspicion. I'm back," Quentin said. "All is well."
"Okay, Quentin," Cooper said. "Trish and I are going in."
"Godspeed,"
he said. She disconnected the call and looked at Trish. "And you think I'm over-the-top role-playing?"
They do seem to be enjoying this,
Trish said. "Take your cell," Cooper said. "I'm leaving mine here. After my phone debacle at the gym, I don't want to take any chances." She pulled her keys from the ignition. "Here, take these just in case."
In case of what?
Concern filled Trish's eyes as she pocketed the keys. "I don't know, but I don't want to leave you here without keys." The suburban neighborhood had begun to wake around them. A dog barked in the distance, and here and there sprinklers came on, swishing streams of water across manicured lawns. Cooper opened the door of the Jeep, removed Betty from the carrier in the back seat, and closed the door as quietly as possible. She attached the leash, put her on the ground, and started to cross the street, only to realize that Betty refused to budge. "Come on, Betty. This is not the time to be difficult. We're just going to walk around the block."
What's wrong with her?
Trish asked. "Angela has her spoiled rotten. That's what's wrong with her." Cooper grabbed a handful of chicken liver treats and put them in the pocket of her jeans. Only after she offered one to the terrier did she agree to walk. This dog is a master manipulator.
Aw, she deserves the treats. Betty is responsible for several of the clues in this case.
Point taken. She provided a distraction at the temp agency and laid the groundwork for our Brim mission. You're right. I'm not giving her enough credit. They walked a block until they reached the street that backed Brim's home. Mid-June, and the scent of freshly mowed grass filled the air. Cooper could almost pretend this was an ordinary day. Almost. "Nice weather," Trish said as they strolled. "Yes, very nice day for a covert operation." Trish laughed. Then she turned to Cooper. "Are you nervous?" "No, I'm walking down a public street with my dog. What could go wrong?"
"Oh my gosh, don't say that. You'll jinx everything."
Trish pulled out her phone.
"I have Olson's number on speed dial."
"Trish, really, relax. Nothing is going to happen. This is just an information-gathering expedition."
That doesn't make me feel better. You're taking a huge risk.
"Don't look," Cooper hissed. "He's coming around the corner. Way down there."
Wow, Quentin was right. That dog is walking him. They're moving at a pretty good clip. He's a very big man, Cooper. A very big and muscular man. Did you bring mace?
"Information gathering, Trish. I won't need mace. This is a public street."
"I hope you're right."
"I am." She took a slow, calming breath and wiped her sweaty hands on her jeans. "Relax, Cooper. Relax."
"There's a bus stop bench halfway down the block,"
Trish said. "Yes, that's good.
I can always stop there and pretend, I don't know, I'll improvise."
Trish adjusted her sunglasses.
"When does your friend who's wearing a cute pair of sandals depart?" "In a few minutes, friend."
Cooper raised her sunglasses from her nose momentarily and calculated the distance from them to the approaching man.
He is moving fast. Okay, it's almost showtime. First, let's laugh like I said something funny.
Trish tossed back her head and laughed.
"Good job, now you can leave. Cross the street and do not look back at me. I'll meet you back at the car shortly. Till 006 and 007 to keep circling the block in case I need them. Be careful, Coop."
Trish started across the street and waved. Cooper gave a cheery wave back and kept walking. When she approached the bus bench, she stopped and feigned tying the laces of her tennis shoes. Betty looked up at her like she'd lost her mind.
Cooper?"
She blinked as though confused, moved her glasses to the top of her head and looked up.
"Oh, hi, it's you. From the sporting goods store."
Cooper gave him a saucy smile.
"Malcolm, right?"
"Yes."
"Do you live around here?" she asked.
Sure do. Where do you live?
A couple of blocks over.
That little spit of a dog walks that far?
Not at all. I have to pick her up and carry her most of the way. Betty sat down on the sidewalk as if proving her point.
That's funny. You walk your dog carrying her?
Cooper laughed. You don't know the half of it. This little diva will get excited when I'm about to leave for the track. She'll bring me her leash and insist I take her with me. One lap in and she plops her little behind on the ground and refuses to budge. Cooper sighed. It's good I can entertain the other runners. Brim laughed. And this must be Max? Cooper said. The energetic pup tugged on the leash, eager to keep going. Betty yapped at the other dog, unhappy that she was no longer the center of attention. When Max moved close to sniffing her, Betty hid behind Cooper's legs.
Which way are you going?
Brim said.
I gotta keep moving. Max is high energy.
Doesn't matter, Cooper said. I have to walk 1 more mile before I can call it a day.
I'm that way.
He pointed the way she had come. Fine, I'll circle this block and head home. She scooped up Betty and matched her steps to Brim's, grateful she had long legs.
Funny seeing you here,
he said. Is that a pickup line? She laughed playfully. I don't even know your last name.
Brim.
And mine is Lee. Cooper looked into his eyes. Malcolm Brim had warm brown eyes. They weren't the eyes of a killer. She didn't know if she was relieved or disappointed. For a moment, she regretted the subterfuge. Maybe Brim was innocent. Could Vivi be the killer? Sophia didn't have an alibi. Perhaps her nice chef act was just that, an act. Max picked up speed and so did Brim. Cooper worked to keep up. Goodness, he's quick. What do you do when you work? I imagine Max is bored easily.
Oh, I have a kid who comes over and walks Max while I'm at work. Right now, my place of employment is closed, so it's not a problem.
Closed? What do you do for a living?
I'm an executive chef.
That's fascinating. Where were you working?
La Sala. Have you heard of it?
Of course, everyone's heard of La Sala. In fact, I had the Casarecci pasta caponata only a few weeks ago. It was fabulous.
That would have been prepared by me.
He smiled.
Glad you enjoyed it.
Oh my goodness, what a small world. She offered a sympathetic sigh and put her hand on his massive arm. I heard what happened there. Just tragic. I'm so sorry.
Thanks. Yeah, it's a bad situation.
Do you think the restaurant will ever open again? Brim shrugged.
Hard to say.
What will you do?
As a matter of fact, I'm moving to the West Coast. Lots of opportunities there. I have a friend who has a restaurant on the pier in San Francisco. He offered me a job.
That couldn't be better timing. When do you leave?
Next Monday, if I can get all the loose ends tied up. My house here is a rental and a friend here in town is helping me pack. I've got most everything boxed up.
He stared straight ahead as if thinking.
A fresh start'll be good. No ghosts following me, you know?
No, but I understand. I'm glad for you, though disappointed. Here we are, just getting acquainted. Cooper gave him her best imitation of an Angela Farmer flirtatious smile. All part of the act, and yet somehow she felt sorry for the guy and didn't know why. It must have worked because he laughed and nearly tripped over Max. They had circled the block once and were now back in front of Brim's house. He cocked his head and eyed her.
I like you, Cooper. You're funny.
Thanks.
This is my place,
he said. It was nice talking with you again, Cooper said.
Yeah, I enjoyed the company.
He looked at her.
You know, maybe we could get together sometime.
I like that, Cooper said. She stared at Brim. Could this man really be a murderer? As they stood on the sidewalk talking for a moment, a car approached, breaking the morning quiet. A red convertible Mazda Miata careened toward them, finally screeching to a stop, inches from a fire hydrant. Cooper jumped back. Were they going to run her over? Then she saw the driver. Vivi. Uh-oh, the poop was about to hit the fan. The model leaped from the car and raced around to the sidewalk, her eyes wide with disbelief and her hair flying around her. "Why are you talking to her, Malcolm?" Then she got in Cooper's face. "What are you doing here?"
Do you two know each other?
Brim asked, looking between the women. Cooper stepped back and clutched Betty closer. "We go to the same gym."
Oh.
Brim nodded slowly, looking confused. "Malcolm, this is the creepy woman I told you about. She's trying to get information about Monica Amsterdam's murder. This is a silly misunderstanding." Cooper glanced up and down the street. "Where are you, Quentin?" Brim looked back and forth between Vivi and Cooper.
Maybe we should go inside the house and sort this out.
"Oh, I don't think that's necessary," Cooper said.
I think it is.
Brim took her elbow and led her to the front door before she could slip from his grip. Cooper grimaced. What had she said to Bryant just last night? Go into his house? No way. "You weren't kidding about packing up the house," Cooper said with a smile. "That's right, Cooper. Keep things calm, act normal. This is all a silly misunderstanding." Brim led her to a lawn chair.
Have a seat. All the other furniture is wrapped. Hope it isn't too uncomfortable.
"I'm fine, thanks." Yes, it was perfectly fine, considering there was a murderer in the house. Or maybe 2 murderers. Max barked and raced down the hall and back, leash flying. Betty followed, her leash trailing behind as well. "Vivi is the friend who helped you pack up all these boxes?" Cooper smiled at Vivi. "She must be a good friend." The model only glared at her. When the dogs ran back into the room, they circled Vivi, tangling her legs in the leashes. "Oh my gosh, Malcolm, make them stop," the model cried. She rubbed her forehead. "I'm getting a headache."
Outside, boy, outside."
Brim opened the patio door and left it open. He turned to Cooper.
I hope you don't mind if Betty goes outside.
"That's fine. Could you remove her leash so she doesn't hurt herself?"
Sure.
He followed the dogs out to a nicely landscaped yard and came back with both leashes. "Thank you, Malcolm," Cooper said.
No problem.
"You have to close the door so he can't come back in," Vivi said.
I told you Max gets anxious with the door closed. It will be fine. Calm down, Viv.
"Calm down. This woman has been stalking me."
We can sort things out,
Brim said. "Are you going to kill me?" Cooper asked. "In my dreams." Vivi tossed her purse on the carpet and looked at Brim. "What are we going to do with her?"
I don't know. You're the one freaking out on the sidewalk for everyone to see.
Brim looked at Cooper.
No, we are not going to kill you. That's ridiculous.
Cooper glanced outside where Betty had forgotten she was tired and ran around the yard with Max. "Maybe you could tell me about Monica Amsterdam," Cooper suggested. "That's really all I want to know." Maybe they could work things out. She'd ask a few questions and they'd tell her, and she'd leave and go home to her little apartment and forget that she'd been pulled into the house against her will.
Are you a reporter or something? Is your name even Cooper?
Brim sat down on a lawn chair and cracked his knuckles while Vivi paced the floor.
Why do you want to know about Monica?
Yes, my name is Cooper. No, I'm not a reporter. I'm simply trying to figure out who Monica Amsterdam is.
Monica is not who she appeared to be,
Brim said. Okay, so who was she?
That I don't know. I do know she was, above all else, a con artist. Her con was always to find someone's Achilles heel and blackmail them.
She blackmailed you? Brim nodded.
Yes, so I cut a deal with her.
Malcolm! Vivi screeched. Why are you talking to her? He ran a palm over his face and took a deep breath.
Because someone needs to know that Monica is the bad guy in all of this, not me.
What deal? Cooper asked.
I wrote the reviews.
He sighed.
Monica lied about her credentials. She never graduated from Le Cordon Bleu. She wasn't anyone's sous chef. Monica had a score to settle with Anton. Years ago, and under another alias, no doubt, she did attend Le Cordon Bleu. Anton was an instructor. He is responsible for getting her kicked out of school. He accused her of plagiarizing a paper and claimed she couldn't cook.
Wait, Cooper said. You wrote that brutal review of La Sala? The one that nearly ruined his reputation?
It killed me to do that to Anton, but I had no choice.
His eyes begged her to understand.
I was ready to turn in my resignation to Anton. I couldn't do the reviews for her any longer. The final straw was when she tried to lure Sophia away from La Sala.
Cooper stared at him. Was he telling the truth? Then who killed Monica? She looked at Vivi, but the model had turned away as though she didn't want to hear what he had to say.
Monica wouldn't let me off the hook until she got his restaurant shut down. Looks like she got what she wanted.
What did she have on you? Cooper asked.
That's personal.
He met her gaze and looked away. Not before Cooper saw the shame that filled his eyes. Cooper stared at him for a moment. Was Monica the manipulator or was Brim? At this point, she almost felt sorry for the guy. She blinked. Malcolm Brim was holding her against her will. It was a little too soon for Stockholm Syndrome. Her heart thumped against her rib cage. She couldn't just sit here. Cooper jumped to her feet, startling Brim and Vivi. Are you going to kill me, like you killed Monica? Because you should know that I have photographic proof that you were at the restaurant when Monica was murdered. And if I figured it out, no doubt the police will too. Brim flinched at that.
Sit down, Cooper.
She said she has evidence, Malcolm. We need to get out of here now. Vivi pleaded. My friends know I'm here. Cooper continued. You may as well give it up. Things will go better for you without kidnapping added to your charges.
We're chatting, that's all, he said. Right now it's just your word against mine, Cooper. Vivi here can corroborate my alibi for that night, and I suspect any evidence you have is circumstantial.
Photos don't lie, Cooper said. Brim let out a heavy breath. He suddenly seemed defeated. Then, in the next moment, his features hardened.
Monica deserved to die. Even after I told her I wanted out and didn't care what she had on me anymore, she totally flipped out. Said it was going to ruin everything. That was Monica, always putting herself first.
Cooper held her breath. She glanced at Vivi. The model watched Brim, her face anguished.
I'd been planning to do away with her at some point, but hadn't gotten up the nerve. She actually made it easy for me. She pulled a gun. I took the weapon away from her and she went berserk, hitting me and kicking me. She reached for a knife on the cooking counter. We struggled.
He released a breath.
It gave me great pleasure to see Monica Amsterdam dead. She was a horrible human being.
Cooper recalled Olsen's stats about women killing with guns. It would be good to have Olsen stop by around now. Hopefully Quentin saw her being led into the house and called the police. Malcolm Brim murdered Monica Amsterdam. Cooper's heart raced. How was she going to get out of this mess? You said she pulled a gun? You could have claimed it was self-defense. Why didn't you tell the police that? Yes, that's it. Keep him talking until the police arrive.
With my assault and battery history? Come on. Who would believe me?
What about Vivi? He looked at Vivi and grimaced.
Viv didn't do anything. I'm sorry she's involved.
Vivi looked at him. The connection between them seemed more than friendship. The two had some sort of history. You just admitted that you killed Monica. Of course you realize I'm going to tell the police.
Viv here's my witness. I didn't say anything. And you can't prove I did. However, now you've put me in the awkward position of having to figure out what to do with you.
Cooper's gaze scanned the room, searching for a way out. A distraction. Betty? She called. Here, princess. What are you doing? Vivi snapped. Betty stepped back into the house and growled at Vivi. She stepped closer to the model and yapped. Vivi moved behind the kitchen counter, but Betty continued to growl. Make her stop that. She doesn't like you, Cooper said. I don't like her either. As Vivi spoke, a cell phone began to ring. The sound came from Vivi's purse. She stomped back into the living room, picked it up, and checked the screen. It's Anton. Don't answer it, Brim said. Vivi dumped the phone back in her purse. Malcolm, I can't hang around here all day. Do you even have a plan? Look, Viv, it's not as if I expected this. Brim ran a hand over his bald head. He looked at Cooper. I'm gonna have to tie you up and gag you so I can get out of town. At least you aren't killing me. Stop saying that, I'm not a killer. Cooper was amazed at the man's self-deception, admitting to killing a woman one minute, then claiming in the next that he wasn't a killer. The phone rang again, and this time Betty grabbed the device before Vivi could. The terrier raced out of the house and into the yard with the cell in her mouth. She's got my phone! Vivi screamed. At the same time, the front door burst open. Detective Olson and 2 armed policemen stood in the doorway, weapons pointed at the room. Everybody on the ground, Olson shouted. Hands over your heads. Cooper dropped to the ground. Olson sighed. Not you, Miss Lee. He offered her a hand. Are you all right? Yes, I'm fine. The police officers handcuffed a screaming Vivi and a subdued Malcolm Brim and took them to awaiting police cruisers. Ms. Lee, I thought we discussed citizen vigilantes. I was walking Betty, she protested. He held up a hand. Listen, do you hear music? That's Vivi's phone. Betty stole it. She waved toward the backyard. It's probably buried under a bush. That phone is evidence. Let's go find it. Betty had no shame. She sat in front of a small viburnum bush, looking pleased. Her paws were covered with dirt, and a hill full of dirt was piled outside the hole she had dug. The music sounded again. Olson pulled nitrile gloves from his pocket and slipped them on. Cooper held the branches back as he stooped down and reached into the hole. Did she steal more than one phone? No. He dug a little further, then pulled out what looked like a piece of cutlery. Well, what do you know? Olson gave a low whistle. It's a paring knife. You might want to dig a little further, Cooper said. I think there's a gun in there, too. A gun? The gun that Malcolm Brim used to kill Monica Amsterdam. Olson looked at her. Malcolm? You two are on a first-name basis? He did confess to me. The detective dug further and, sure enough, uncovered a handgun. He pulled an evidence bag from his jacket pocket and deposited the items in there. I'm going to need you to come down to the station to take your statement. Okay, but Betty has to come with us. Of course, she solved the case. What about Max? She gestured toward the Jack Russell who raced around the yard. The detective pulled off his gloves. I'll have an officer drop him off at the 5th Avenue Animal Shelter. Olson turned to her. Well, Ms. Lee, another case closed by your group. You say that like it's a bad thing. Not at all. He gestured toward the house. Shall we? Your friends are waiting for you. Oh my goodness, I forgot about them. Cooper scooped up Betty and rushed outside to find Trish, Quentin, and Bryant leaning against Quentin's car, looking anxious. Remember when I said, no trying to get a confession or going into his house to search for the murder weapon? Bryant asked. And you said, no way, it's too risky. Quentin folded his arms and shook his head. I didn't know how I was going to face John if you were murdered. You terrified us, Cooper, Trish said. I'm so sorry. When did you figure out I was in the house? Quentin and I circled the block and there was no sign of you, Bryant said. He recognized Vivi's car and knew that meant trouble. By then we were so upset we could barely babble. We called Trish and had her call Olson. I wanted to go in the house, Trish said, but the fellas talked me out of it. Are you okay? Quentin asked. He put an arm around her shoulders and gave Cooper a squeeze. I'm fine now. It was the strangest situation I've ever been in. I've got to go down to the police station to make a statement. I can explain on the way. She looked at her friends. Who's driving me? I will, Quentin said. Uncle Marty lent me a cute little Camaro. We're all going, Trish said. We want to hear every single detail. Chapter 14. Though the bells on Bits and Pieces' front door rang, Cooper remained at her desk. Thankfully, Sarah was back and could handle the customers today. John wanted her to stay home after yesterday's events, but she couldn't. She'd only pace in her apartment thinking about poor Malcolm Brim, and yes, poor Vivi. She still wasn't sure how she felt about Monica Amsterdam. The woman didn't deserve to die, but the number of careers she'd jeopardized was staggering.
We meet again, Miss Lee.
Cooper looked up, startled at the sight of the red-headed detective. Detective Olson, are you here to update me on the case?
How many times do I have to remind you that you are not a consultant with the police department? However, as it turns out, Miss Lee, you made me look good with the mayor. The case was closed in record time.
Are you thanking me, Detective Olson? He chuckled. That was a first. Cooper stared, shocked by the crinkling eyes and, yes, a smile. May I offer you a chair? He cringed and looked around.
I feel safer standing.
Is there anything else, Detective?
Yes, I wondered if you have thought about a career in law enforcement.
Cooper sputtered. Are you serious?
I'm always serious, Miss Lee. Ask my wife.
Why do you think I should consider law enforcement?
You're detail-oriented, you're good with people, and you have excellent deductive reasoning ability, and a fair amount of common sense.
He paused.
Though the police don't run into fires, so that issue will have to be addressed.
I don't run into fires, she said, indignant at the accusation.
How do you explain walking your dog around the home of a murderer and being held against your will?
She shrugged. Brim confessed, didn't he?
Yes, that still confuses me. You follow Vivian Luster to the gym, and she tells you everything. Then you are detained by the man who killed Monica Amsterdam, and he confesses everything.
Not everything. He never told me what Monica had on him. Did he tell you?
No. It will no doubt come out at trial, though I suspect he had an affair with Vivian Luster at some point.
Cooper nodded. That was her thought, too. She recalled the shame in Brim's eyes. If Anton found out, Vivian's meal ticket would be gone. Speaking of murderers, what will happen to Malcolm Brim and Vivi?
Brim took responsibility for Monica's death. Since we recovered the gun and the knife, per his story, premeditation is off the table. The court will decide his fate.
I see. As with most cases, there was no rejoicing over a bad guy being captured. It is always tragic when lives were destroyed. The only good to come out of the case was that Anton Parsley was no longer a suspect. For that, she was glad. And Vivi? Cooper asked.
Ms. Luster is an accessory after the fact. I have it on good authority that her attorney will ask for probation with house arrest to avoid jail time. Community service as well.
What about Monica Amsterdam?
What about her?
He frowned. Have you found out who she really was?
We may never find out who she really was. Monica Amsterdam went to great lengths to hide her real identity.
And Max is at the Fifth Avenue Animal Shelter?
As promised. Cute little guy, but a lot of energy.
I know.
Well, Ms. Lee, take care. And think about what I said about a career change.
She laughed. I will. The bells rang, and a moment later Zoe stepped into Cooper's office. Why is that policeman here again? He came by to thank me for solving his case. Cooper said. You did? I saw Betty's picture in the paper, but I didn't see yours. I didn't want my picture in the paper. Besides, a photo of Betty being held by 2 police officers really sold papers, I'm told. Cooper looked at Zoe. What are you doing here anyhow? You have a graduation party. Oh, it's over. We're party hopping today. I'm heading to someone else's party now. Someone I met at Hope Street Church. She handed Cooper a container. I brought you a piece of cake. Thank you, I love cake. Cooper opened the container and tasted the fluffy pink frosting. So you went to Hope Street? Saturday service, lots of kids go to that one. That's great. I wanted to tell you something, too. Zoe smiled shyly. Gran surprised me with a check. She did? Yes, she told me that she's been saving a little every month since I came to live with her for my future. It's enough to pay for community college. If I keep working here, I can pay for books and supplies. Zoe, that's wonderful. I'm thrilled for you. Yeah, me too. Thanks, Cooper, for helping me to believe again. She offered a wave as she left. Cooper smiled. She helped Zoe to believe again. Maybe she wasn't a half-bad role model after all. My precious baby. Angela scooped Betty Boop into her arms. What a hero you are, and on the front page of the paper. Thanks to Betty, an innocent man wasn't accused of murder. Cooper sat at her kitchen table and watched the reunion. I'm so proud of her. Betty squirmed, demanding to be let down. She snubbed Angela and raced across the room to rub against Cooper's legs. Oh, Coop, I think she forgot I'm her mommy. Tears filled Angela's eyes. She's mad at you for leaving her, that's all. When she wants her dinner, all will be forgotten. Do you think so? I do. Okay. I hope she forgives me in time for that presentation with the mayor. Angela giggled. My Betty is getting an award. Can you believe it? Well deserved, Cooper said. Angela gave a small gasp. Oh my, I'll need to get her an appointment for cut and manicure. Then we'll get a new collar and leash. How's Mr. Farmer? Cooper asked. The first thing he said when he got off the plane was, Get me a Casa Grande taco platter. She giggled. He'll be fine. Cooper walked Angela down to her car and waved as she left. Dog-sitting Betty was like having a baby. That thought made her think of Ashley with 2 babies. She'd try to be a little more sympathetic to her sister. She walked back up the drive and peeked into her mother's kitchen. Her grandmother waved her in. Take a load off. Cooper sank into a chair next to her grandmother, who concentrated on a game of solitaire. Saw Betty in the paper? Grammy said. Yes, it turns out our little kleptomaniac solved the case. Cooper hadn't told her family much about her adventure. Only a Reader's Digest version emphasizing Betty's discovery. What happened to that man who killed the food critic? Maggie asked as she walked into the kitchen. Right now, he's being held without bail. And Chef Anton? He's been cleared of all charges. I don't know what'll happen with the TV show and the restaurant. I'll find out from John later. You did good, Cooper, her mother said. I'm proud of you. But could you concentrate on the shop in the future? I'll try, Mama. Earl stepped into the kitchen. Whose car was that in the drive? What car, Earl? Maggie asked. Why, it was a red 1956 Ford T-Bird convertible. Mint condition. Daddy, that's Angela's car. It was a wedding gift from Mr. Farmer. And she drives it? What do you mean? Cooper asked. Of course she drives it. It's the only car she has. I keep my Malibu in the garage. We know, Earl, Maggie said. What's the point of having a 71 Malibu if no one can see it? Cooper chuckled. She recalled when she showed John her father's metallic blue muscle car with white SS stripes. That was the moment Earl and John bonded. Things are going to change, he said. I'm retired now. I think it's time to take the car out of the garage. I don't want to meet my maker and look down from heaven and realize all those years I hid that car in the garage and now when I'm gone, someone else is driving it. Maggie turned around from the sink. Really, Earl? Yep. You can't bake 7 days a week. We can take in a few car rallies and take a drive to the beach. I'd love that, Maggie said. Her mother threw her arms around her husband.
Could we maybe drive to Dollywood?
Her father kissed her mother. Whatever you like, Maggie.
Aw, stop that, you two, or I'm gonna have to leave, Cooper said.
Her mother only laughed.
So, is Betty gone, Cooper?
Her mother asked.
Yes, praise the Lord. I'm gonna miss that little rat dog, Grammy said. She sorta grew on me. Yes, Betty is a sweetie, Maggie said. Except when she kept me awake all night, stole my phone, and tormented Moses and Miriam. Other than that, she's a terrific dog. You know, Popeye is gonna miss her, Grammy said. She peeked at Maggie and Earl. They were the best of friends, Maggie said with a laugh. The sight of those two on the floor watching cartoons on Saturday morning. Well, my word, priceless.
Cooper eyed her grandmother. Something was up, and she would stick around to find out what.
I'm thinking about adopting another dog, Grammy said. A little dog. Won't take up much room, someone to keep Popeye company.
Maggie opened her mouth to speak, and Grammy held up a hand.
Don't rush into a decision. Think about it. Betty was here a lot the last few weeks, and she didn't get in your way or anything. Grammy, I'm not going to be here forever. Maybe you could grant me this final request.
Earl laughed. Mama, you are not on your deathbed. Cut that out.
Grammy laughed. I had to try. If you'd let me get a word in edgewise, Grammy, I was about to say that if Earl is okay with it, I am too.
She looked at her husband. I must be getting soft now that I'm retired.
He raised his palms. Fine. Woohoo! Grammy slapped the table, upsetting her cards. Got just the feller in mind. Came in on Friday. His name is Max.
Cooper jerked her head up to look at her grandmother.
Grammy smiled and wiggled her brows. A small dog, Grammy, Maggie said. No bigger than Betty. I'm not deaf, she said. This feller is a small dog. Perfect. I can't wait to meet the new member of the family. You've done a good deed, Maggie, Grammy said. Saved a dog and made an old woman very happy. Now, how about we celebrate with cake? What cake? Maggie said.
She shot a worried gaze to the top of the refrigerator where she typically hid baked goods.
Oh, you can't fool me. I know Ashley is handling the food for the retirement party, but you couldn't resist making Earl's favorite blackberry cake for the occasion. You always make 2 blackberry cakes. I was saving it for dinner, Grammy Lee. I could be dead by dinner.
Earl rolled his eyes and Maggie shook her head.
All righty, everyone have a seat and I'll get the cake.
I'll get my piece later, Mama, Cooper said.
I haven't slept well since Betty arrived. I'm off to clean my apartment, talk to John, and take a well-deserved nap. You'll take me to get my little dog tomorrow, Cooper? Grammy asked.
Cooper smiled. Malcolm would be happy to know Max had a good home.
Yes, Grammy, I'm happy to. You're a good granddaughter. Thank you, Grammy. You're okay, too.
Chapter 15. A week later, on the morning of Earl's retirement party, Ashley stopped by Cooper's apartment. Her sister held up a pink shopping bag.
This is for you. For once, I do not want you to let your pride get in the way. It's a gift. You deserve it. And I owe you for making you miss the taping of John's television appearance.
I thought we agreed that was due to the servers.
I didn't have to have an extra cannoli. It was selfish of me.
Cooper stared at her sister, keeping her mouth shut, and accepting the apology graciously as her mother would have advised her to. Ashley slid the bag across the kitchen table. It couldn't hurt to look. Whatever it was would no doubt be much too frilly for Cooper to wear. She made no apologies for not being a girly girl like her sister. Savannah once called her a classic. Exactly. Classic. Nothing dramatic or flashy, clean lines and subdued color palettes. That was her brand. Cooper carefully parted the pink tissue paper and removed a sundress with very tiny blue flowers. A-line, with a simple empire bodice and spaghetti straps. Oh, goodness, she was in love. Ashley, this is beautiful.
It's you. I knew it the moment I saw it on the mannequin. She grinned. I bought sandals, too, because I know you have one pair of shoes and one pair of tennis shoes. You bought me black shoes for the theater party last year. I have flip-flops, too. Correction, 3 pair flip-flops do not count. Ashley pulled the sandals from the bag. Ta-da! They are pretty. White sandals with a tiny faux jewel on the top. Betty Boop would love these. She looked around the apartment where Moses and Miriam slept, cuddled together on the couch. She sort of missed Betty, and she sensed the cats did as well. Okay, I have to run. I have a million things to do. Do you need help? No, I hired some of Mama's servers from her catering company. Ashley paused. Did I tell you I'm thinking about launching my event planning business again? Now that I have the proper help at home and Hannah's about to start preschool, I'm going to give it a go. Good for you, Ash. The thing is, I can hire Mama to cater the events I plan. We'll keep it in the family. That's wonderful. Cooper was ready 30 minutes before John arrived to take her to her father's retirement party. When he stepped into her apartment, he did a double take.
That's some dress. You know, Cooper, it's a very good thing you don't wear dresses very often. Because when you do, you knock my socks off.
Thank you. She smiled at the compliment and glanced around her apartment. Ashley was right. The place was so small she could barely fit herself and another person. Maybe it was time to consider a move. Cooper led him to the kitchen. Let's sit for a minute. I want to hear what's going on with your uncle before we leave.
Good idea. I do have a few things to tell you. First, as you probably guessed, the engagement is off. Vivian confessed to a relationship with Brim, though she says it was before my uncle proposed.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
It's okay, she was only in it for the money and my uncle was distracted by her looks. That's what Monica had on her. She knew Vivi had an affair with Brim and threatened to tell Anton.
Did your uncle love Vivi?
Only Uncle Anton knows the answer to that.
John shrugged.
I know he loved that she took away his sadness and forced him to join the land of the living. He'd only been going through the motions for the last few years.
What will he do now? Is he going to try to resurrect La Sala?
No, he's walking away from the restaurant, but I have good news. He and Sophia are opening a small place together.
Really? That's wonderful.
I think so, too. And you know, I've always suspected that Sophia was fond of my uncle. Who knows? Maybe the two of them.
He smiled. I love happy endings, Cooper said. He leaned forward and his lips touched hers.
Me too.
Cooper sighed.
By the way, Uncle Anton is very grateful, and as he sees it, he saved a small fortune when Vivi canceled the wedding.
Oh?
Yes, he's invited the Bible study to his home for the meal they never got at La Sala, and to present them with a check for $1,000 each. A reward of sorts.
We don't accept money for our services.
I know, but I'm sure each of you can come up with a charitable way to use the money.
Cooper gasped. Yes, I know I can. This is wonderful, John. John reached into his pants pocket and brought out a small box.
This is a thank you from me for agreeing to help Uncle Anton. Although at the time I had no idea you were going to put yourself in danger. I regret that.
She opened the small velvet box. Inside, a silver magnifying glass charm rested on the bed of satin. I love it, thank you. He removed it from the box and fastened it on her bracelet.
For my favorite detective.
Cooper held up the bracelet. Aren't they pretty? John smiled and met her gaze.
Beautiful.
All our hours of sleuthing and a dog solved the case. Quentin's tone said he still hadn't gotten over how things ended. Betty Boop on the front page of the Richmond Times-Dispatch. Ours is a thankless job.
We've gone to the dogs, Quentin,
Bryant said with a laugh. He grabbed a slice of banana bread and a cup of coffee and found a seat.
Cooper Lee,
Jake said.
Quentin told us about your dog walking undercover operation.
He shook his head.
We leave you alone for 5 minutes and you nearly get yourself killed.
Malcolm Brim isn't dangerous. I'm still having a hard time with his story. In his heart, he's a good person." Savannah touched her arm. "We'll be praying for him, and we can send him a Bible and Bible study guides." "Oh, Savannah, that's a wonderful idea," Cooper said. "That man is searching for peace. I felt it. That's a start. When we acknowledge that something is missing in our lives, we're taking the first step toward meeting God."
Amen,
Jake said. "Savannah, you never told us the outcome of the exhibition," Cooper said. "I sold a significant number of pieces, and the gallery owner was quite impressed. He'd like to host me alone."
Woohoo!
Jake shouted. "That's wonderful," Cooper said. "We are so happy for you."
Things are looking up for the Sunrise Bible Study,
Bryant said.
"Cooper, is La Sala gonna reopen?"
Quentin asked. "Oh my, I forgot to tell you about that. Anton Parsley is very appreciative of what the group did on his behalf. Sadly, La Sala will not reopen, but the chef has invited us to his home for a meal."
"Oh, my,"
Quentin said.
"I must have died and gone to heaven. I thought I heard you say that Chef Anton Parsley is going to cook for us."
Trish started laughing. "She did, big guy." He rubbed his hands together with glee.
"Pardon me while I am rendered speechless."
"There's more," Cooper said. "Chef Parsley will be giving each of us $1,000 reward."
"What?"
Trish's jaw dropped.
"Did you say $1,000?"
Jake blinked.
"We've never gotten a reward,"
Quentin said. "And we don't accept payment," Savannah said. "It's been suggested that we donate the funds to a charity near and dear to our hearts," Cooper returned. A murmur of delight went up in the group at the suggestion.
"Well, that's too much, but I know what I'm going to do with my windfall,"
Bryant said.
"The senior center kitchen needs new appliances. This should about cover one of those giant industrial refrigerators." "Consider me your co-conspirator,"
Quentin said.
"I'll match your donation. We can get them a stove as well." "Well, thanks, friend,"
Bryant said. Cooper smiled, knowing how much the senior center meant to Bryant. "I'm going to use mine to help my newest employee with her college expenses." "What a wonderful idea, Cooper," Savannah said. "My reward will go for supplies for art students." She turned to Jake. "What about you, Jake?"
"Oh, I'm going to donate mine to the library near my apartment to build their mystery collection."
"This is a tough one," Trish said. "But I'm going to donate to breast cancer research. Someday no woman will have to go through what I did." "Oh, Trish, that's a wonderful plan," Cooper said. "Looks like all the loose ends of this case are tied up, except Monica Amsterdam. Will anyone ever figure out who she really is?" Detective Olson stopped by the shop and mentioned that their leads have gone cold. Monica didn't want to be found, did she?
"Well, I guess not,"
Bryant said.
"Did you read the Sunday paper?"
Quentin asked. "I haven't," Cooper said. "Read it aloud, Quentin," Savannah said. Quentin read the article detailing the crime and the likely fate of Malcolm Brim. Vivian Luster's charges were reduced to probation when she agreed to cooperate with the city attorney's office. Quentin looked up at the group.
"The last line of the article choked me up."
"Me too," Trish said.
"Read it again. Who was Monica Amsterdam? A con artist who managed to evade arrest by trusting no one and constantly moving. Together, it paints a sad picture of a lonely woman."
"Very sad indeed," Savannah said. "This brings us back to our study. Isaiah chapter 26, verse 3. Thou wilt keep him in perfect peace, whose mind is stayed on thee because he trusteth in thee." I'm grateful for our studies and the depth of understanding and growth they have given me, Cooper said. And in case I haven't said it lately, for all of you. This concludes A Taste for Crime by Ellery Adams and Tina Radcliffe. Narrated by Chris Dukehart. Copyright 2024 by Ellery Adams. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Beyond the Page Publishing, LLC, and was produced in the year 2024 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.